Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. A Chinese chatbot has rattled Wall Street. AI stocks are tumbling as China's DeepSeek becomes the top app in multiple countries. So what is DeepSeek? Why is it making waves? And what does it mean for the US-China tech war? Is this China's Sputnik moment? We'll discuss all of that. Meanwhile, Trump is cracking down on illegal immigrants and picking fights with other countries. We'll tell you about his dramatic showdown with Colombia. He's also had a phone call with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his first since becoming president. Also in Washington is the Trump-Musk bromance coming to an end. We'll tell you about Trump's chief of staff who is said to be showing Musk his place. US intelligence says Hamas has recruited more than 15,000 fighters in the last year. So what did Netanyahu's war achieve? Hamas is not finished, the hostages were not freed, and he took the deal that he rejected 7 months back. Looking ahead to India's union budget, is income tax relief on the cards this time? Why the Indonesian president said that he has Indian DNA? Why Congo and Rwanda are fighting? What's the outcome of the Indian Foreign Secretary's visit to China? Why NASA is launching rockets to study the Northern Lights? And why only 19% of India's C-suite positions are occupied by women? It's a bloodbath on Wall Street. Since morning, tech stocks have been tumbling. They're set to lose $1 trillion, $1 trillion in a day. What led to this? A Chinese chatbot. It is called DeepSeek and it has caused mayhem in the AI world. Up until now, the rules of the AI world were quite simple. You needed two things to build a successful model. You needed billions of dollars and you needed cutting-edge technology, the best in the world. But China has completely shattered those rules. They've built a powerful chatbot. It is cheap, it does not rely on advanced AI chips, and yet it is sweeping the globe. So what's this fuss about? Why is DeepSeek suddenly everywhere? Is it really as flawless as it seems? And is this AI Sputnik moment? Let's break it down for you. We told you about DeepSeek last week. It was founded in 2023 by a man named Liang Wenfeng. It spun out of a hedge fund and remained nondescript until December last year. That's when they launched their first model. The AI world was only waking up to it, and then they launched a second model within a month. Most of DeepSeek's models are open source or open weight, meaning developers can access the code and they can build upon it. Which brings us to the question, how good is DeepSeek? Well, as good as any of its rivals, on par with the likes of OpenAI's ChatGPT and Google's Gemini. More importantly, it is free. That's a solid USP. It seems to have appealed to the masses, making DeepSeek the top-rated application in the Apple App Store in 3 countries, the United States, the UK, and China. DeepSeek is the top app. That should say something about how good it is. But that's not what the fuss is about, really. It's about cost efficiency. DeepSeek was trained for around $6 million. It may sound like a lot, but in the world of AI, it's peanuts. Tech giants use far more money to build such applications. Take Meta, for example. Meta uses upwards of $60 million to train its AI model Llama. That's what makes DeepSeek stand out. It is cheap. Also, it does not use advanced chips. And that's another reason for this hype. You see, for the longest time, the US had the edge in the AI race. Washington tried to keep that lead. So it sanctioned China. It slapped tariffs on Chinese companies. It limited their access to technology. And all of this had only one goal, to keep China lagging behind. If they did not have the best technology, they wouldn't be able to make the best chatbots. That was the assumption. But China has smashed it. Look at this data. From 2003 to 2007, China led in 3 out of 64 technologies, just 3. But now China leads in 57 out of 64 technologies. What about the United States? From 2003 to 2007, the US led in 60 out of 64 technologies, but today it leads in only 7. So Washington is left eating humble pie. Since morning, Wall Street tech stocks are down, the likes of Nvidia, Microsoft and Meta. This is the DeepSeek effect. It has clearly rattled the markets. When they opened, AI darling Nvidia was down by 12.5%. It is staring at a loss of $465 billion. Broadcom was down by 14%. AMD was down by 4.7%. Microsoft by 4.4%, Google down by 3.2%, and Nasdaq was down by 3.6%. S&P 500 fell 2.3%. So clearly the stocks went tumbling. Like I said before, tech shares are on track for a $1 trillion drop, all because of a Chinese chatbot. But while DeepSeek is a hit at this point, like all things Chinese, it also has a problem, the China problem. Ask it anything about Beijing and Xi Jinping and the chatbot tries to self-censor. In fact, we tried a bunch of questions. Questions like, who is Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a good leader? Who is China's president? These are the questions we asked. Does China curb human rights? And every time the response was the same. I'm quoting, sorry, this is beyond my current scope. Well, you would have to concede that's one committed chatbot. If it perseveres, it could join the Communist Party of China. But jokes aside, this does raise some problems. AI's inherent limitations, especially when it is controlled by one country's agenda. The US is building its own chatbots. The goal is to maintain tech hegemony. These bots are also said to carry America's political biases. Now, China is building its own chatbots, but they use Beijing's filters. Where does that leave the world? It leaves us with technology that divides and is controlled by a handful of nations. The future, then, is sovereign AI, to have tools and technology to build AI at home. Just like countries have their own currency, their own military, they will have to develop their own AI. You cannot outsource this to another country, and you cannot let it be concentrated in the hands of a few. Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have finally spoken. The much anticipated phone call has just happened today. They spoke last in November, right after Trump won the election. That phone call was customary. Prime Minister Modi had just called Trump to congratulate him. Any major policy discussion was unlikely at that point because Trump was yet to take office, which is what makes this phone call so significant. We are still waiting to hear the specifics, but it would be safe to say that immigration figured in the discussion because that is what Donald Trump has been focused on, illegal immigration. It's his top agenda item as president. He launched a crackdown on day one in office. Raids are underway across the United States now, and Donald Trump is picking fights with other countries. Over the weekend, he clashed with Colombia, one of the largest countries in South America, also a key economic and security partner of the United States. Trump deported Colombian migrants, those who went to the US illegally. He deported them. Colombia refused to take them back. So Trump went after Colombia publicly. He threatened Bogota with tariffs and visa sanctions, and the threat worked. In less than a day, Colombia fell in line. It agreed to take back the immigrants. Let's tell you how the drama unfolded. Yesterday, the US dispatched 2 military planes for Bogota, which is the capital of Colombia. 2 military planes from America went there. These were deportation flights carrying illegal migrants from Colombia. It's not clear whether Colombia knew about these flights or if the Americans had informed them in advance. But when these planes approached the Colombian capital and sought permission to land at an airport, they were denied. So the planes had to turn back. Why did Colombia not allow these planes to land? Colombia said it wanted the migrants returned with dignity and respect, and for them to not be treated like criminals. That was the demand from Bogota, a demand that Donald Trump rejected. A few hours later, he released a statement on Truth Social, which is Trump's own social media platform. And he announced, quote unquote, urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. These were sweeping in nature, these measures. I have the list with me. This is what Donald Trump decided. Broadly, he announced 4 retaliatory measures. Number 1, tariffs. Trump slapped 25% tariffs on Colombian imports. In fact, he threatened to raise this to 50% if Colombia did not fall in line within 7 days. Number 2, travel bans. Trump banned Colombian government officials from entering the US. This ban applied to their allies and supporters as well. Number 3, visa sanctions. These were meant to target members of Colombia's ruling party, also their supporters and family members. Trump revoked their visas. And the 4th measure was customs restrictions for Colombian goods and people, for them to face tough custom inspections at the border. These are the measures that Trump announced. Basically, he just stopped short of cutting diplomatic ties with Colombia. Had he implemented this plan, the relationship would have been effectively dead. And that would have been a big blow for Colombia. After all, the US is their biggest trading partner. In 2022, trade between the two countries exceeded $50 billion. Colombia exported goods worth over $16 billion to the United States. Crude, coffee and flowers made up the bulk of this export. And this is what Trump decided to go after. He also sparred with the Colombian president. That's Gustavo Petro. Trump called Petro a socialist and a leader who's, quote unquote, very unpopular. And how did Petro respond? Initially, he tried to fight back. He announced retaliatory tariffs, a 25% tax on US imports. And he also shot back at Trump. Let me quote from what Petro said. You don't like freedom? You don't like our freedom? Fine. I do not shake hands with white enslavers. But a few hours later, Gustavo Petro clamped down. Colombia announced that the impasse is over.
El gobierno de Colombia informa.
Colombia's government informs it has gotten over its impasse with the government of the United States. In this context, Colombian Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo and Ambassador Daniel Garcia Pena will travel in the coming days to Washington, D.C. to have high-level meetings that follow up on the agreements resulting from the joint work that led to the exchange of diplomatic notes between the two governments.
But Trump is not dialing back on the pressure. He wants to see tangible action from Bogota. That means allowing the deportation flights to land. Until that happens, Donald Trump will not lift the visa restrictions or stop the custom inspections. This is what the White House said last night. Colombia says the migrant flights have now resumed. So Trump is expected to scale back his pressure campaign. And this face-off is also a message to the entire world. Donald Trump won't go easy on illegal immigration. He is willing to use the full power of his office and the US government against America's partners overseas. Trump wanted to make an example out of Colombia, and he has succeeded. Other countries are on notice. US agencies have launched a nationwide crackdown. Nearly 1,000 people have been detained. They're believed to be illegal immigrants. Trump has given sweeping powers to immigration officers. They're not even sparing schools and places of worship. Reports say churches and gurdwaras in the US have been raided. This has sparked outrage in local communities and protests from America's partners. Brazil is one of them. It received some migrants from the United States. Brazil says they were sent in handcuffs. In some cases, their hands and feet were tied.
A lot of lack of respect, a lot of irrationality, a lot of racism, a lot of aggression, a lot of people feeling sick, fainting, short of breath.
They wouldn't give us water. It was difficult to get food. It was very hot with children inside the aircraft. We asked to go to the bathroom, and they wouldn't let us. We got up and said, I need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom, please. And they just pushed us, sit down. And we felt very oppressed by that.
Trump is not likely to pay heed to any of that. He confronted Colombia and emerged victorious. His war on illegal immigrants has only just begun. It was the kind of friendship that made headlines, the kind Hollywood dreams of capturing on the silver screen. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, two larger-than-life personalities, both powerful, both famous, and both coming together in a glittering display of camaraderie. Together, they had it all: power, fame, matching egos, and now even the White House. The duo looked unstoppable. But in the eternal words of Taylor Swift, nothing lasts forever. The trouble in paradise began last week when Donald Trump was sworn in as president. He moved into the White House. But Elon Musk, he was left outside the gates. Reports suggest that Musk expected a prime spot, a room near Trump's office. After all, he'd been living at Mar-a-Lago, Trump's luxury Florida resort. Musk had rented a room there. He spent most of his time with Trump. So it felt like a prelude to their DC dynamic. Two best buddies working side by side. But reality turned out to be far less cozy, and one woman made sure of it. Her name is Susie Wiles. She is Donald Trump's chief of staff and a Republican veteran. At 67, she's earned a reputation as the Ice Maiden, a nickname that she's lived up to swiftly. Musk had his heart set on the White House, but Wiles iced him out. Instead, he got an office in the Eisenhower building, which is across the road from the White House. Wiles has also silenced any whispers of a co-presidency. Her message could not be clearer. There is only one president in this administration, and that person is Donald Trump. That was blow number one. And like any great buddy comedy, Act 2 delivered even more drama. Last week, Trump unveiled Stargate. We told you about it, a massive $500 billion AI venture. President Trump called it the biggest AI project in history. One would think support from his trusted ally would be a given. But Elon Musk thrashed the project from the get-go. He criticized the valuation, he clashed publicly with one of the stakeholders, he questioned the project's credibility, and the backlash was instant. Trump's aides were livid. For many, Elon Musk's comments were not just disruptive, they were downright unacceptable. Donald Trump was asked about this. Listen to what he had to say.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people.
Trump did not seem too bothered at first. After all, even BFFs have disagreements. But what happens when there are just too many? Because now Donald Trump and Elon Musk are butting heads again, this time over UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. You know Musk's history with Starmer. Elon Musk has publicly roasted the UK PM for practically everything from Britain's economic troubles to its grooming gangs. Musk has called for the Prime Minister to resign, and he has backed controversial media personality Andrew Tate for Prime Minister. So it's safe to say that Musk and Starmer do not get along. But Trump has struck a different note. He seems to have a softer spot for the UK leader. In a recent press briefing, Trump praised Starmer, saying that he was quote-unquote doing a good job and even called their relationship very good. It is a stark contrast. So from AI mega projects to foreign policy favorites, Musk and Trump have strong differences, and the gap between them is set to be growing wider. It began as a bromance for the ages, but will it end as a cautionary tale of clashing egos and competing visions? The world is watching. Who wins a war? Is it the side that kills more people? Is it the side that destroys more enemy sites? Or is it the side that simply survives? In Gaza, this is a question worth looking at. When the war started, Israel had massive but vague goals. They wanted to eradicate Hamas, to destroy their fighters and their leadership. 15 months on, have they done that? Have they eradicated Hamas? The US does not think so. American intelligence reports suggest the opposite. Hamas has recruited up to 15,000 fighters since late 2023. Let me put that number in context. Israel believes it has killed 20,000 Hamas fighters in this war, but Hamas has added 15,000 in the same time. This is clearly not what Netanyahu had planned. He explained his goal in last year's United Nations address. He said, Hamas has got to go.
If Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go.
But Hamas has not gone. Though they are weaker than October 2023. Most of these new recruits are young fighters. They cannot be deployed in the battlefield. They can only do simple operations. Plus, a lot of their weapons and stockpiles have been depleted. So Hamas is weaker, yet Hamas is still in charge. They are parading the streets of Gaza. They're holding funerals, and their police officers are directing traffic. We saw an example of that last week, a Hamas show of strength in Gaza City. Take a look at this. Which makes you wonder, what did Israel achieve? Netanyahu was offered the same ceasefire deal in May 2024. He clearly did not like it, which is why he continued the war. But 7 months later, he has accepted the very same deal. Who paid for this pointless delay? The people of Gaza. In May 2024, around 30,000 Gazans had been killed in this war. Today, the death toll is more than 46,000. That is the cost of Netanyahu's delay, 46,000 dead. He started this war without a realistic goal. Not only has he failed to eliminate Hamas, he killed innocent Gazans. Nearly 18,000 of the fatalities are children. Over 38,000 kids have been orphaned. It's fertile ground for radicalization. Maybe that's why Hamas recruitment numbers are up. The question is, what happens next? Well, we are in the early stages of the truce. Hamas is slowly releasing Israeli hostages, and Israeli military is pulling out of Gaza. The result is a mass movement of people. Remember, thousands had fled northern Gaza when the war began. A lot of them are now coming back. Take a look at this. The truce will expire on March 2nd. Gaza needs a political settlement before that. If not, the fighting could flare up again. There are no concrete deals on the table yet, only vague proposals. One of them came from President Donald Trump of the United States. He says, clear the whole place out. What about the 2 million Gazans? Trump wants Egypt and Jordan to take them in.
I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm talking to General El-Sisi tomorrow, sometime, I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. It's it's over the centuries that's many conflicts at site.
Israel will love this plan, but Arab states have already rejected it. After all, Gaza is Palestinian land. Why should they be forced to leave it? A second proposal was pushed by the former Biden regime. They wanted the Palestinian Authority, or the PA, to take over Gaza. Now, the PA rules over the West Bank. They are globally accepted, unlike Hamas. Reports say Arab countries also like this proposal, but chances are Israel and Hamas won't. Hamas says they are open to sharing power in Gaza, but they won't agree to being replaced completely. They want to be part of the government. Israel's concern is different. If the PA takes over Gaza, they could unify Palestinians. You wouldn't have two Palestinian power centers anymore, one in Gaza and one in the West Bank. They'll be united, and Israel won't like that. They prefer Palestinians to be divided. In fact, that is how Hamas grew. For years, Netanyahu supported and funded the Hamas. His goal was to weaken the PA, to split the Palestinian leadership. But if the PA takes over Gaza, that work could be undone. So Israel is facing some tough choices. This is what happens when you fight without goals. You could lose your battlefield gains on the negotiating table. Netanyahu is certainly headed that way. His only hope is Donald Trump. If Trump sides with the Arab nations, it's game over. Israel will have to cut a deal. But his recent remarks will give Netanyahu some confidence. The Israeli leader is expected to visit the US in early February. He will be hoping to sway his old friend. That mission could decide the future of Israel, Gaza, and Netanyahu's political career. Now let's talk about the budget. Saturday is a big day for the Indian economy. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will deliver her annual budget speech, her 8th, which in itself is a record. Her 8th budget speech, or her 8th budget as Finance Minister, and the second for the NDA government's 3rd term. Last year, India's economy was doing relatively well, so the Finance Minister largely stuck to fiscal prudence. This time is different though. The past few months have been tough for the Indian economy. Growth has slowed, inflation remains high, and consumption spending has taken a hit. So what can the government do to revive India's growth? And will it finally cut income tax rates? Our next report looks at the possibilities.
For millions of Indians, the budget boils down to one simple question. Will income tax rates go down this year? The answer to this question isn't just about numbers, it's about livelihoods, and for good reason. Only 2% of India's population pays taxes. That's just over 20 million people. They account for nearly 27% of India's tax revenues. Many of them belong to the middle class, and in the current economic climate, these taxpayers could use a well-deserved breather. Inflation is proving to be stubborn. Prices of food remain high. In December, India's food inflation was hovering close to 9%, with prices of essential commodities from peas to cauliflower growing in double digits. The rising prices are clearly weighing on the minds of the middle class. They are spending less than they usually do. Experts say fewer Indians are dining out. The sale of new cars also slowed towards the end of last year. The months of October and November usually keep car salespersons busy. It's the festive season and an auspicious time to bring home a new car. But in 2024, fewer Indians visited car showrooms. Even borrowing has slowed down. The demand for personal loans has seen a big drop. This has weighed on India's growth. Last year, India's GDP dropped to 6.5%. This forced the Indian Central Bank to cut its growth forecast. India's central bankers are concerned. They say the economy is showing signs of bottoming out. So the circumstances are right for the Indian government to cut income tax rates, and if recent reports are to be believed, the Indian Finance Ministry has even considered the move. But a decision is yet to be taken. The government could decide closer to the budget speech.
The Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes.
Prominent brokerages support the idea. Brokerage are basically intermediaries. They facilitate transactions in the financial markets. They back a meaningful cut in income taxes. Firms like Citi and Jefferies are supporting tax breaks. They believe that Indians earning between 1 to 2 million rupees a year be given some tax relief. This could have a ripple effect on the markets too, as the middle class would have more breathing space and could spend more on non-essential goods. So how might the government provide this tax relief? Experts say there are two options. The government could either lower the rates themselves or raise the exemption limits. Both options would lead to a loss of tax revenue for the government, but with growth slowing, the government has few tools left to spur the economy. Easing the tax burden could give the economy a much-needed boost.
India just celebrated its 76th Republic Day, the day we commemorate the adoption of our constitution. Like every year, there was a parade held in the capital, New Delhi. Contingents from the Indian Armed Forces marched down Kartavya Path. We had tableaus from several states showcasing the best in Indian diversity. This year, we also had a special contingent, about 350 soldiers and a marching band from Indonesia. They marched in the parade as well. It was a symbolic contribution by the chief guest, the President of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Prabowo is the fourth Indonesian president to be given the honor of chief guest on India's Republic Day. In fact, the first ever Republic Day chief guest was also from Indonesia.
भारत के पहले गणतंत्र दिवस पर इंडोनेशिया हमारा मुख्य अतिथि देश था और यह हमारे लिए अत्यंत गर्व का विषय है कि जब हम गणतंत्र के 75 वर्ष मना रहे हैं, इंडोनेशिया एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर का हिस्सा बना है। इस अवसर पर मैं राष्ट्रपति प्रबोवो उसका भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं।
Indonesia's first president, Sukarno, was India's first ever Republic Day chief guest. This was back in 1950. Now, 75 years later, Prabowo Subianto was given the honor. It shows just how important India considers Indonesia, how deep the ties run. In fact, according to Prabowo, they run in our blood.
India and Indonesia have long, ancient history together. We have civilizational links. I think it's also part of our genetics. A few weeks ago, I had my genetic sequencing test and my DNA test, and they tell me that I have Indian DNA. So, and everybody knows when I hear Indian music, I start dancing.
That was the Indonesian president. He gave that speech during a banquet on Saturday hosted by India's President Draupadi Murmu. And that last comment about Indian music and dancing, he actually had the chance. An Indonesian delegation was at the banquet. They sang a well-known Bollywood song. Take a look at this. India and Indonesia have trade and cultural ties that date back centuries, and it's nice to see that the cultural ties are still up to date. So the next part was catching up with trade. President Prabowo and his delegation were in India from the 23rd of this month. They finalized a number of agreements with their Indian counterparts, and the deals were signed over the weekend. One of the key trade deals was an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding on Local Currency Settlement. The Indian rupee and the Indonesian rupiah will be used to settle accounts, lowering our dependency on the US dollar and hopefully giving more favorable exchange rates. There were a number of other agreements as well. India will support Indonesia's push for food security by sharing knowledge about the midday meal scheme. In terms of connectivity, India and Indonesia welcome direct flights between the two nations. There are also ongoing discussions about cross-border digital payments and other digital solutions. As we saw with the singing delegation, cultural exchanges are still top-notch, but India wants to boost them even further. New Delhi is exploring ways to assist in the preservation of an Indonesian temple, the Prambanan Temple in southern Java, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. All of these deals were signed over the weekend, but one deal is still in the works, a defense deal, the sale of BrahMos missiles to Indonesia. The deal is reportedly worth $450 million, or about 3,800 crore Indian rupees. Talks are in advanced stages, but it will still be a while before the deal is finalized. When it does happen, Indonesia will become just the second country to get BrahMos missiles from India after the Philippines. It shows just how seriously India takes its ties with Indonesia. Overall, Prabowo's visit helped reaffirm the old bonds and open the path to even greater cooperation in the years ahead. Our next story is from Africa, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The DRC is under attack from a rebel group called the March 23 Movement, or M23. These militants have captured swathes of territory in the country's east, in the mineral-rich North Kivu province, and they have now entered the regional capital Goma. This is a major escalation in the long-running conflict, and the DRC is blaming its neighboring country Rwanda for this. The DRC says that Rwanda backs the M23 rebels. Kigali has always denied the accusation, but Rwandan and Congolese troops fired at each other at the border while the M23 rebels were entering Goma. The United Nations is calling for an urgent ceasefire. The US, France and Britain are trying to pressure Rwanda, trying to get it to call the rebel offensive off. East African nations have proposed an emergency summit in a bid to bring about peace. But right now, chaos reigns supreme in the DRC. Here's our report.
This is Goma, the largest city in the North Kivu province in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Last night, the sound of gunshots filled the air. It continued throughout today, causing widespread panic and a mass exodus. Thousands of people have fled Goma and the surrounding countryside, carrying whatever they can. This isn't the first time for many of them. Goma is home to about 2 million people. About half of them, almost 1 million, were previously displaced. People came to Goma from surrounding regions after being forced to flee by a rebel onslaught conducted by the M23. The DRC is one of the largest countries in the world, but it is also one of the most unstable. There are a number of ongoing insurgencies in the country, but one of the most deadly is the one in the east, in Kivu. This insurgency is helmed by the March 23 movement, or M23. This rebel group has been active for over a decade, engaged in a low-intensity conflict with the DRC government. But M23 upped the ante back in 2022. They have taken over large swathes of Kivu over the years. The DRC government failed to check their advance. Now, the rebels have entered Goma, and they claim to have taken the city. There are reports of DRC troops surrendering, M23 rebels rounding up the Congolese security forces, and prisoners being marched through the streets. The DRC has called this a declaration of war, not just by the rebels, but by their alleged backers, Rwanda.
Mr. President, at this very moment, an attack of unprecedented intensity is taking place in plain sight of the world. Additional troops from Rwanda have penetrated our territory in an open and deliberate attack on our national sovereignty. This is a frontal assault, a declaration of war. Rwanda is preparing to orchestrate a carnage in broad daylight.
That was the DRC's foreign minister at the United Nations. She says that Rwanda has sent its armed forces into the DRC to fight alongside the M23 group. The DRC has accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 group before, and even though Kigali denies this, a number of Western nations believe Kinshasa. The US, the UK, and France have all sided with the DRC. These permanent members of the UN Security Council want the violence to stop immediately. They want Rwanda's president, Paul Kagame, to back down and negotiate with the DRC leadership. Neighboring African nations have called for a return to peace as well.
We will be convening an extraordinary East African Community Summit within the next 48 hours to facilitate and to deliberate on this crisis and chart a way forward.
The situation in Goma is volatile. It could still devolve into an all-out war. The next few days will be extremely crucial.
The Himalayan thaw continues. Another top Indian official is visiting China. This time it's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. His visit follows a high-profile trip last month. That's when National Security Advisor Ajit Doval travelled to Beijing. So 2 major visits in 2 months. What is brewing? Is the India-China reset gaining momentum? Let's take a closer look. Misri held 2 major talks today. The first was with China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The second was with his counterpart, Misri's counterpart. China does not have a foreign secretary, so Misri's counterpart is the vice foreign minister. And what did they discuss? Simply put, moving on. The ties were strained after the 2020 border clashes in Galwan, but last year India and China struck a border deal. They agreed to pull back soldiers and resume patrolling. But China wants more. Wang Yi said he's hoping for a new beginning.
You are the last delegation of foreign guests we receive in the year of the dragon. But this signals we'll have a new beginning. So I'd extend welcome to you in the first place and wish you success in this consultation and could reach common understandings.
It wasn't just about a warm greeting. Let me quote Wang Yi further. The 2 sides should seize the opportunity, meet each other halfway, explore more substantive measures, and commit to mutual understanding, mutual support, and mutual achievement rather than mutual suspicion and mutual alienation. So China's message is clear. Enough of these tentative moves. Let's push ahead with more substantial measures. And what would those be? Most of China's demands are financial. They want to resume direct flights between India and China. They want to relax visa curbs for Chinese nationals. They want to lift the ban on Chinese apps. They want Chinese journalists to report from India. They want more Indian movies in their country. This is China's wish list in a nutshell. And how did India's Foreign Secretary respond? He said the ties are heading towards stabilization.
We are on our way to stabilizing the relationship. I cannot overemphasize the importance of communications between our 2 countries, and I would like to specifically record the contribution that you personally have made in maintaining these communications at various levels between our 2 leaderships.
India is thinking along the same lines. It has agreed to a host of new measures, all of them designed to reset ties with China. The first is to resume the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Many Hindus undertake pilgrimages to sites in Tibet. These trips were halted after the 2020 clashes. They will resume this summer. Second, India and China will cooperate on cross-border rivers. Now, this is significant because of China's new dam. It is being built on the Brahmaputra River. It's being called the biggest dam in the world. Last month, India had objected to it. New Delhi claimed it was not informed by China. Third, direct flights are being restarted. Relevant teams will meet and discuss the technicalities. The hope is to resume flights as soon as possible. 4, India and China plan to expand public diplomacy. The idea is to reach out to ordinary people, to educate them about each other's countries. And finally, both sides are looking at the long term. They want transparency and predictability in ties. So these are the main takeaways from the talks. Now, 2 things stand out here. First, there is no mention of the border. And second, India is meeting China halfway. We have agreed to flights and normalization. But there is no commitment on Chinese apps or visa rules. Does this mean the border is sorted? Because that was always India's main condition. You cannot normalize ties unless the border is stable. We know that patrolling has resumed along the line of actual control, which is the de facto border. But de-escalation is yet to be done. There are still more than 60,000 Indian and Chinese troops in Ladakh. The goal is to pull them back, to return to the situation of 2020. Yet, the Indian statement does not mention the border. Nonetheless, one thing is clear, both sides are clearly eager to reset ties, which is why the Foreign Secretary headed to Beijing in the first place. He is a China expert in the Indian government. He was India's ambassador to China when the Galwan clashes happened. In fact, Vikram Misri has a Chinese name, Tang Yongsheng. That's what the Chinese government calls him. His visit also coincides with a big change in global politics, the inauguration of Donald Trump. Trump has threatened tariffs on both India and China. He has also warned BRICS countries against de-dollarization, so India and China are both pushing this. They want to settle trade in local currencies. So there is an alignment of interests between India and China. New Delhi should keep two things in mind though. One, the indications from Trump are positive so far. His Secretary of State's first bilateral meeting was with India, which means that he will prioritize New Delhi. Also, Trump has not imposed tariffs on China yet, so maybe India should see how things unfold on that front. And reason number two, China is undermining the reset. Their dam in Tibet could affect Indian regions downstream. Plus, they're creating new counties in Ladakh on Indian land, illegally occupied by China. So India needs to be careful here. A reset is always desirable, but it should happen on fair and transparent terms, not out of compulsion. Do you have a bucket list? Are Northern Lights on it? If yes, then you're not alone. Every year, thousands of tourists flock to the North Pole to view the aurora borealis. These colorful curtains brighten our skies. But did you know that each one of them is unique? Every aurora differs in shape, size and behavior. This makes the lights fascinating, but it also makes them difficult to understand because we don't know why this happens. Now, NASA is launching rockets right into the Northern Lights. What do they plan to find out, and can they? Here is a report.
The stunning swirling northern lights, also known as aurora borealis. These are bright and colorful curtains of lights. They have amazed humans for thousands of years. They are a bucket list item for many people, and tourists flock to the North Pole in droves to witness them. Yet, we don't know enough about these lights, which is why NASA has a new mission. They want to expand their understanding of the aurora borealis, and they are ready to get up close and personal. NASA wants to launch rockets right into the auroras. Before we tell you why and talk about what scientists don't know about the auroras, let's discuss what we do know. It's flu season on Earth, so let's picture one in outer space as well. Think about the sun having a big sneeze. It would release particles, right? This is what a solar storm is. Every time it happens, the sun releases charged particles, about 1 million tons of them. These particles travel at the speed of millions of kilometers per hour and hit the Earth's atmosphere where they interact with gases. This reaction releases energy. This emits really large colorful clouds, and they paint the skies green, scarlet and purple. These are called the Northern Lights. But just like with paintings, no aurora is the same. Each instance of the phenomenon is unique. It has different movements, it has contrasting behaviors. Auroras come as rays, pillars, arcs, glows or bands. Some flicker, some pulsate, and some even have holes. It's fascinating how each ribbon of aurora light is different in its own way. But scientists are not sure why. This is why they want to launch rockets through the Northern Lights across the Alaskan sky. These rockets will be equipped with instruments. They will study the interaction in the Earth's atmosphere, and each rocket will target a different type of aurora to understand it deeply. One of these rockets will study black auroras. Now, these lights are not really black, but they have patches or holes where the light is missing. We don't know why this happens. why there are dark void spots in otherwise colorful bands of light, and NASA hopes to find out. The launch window for these missions has opened and the rockets can go off any day now. Scientists have set up ground-based cameras in Alaska to track the eccentric light show. Once in full flow, the spacecraft will blast into space and tell us how our night skies come aglow with auroras.
Imagine a country with more than 1 billion people where women make up almost half the population but run less than a fifth of the companies. It sounds awful, almost impossible. But this is a reality in India, the most populous nation in the world, the economic powerhouse. Here, women occupy just 19% roles in the C-suite, just 19%. Now, we don't want to talk 19 to the dozen and state the obvious, but this data is shameful and a lot worse than the global average, which itself is not great. The global average stands at 30%. Most countries are in bad shape. In the United States, women hold 27% C-suite roles. In the UK, 25%. In France, 24%. And in Germany, the same as India, 19%. These numbers are terrible. And they only get worse as you go higher. Look at the peak of the C-suite. The CEOs, the chief executive officers, globally only 5.4% of them are women. In India, again, the number is even worse. Among the top 500 companies in India, listen to this, among the top 500 companies in India, only 1.6% are led by women. Like I said, it is shameful. But what's behind these numbers? I'll give you 3 reasons. The first is empty promises. This is a global trend. Companies tout gender diverse leadership, but they rarely live up to those claims. They mostly want to get stakeholders off their back. Second, social obstacles like the motherhood penalty at work, the unpaid labor at home, the gender pay gap, the biases and stereotypes. Basically, the global workforce is not built for women. And when they do manage to stick it out, women have to swim against the current. They have to fight the so-called male blueprint. Let me explain that. When it comes to leadership, everyone wants the top boss to be more assertive, more decisive, competitive, confident, and so on. And we often associate these qualities with men, and they clash with our idea of how women should be. So women bosses are judged, both when they possess these qualities and when they don't. And research proves this. Women leaders are subject to higher expectations and scrutiny. They have to balance competence and likability, even when their performance exceeds men's. They get lower ratings for potential. And the result is this: leadership positions are predominantly held by men, while women have to jump through hoops. And when less women do it, to begin with, few make it to the finish line. And this is the third reason. And this is the case with India as well. Here, the workforce is predominantly male. Women have had a historically low participation. In 1955, female labor participation stood at 24%. 70 years have passed since. Now, women are more educated. They're working more. They're sticking around for longer. They're earning more salaries. Yet, even today, the female participation in the workforce only stands at 32%. This is barely any progress. And again, it is way lesser than the global average, which stands at 50%. And this is hurting India. We are going to be the biggest contributor to global growth. We have the largest working age population in the world. We want to harness this demographic dividend, but look at our reality. Women make up 48% of India's population, but they contribute only 18% to the GDP and make up only 19% of the C-suite. We cannot afford this. We need more women in the workforce. We need them in the corner office. We need them in boardrooms. And not just for moral reasons, but for economic ones as well. Female leaders outperform male leaders. Study after study shows this. They say companies led by women are more profitable, more innovative, and better at managing crises. Isn't that what we need? Isn't that the end goal? So if growth is what we are after, if profits are what we want, we should support our interests and not our biases. America's tech industry is shocked because China's DeepSeek has made its debut. People thought it would be a Temu ChatGPT. Turns out it could be better. US tech giants are outraged by DeepSeek's success. How dare a non-American tech platform steal user data, and how dare they do it for cheap? On the other side, the Chinese have a different sort of confusion. Why do people want to search about Xi Jinping? He is perfection personified, so why bother searching? This AI rivalry is not ending anytime soon. If you're not involved, the best thing to do is stand by and watch the jokes. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Coldplay lead singer Chris Martin caps his India visit with a trip to the Mahakumbh in Prayagraj. Iran begins several days of military drills as a show of strength, and Russian President Putin marks the 81st anniversary of the Leningrad siege. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1945, Auschwitz was liberated. It was Nazi Germany's largest concentration camp in Poland. The Soviet troops entered the network of camps, freeing the remaining 7,000 survivors. Nearly 1.1 million Jews were killed at Auschwitz. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello everyone and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham and we're live from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin right here in the United States, where officers of the Drug Enforcement Administration, or the DEA, carried out a series of raids across the country over the weekend. From high schools to nightclubs to even churches, DEA officials detained close to 1,000 illegal migrants in states like Illinois and Colorado. The raids were authorized by President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan and most of the detained migrants belong to countries like Mexico, Colombia, Venezuela, and Haiti. The Trump administration said it will begin deporting the detained immigrants to their respective countries. Now, initially, Colombia and Mexico refused to take back the migrants, but changed their stance after initial back-and-forth threats from the respective capitals. After a brief showdown, Colombia even offered to send its presidential plane to take back the detained migrants.
Colombia's government informs it has gotten over the impasse with the government of the United States. In this context, Colombian Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo and Ambassador Daniel Garcia Peña will travel in the coming days to Washington, D.C. to have high-level meetings that follow up on the agreements resulting from the joint work that led to the exchange of diplomatic notes between the two governments. Colombia's government, under the direction of President Gustavo Petro, has made ready to facilitate the return of Colombians who were going to arrive in the country this morning on deportation flights. Colombia ratifies it will keep diplomatic channels of discussion to guarantee their rights, our national interests, and the dignity of our citizens.
Tiene dispuesto el avión presidencial.
Meanwhile, Brazilian President Lula da Silva lodged a complaint after his country agreed to take back its migrants from the United States, but was shocked to see them land in Rio de Janeiro in handcuffs. However, neither President Trump nor his administration seem to be in the mood to cater to diplomatic sensitivities and have promised to deport thousands of illegal migrants as early as this week.
You're going to see the number steadily increase, the number of arrests nationwide as we open up the aperture. Right now it's concentrating public safety threats, national security threats. That's a smaller population. So we're going to do this on priority base, as President Trump's promised, but as that aperture opens, there'll be more arrests nationwide. If you're in the country illegally, you're on the table, because it's not okay to violate laws of this country. You got to remember, every time you enter this country illegally, you violated a crime under Title 8 United States Code 1325. It's a crime. So if you're in the country legally, you got a problem.
Now, in his first interview since taking office, Vice President J.D. Vance defended President Trump's executive orders calling for a nationwide emergency at the southern border and ending birthright citizenship.
This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No country says that temporary visitors, their children will be given complete access to the benefits and blessings of American citizenship.
Now, just last week, 24 democratically run states sued President Trump over his executive order ending birthright citizenship, calling it a violation of the 14th Amendment. Also, a judge blocked this order temporarily for 2 weeks, and President Trump has vowed to appeal the ruling in what is just the beginning of one of America's most crucial legal battles that can ultimately be decided by the Supreme Court. And staying with President Trump, the commander-in-chief is being urged to release Prince Harry's immigration files. The British royal's immigration status was an issue during the president's recent campaign, and he promised to take action against Prince Harry for failing to disclose his past drug use on the visa application. Now, applications for visas or green cards require candidates to honestly disclose their history of drug use, and a failure calls for strict action, including even expulsion. Now, as President Trump begins delivering on his promises of firing DEI hires and rounding up illegal migrants, is Prince Harry's deportation next on his list? Our next report has more.
Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, has been enjoying his time at a Montecito estate in California for the last 5 years. But it looks like his "I'm running away from home" phase is coming to an end. And it's not because of his wife Meghan Markle or the British royal family, because this time Prince Harry is facing a much bigger challenge: President Donald Trump. Life for the Duke was a walk in the park during the Biden administration. He had time to visit Nigeria, Canada, and Latin America. He supported his wife as she made jam, lifestyle products, and starred in her debut Netflix show. But all that hit a roadblock when Trump came to office. Since then, the British royalty and his wife have been trending for all the wrong reasons. First, it was Meghan Markle's out-of-touch Netflix show, where she spoke about living a common person's life while walking in her avocado groves, showing off $1 million mansion that wasn't even hers. And then it was Prince Harry and Meghan turning up to wildfire relief centers in Los Angeles, accompanied with 5 cameras. Dubbed as disaster tourists, the duo weren't fully prepared for what was ahead. President Trump is being urged to investigate the British prince turned Californian's immigration records. That's because the British prince may have lied about his past drug use when emigrating from the United Kingdom. You see, Prince Harry is in the United States on an A1 visa, which is given to heads of states and has far lower security and background checks compared to other visas. But to get the visa, Prince Harry lied on his application status when asked about drug use. He himself spilled the tea when he spoke about consuming cocaine, cannabis and psychedelic mushrooms in his 2023 memoir, Spare. Applications for visa-based entry into the United States undergo a lot of scrutiny. Any drug use history is grounds for an automatic rejection. But not if you're British royalty. In fact, the US visa system is bending over backwards to keep Prince Harry in the country. In September last year, a federal judge ruled against the disclosure of the prince's visa application papers, and Prince Harry prefers it that way because he can remain on the A1 visa his entire life and continue growing avocados with Meghan in California. But Trump wants to change that. In fact, he's wanted to change that for over a year. In March 2024, Trump brought up Prince Harry's deceitful visa application during election season. He vowed to deport the British royalty for failing to disclose about his drug use. And now that Trump is in power, he's being urged to pursue on his promises. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's political leanings don't help either. Not only did they campaign for the Democrats, but they also donated millions of dollars to Democratic-run campaigns via the Archwell Foundation, a not-for-profit organization founded by the duo themselves. And Trump is already delivering on his campaign promises. The crackdown on diversity, equity and inclusion or DEI hires has already begun. Illegal migrants are being rounded up and deported. And once the big tasks are crossed off Trump's checklists, he could just go after Prince Harry, forever altering his dream of making California his home to just an overextended vacation.
And now shifting focus to the power struggle inside the White House. President Donald Trump's Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, has cemented her authority in the current administration by denying Elon Musk a permanent base inside the West Wing. Now, this came after she made it clear that not everyone is welcome inside Trump's inner circle, especially those who, quote, want to work solo or be a star, end quote. In fact, Wiles has undertaken a series of measures ensuring that Tesla CEO has limited access to President Trump, which was not the case during the election. During the campaigns, Elon Musk was often seen with Donald Trump and would even spend time with his family members at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. For now, however, Wiles says she is taking charge of the administration's inner workings and wants the billionaire to schedule an appointment if and when he wants to meet with the president. This strategic move reflects the White House Chief of Staff's efforts to maintain a structure of hierarchy within the administration, and it looks like Elon Musk did not make the cut. In fact, Musk's once entrenched influence has been fading after he criticized President Trump's $500 billion deal for AI investments with SoftBank and OpenAI. Musk has repeatedly called out OpenAI and its CEO Sam Altman, which became a major talking point after the president onboarded OpenAI for the tech initiative called Stargate.
Related to your AI, EO, just hours after you made that big Stargate announcement, Elon Musk tweeted that they don't actually have the money. Is that true?
I don't know if they do, but they're putting up the money. The government's not putting up anything. They're putting up money. They're very rich people, so I hope they do. And I mean, Elon doesn't like one of those people.
Now, Elon Musk did campaign for a working space in the Oval Office for setting up the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. However, the request was denied, and DOGE now operates from the Eisenhower Executive Office building, which is adjacent to the White House.
Day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. We want to bring prices down. Too high. They went way up. They didn't come down. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. Oh, that's a nice one. And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency, and we're going to have a lot of good people. Elon, we're going to get Elon Musk to get involved in that a little bit. He already is.
Now, Wiles is seen as the main gatekeeper for President Trump, and she's now creating barriers for even Elon Musk, whose large personality and political clout have at times overshadowed even President Donald Trump himself. However, with the latest move to keep Musk away from the West Wing, it looks like the tech billionaire may have ruffled a few feathers within the president's team. And now moving to the Middle East, over the weekend, President Donald Trump suggested a contentious solution to end the conflict in the Gaza Strip. The commander-in-chief said moving more than 1 million Palestinians out of Gaza might be the best solution to end all disputes in the region. Trump added that he's urged Jordan's King Abdullah to take in more Palestinians and is making a similar appeal to Egyptian President El-Sisi.
I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm talking to General El-Sisi tomorrow, sometime, I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. It's it's over the centuries that's many, many conflicts at site. And I don't know, it's something has to happen, but it's literally a demolition site right now. Almost everything's demolished.
Now, the proposal has been roundly rejected by almost all parties involved, as the suggestion has raised concerns about ethnic cleansing. Jordan's foreign ministry said it was committed to ensuring all Palestinians remain on their land.
We work towards this according to our constants, that everyone knows that the solution to the Palestinian issue is in Palestine, that Jordan is for Jordanians and Palestine is for the Palestinians, and that we all want to achieve security, stability, and peace in the region, and that the path to this security, stability, and peace in the region, and the fulfillment of the rights of the Palestinian people for an independent and sovereign Palestinian state, to live in security and peace alongside Israel according to the two-state solution, and based on international law, internationally legitimate resolutions, and approved references.
Now, Egypt has reiterated its position against the displacement of Palestinians from Gaza through forced eviction. And the Palestinian Authority governing most of the West Bank also condemned President Trump's idea. Hamas has also said, which is also releasing hostages under a ceasefire deal with Israel, said too that it will not accept such an offer.
Our Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip endured death and destruction for 15 months without leaving their land. Therefore, they will not accept any offers or solutions, even if they appear to be good intentions under the title of reconstruction, as announced by U.S. President Trump's proposals.
President Trump has floated the controversial plan at a time when tens of thousands of displaced Palestinians are now returning to their homes in northern Gaza. This as Israel has opened the roadblocks after Hamas agreed to release 4 more female hostages.
We are very happy to be back to our land, to our homeland, and to Gaza. A salute to the fighters, and a salute to everyone who fought with us, and a salute to everyone who helped us and supported us. Thanks to everyone who extended a hand to us, and we are very happy and victorious. It is true that we got tired, but in the end we were victorious. Thank you to the fighters. Thank God, it's like I was born again and we were victorious again. May we go to Jerusalem just like we went to Gaza City. We will return to Jerusalem.
Now, Donald Trump has not given specific details about his proposal, meaning the plan may or may not be under consideration. Additionally, the president has a long history of floating plans without following through with them. However, such comments can still stoke fears among 2 million people in Gaza, most of whom were displaced in the 15 months of war, which saw them lose everything. And staying in the Middle East, President Donald Trump's return to the White House has scared Iran to its core. The Islamic regime has ordered its proxies to exercise caution and not provoke Washington at any cost. Meanwhile, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is avoiding public locations and wearing flak jackets even at private events. Our final story dives into the threat Iran faces as President Donald Trump settles down in the White House.
Amid a period of crippling economy and harsh military setbacks, Iran faces one more challenge: US President Donald Trump's return to the White House. Fearing a wipeout, the Islamic regime has reportedly ordered its proxies across the Middle East to take every step with caution and maintain defensive positions. Tehran has also asked commanders of its allied forces to avoid provoking Washington or the regional enemies.
Forces and allies in the region have been instructed to act with caution as the regime feels an existential threat with Trump's return. In Iraq and Yemen, forces have been told not to target any American assets, and if they do, they are explicitly warned against using Iranian weapons. They have been told to keep defensive positions for a while and to avoid any actions that might provoke the Americans.
The fear of an existential threat is evident in Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's latest deeds. Last week, the 85-year-old Iranian cleric appeared to be wearing a flak vest while attending the funeral of 2 Supreme Court judges who were gunned down inside the country's apex court. While standing over the coffins, Khamenei was pictured with his robes bulging at unusual angles.
They were rewarded with their martyrdom in the way of God, at the hands of God's enemies. Those who die as martyrs actually received a reward from God.
And the same week, the Iranian Supreme Leader toured an exhibition at a government venue next to his residence, continuing a pattern of avoiding public locations. Once a powerful clerical regime, Iran has been significantly weakened in recent years due to back-to-back misfortunes. In 2022, civil unrest and protests erupted against the Iranian government following the death of Mahsa Amini, who was detained by the nation's morality police for not wearing a hijab properly. Next was Israel's attacks on its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah and Houthis, and an apparent infiltration of Israeli spies into Iran. And just last month, with the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria, Iran lost a key weapons smuggling route for its proxies.
The fall of Assad has intensified fears in the regime. There are now fears they may not be able to hold on to the country after witnessing what happened to Assad, which no one here expected. A large-scale operation is underway to identify and arrest Israeli spies and infiltrators, and there are concerns that they may have infiltrated high-ranking offices.
To top all of Iran's problems, Trump in December said anything can happen when asked about the chances of going to war with Iran. Though in a recent remark, the US president said it would be nice if the Iranian nuclear crisis could be solved without a military strike on Tehran. Meanwhile, Iran's vice president has denied that his country is at its weakest position and hoped that Trump would be more serious and focused this time around.
I hope that this time around, a Trump 2 will be more serious, more focused, more realistic, to know that his withdrawal the withdrawal that was imposed on him, and he has said it, that he did it for Israel. And he has said now that he won't do anything for any other country. He said it on his inauguration. After he withdrew from JCPOA, Iran has gained much more nuclear capability.
Tehran is also strengthening its ties with Vladimir Putin by trying to acquire Russia's S-400 air defense system. But experts say, under Trump's shadow, Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei faces 4 difficult years ahead that could reshape the region.
That's First Post America for this Monday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Is the world heading toward another war? Africa's 2 mineral-rich neighbors, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, are locked in a fierce conflict that has now blown into a full-fledged battle. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels, who have waged an insurgency in the Democratic Republic of Congo's east for years, have claimed to capture the largest city in the region and the capital of North Kivu province, Goma. The rebels announced the city's takeover just minutes before the expiration of a 48-hour deadline. That was imposed by the group for the Congolese army to disarm and surrender. The DRC calls it a declaration of war by Rwanda and has cut all diplomatic ties with its neighboring nation, while Kigali accuses Kinshasa of blocking peace attempts.
At this very moment, as I stand before you, an attack of unprecedented gravity is unfolding before the eyes of the world. New Rwandan troops have crossed the 12th and 13th border posts between Goma and Gisenyi, entering our territory in broad daylight in an open and deliberate violation of our national sovereignty. This is outright aggression, a declaration of war that no longer hides behind diplomatic tricks.
Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace.
The M23 rebels had been advancing in DRC's mineral-rich east for days. They had taken over key cities before marching toward Goma. The area has been a hotspot of the years-long conflict in the DRC, and it is also a hub of various key minerals like gold and other rare earth minerals. But the situation worsened over the weekend. As the rebels were marching toward the provincial capital of Goma, they engaged in clashes with the peacekeeping troops deployed in the region. At least 3 UN peacekeepers, 2 South Africans and a Uruguayan, and 7 more South African soldiers and 3 from Malawi serving in a separate Southern Africa mission were killed in the violence. Meanwhile, the military governor of North Kivu was also killed. President Felix Tshisekedi called for urgent meetings after the deadly clashes. Meanwhile, the international pressure has been building on the Rwandan government led by President Paul Kagame. Countries like the US, the UK and France have called for Rwanda to withdraw its support to the M23 rebels. The UN Security Council has called the rebels' advance a flagrant disregard for the DRC's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It has demanded the withdrawal of the external forces without naming Rwanda. The UN accuses Rwanda of deploying up to 4,000 troops in Congo. However, Kigali has refused to obey the order. It says its forces will stay to maintain a sustained defensive posture. As per reports, the Rwandan drone strikes have hit targets near Goma even after the calls. Shooting and gunfire have also been reported in the area. Now, the years-long conflict in the DRC is on two bases. One is ethnic. The M23 rebels is a group of ethnic Tutsi-led insurgents who have taken up arms against Congolese forces. The group has accused the government of DRC of not living up to a peace deal and fully integrating Congolese Tutsis into the army and administration. It also vows to defend Tutsi interests, particularly against ethnic Hutu militias such as the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, or the FDLR, which was founded by the Hutus who fled Rwanda after participating in the 1994 genocide of more than 800,000 Tutsis. After years of inactiveness, the M23 group relaunched fighting in 2022. Rwanda accuses the DRC of working with some of those responsible for the 1994 Rwandan genocide against the ethnic Tutsis. President Kagame is also born to a Tutsi family. However, Rwanda's critics accuse it of using the M23 to loot the DRC's minerals such as gold, cobalt and tantalum. This makes the fight for minerals another basis of fighting. Now, the conflict has displaced over 2 million people in the DRC. Many of them had found refuge in Goma, but they are now being forced to leave the city again. Several families are leaving the area on small, crowded boats with bundled up belongings, while hospitals are overcrowded as casualties from the fighting grow. As panic struck the Goma residents, many say they are ready to stay where they are amid the death and chaos.
Sitting here, I can hear the sound of bombs, the crackle of falling bullets. We decided to stay at home because as long as there are wars, those who flee the war can also die or live a bad life. That's why we thought it was better to stay at home than to die fleeing the war. If we're going to die, it's better to die here.
The efforts of brokering peace in an Angola-led mediation failed last month as talks were suspended. However, as rebels were marching toward Goma, Rwandan President Paul Kagame traveled to Turkey and met with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan last week. Erdogan had pitched to resolve the DRC-Rwanda conflict after successfully mediating between neighbors Ethiopia and Somalia. Now, Kenyan President William Ruto, who is the chair of the East Africa Community Bloc, has announced an urgent summit within 48 hours to address the crisis. Will Africa be able to avoid another war? From the tensions between the DRC and Rwanda, let us now turn our attention to the North African country of Sudan that has been grappling with a deadly civil war for nearly 2 years. Sudan's army chief, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, visited the army headquarters in the capital city of Khartoum, which was recaptured after being under siege since the civil war erupted in April of 2023. Accompanied by senior military leaders, Burhan praised the resilience and sacrifices of soldiers who defended the army's general command for 20 months and vowed to eradicate the paramilitary rapid support forces led by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo.
You have all held out for the past 20 months and have been a model for the Sudanese armed forces. Whenever we meet people on the streets, they all say that they're proud of having a strong army. The Sudanese people stand behind the army, and we are all witnessing now how the entire people is supporting us in this battle. This battle is nearing its end, and these rebels, rapid support forces shall cease to exist. We pledge to the Sudanese people that we'll keep fighting until we achieve this.
Burhan's visit to the headquarters came 2 days after the forces had recaptured the general command of the armed forces, which the RSF had encircled since a power struggle led to a war between the army and the paramilitary rebels in 2023. The recapturing of the complex is the biggest victory for the army yet, particularly in the capital region, since the reclamation of Khartoum's twin sister Omdurman nearly a year ago. Reports suggest that the army had merged troops stationed in Khartoum and Omdurman with the forces at the headquarters to break the siege last week, which had forced the military to supply its troops inside the headquarters with airdrops. Army Chief Burhan was himself allegedly also trapped inside the complex for 4 months before emerging in August of 2023 and fleeing to the coastal city of Port Sudan. Now, Burhan's visit to the headquarters have coincided with the increasing clashes between the army and the RSF in recent days across the country, including in cities such as Omdurman, Bari, and Al Fasher. On Sunday, the United Nations said around 70 people were killed in an attack by the RSF on the only functional hospital in the besieged city of Al Fasher in Sudan's western Darfur region. However, the RSF accused the army and its allies of striking the hospital. The attack on the Saudi teaching maternal hospital came as the group was experiencing apparent battlefield losses to the Sudanese military and allied forces. Earlier this month, Sudanese troops had regained control of Wad Madani in the Al Jazara state just south of Khartoum. Now securing a strategic crossroad between the capital and the surrounding states. Still, Sudan's western Darfur region and large parts of the south are under the RSF's control, while the army controls only the north and east of the country. Greater Khartoum is carved up between them. But as the army makes significant gains and weakens the RSF's control in Sudan, it is yet to be seen whether the two warring leaders will sit at the negotiating table and discuss an end to the war, which has unleashed a humanitarian disaster of epic proportions. Shifting our focus, as the West loses its shine and influence in Africa, Russia has significantly made inroads into the continent. It has been supporting Africa's developmental and security needs. In the latest, Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with his counterpart from Guinea-Bissau, a country located on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in West Africa. In a phone conversation with the Guinea-Bissau's President Umaro Embalo, Putin reportedly discussed expanding trade and investment between the two countries, as well as boosting humanitarian aid to Guinea-Bissau. In a post on social media platform X, Guinea-Bissau's Embalo said that he had a long telephone conversation with Putin that was primarily focused on the international geopolitical situation and on ways to strengthen the bilateral ties between the two countries. Now, Moscow and Guinea-Bissau have maintained diplomatic ties since 1974, when the former Soviet Union aided the West African country in gaining independence from the colonizer Portugal. Since then, the two countries have been close to each other. Both countries also signed a military agreement with each other in November of 2018. Last year, Guinea-Bissau's president visited Moscow during Russia's annual Victory Day parade in May. The West African country's president urged Putin to allow soldiers from his country to receive training in Russia during their meeting. Putin had announced plans to expand his government's scholarship program for more students from Guinea-Bissau to study in Russia. In turn, Guinea-Bissau assured Putin that the country would remain a reliable partner in Africa. Now, the latest exchange between Putin and Guinea-Bissau's Embalo comes as Russia seeks to expand its influence in Africa amid growing anti-West sentiment. It has been leveraging economic, energy, agriculture, and military ties and investments in order to be seen as a serious counterweight to the US and its allies' presence in the continent. Last week, the Russian president spoke by phone with his Egyptian counterpart, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and discussed the establishment of the Russian industrial zone in the Suez Canal economic zone, as well as the construction of the Al-Dabba nuclear power plant. Now, earlier this month, Putin also hosted the Central African Republic's president in Moscow and discussed ways to deepen the two countries' ties. In a bid to boost its diplomatic presence on the continent, the country is also set to open 3 new embassies in Africa this year. This is in Niger, Sierra Leone, and South Sudan. Reports suggest that currently Russia operates only 43 diplomatic and consular missions in the continent. This is in countries such as Algeria, Angola, Cameroon, the DRC, Djibouti, Egypt, Gabon, Kenya, Guinea-Bissau, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa, and Libya, among others. Moreover, Russia has also been supporting several African governments by providing them with mercenaries and arms to fight terrorists, and they've also provided military trainers and instructors to advise on operations. Economic ties have also deepened between Russia and Africa, with trade surging to a record $24.5 billion in the year 2024. So as Africa dumps the West and turns to Russia for its needs, will Moscow be able to fulfill Africa's dreams amid the intensifying war in Ukraine? And for our last story, we are shifting focus to South Africa, where troubles are growing for President Cyril Ramaphosa. His own coalition partners have declared a dispute with the government after the president signed some controversial bills into law. Ramaphosa has approved the controversial expropriation bill. It is a land reform bill that is strongly opposed by the Democratic Alliance, or the DA, the second largest party in Ramaphosa's government of national unity. Now, the law allows the government to seize land without having to pay compensation. It replaces the Pre-Democratic Expropriation Act of 1975 and outlines how expropriation can be done and on what basis by the state. It can benefit the country's majority black citizens who own just a small fraction of farmland, more than 30 years after the end of apartheid. Most landowners are a part of the white minority, and those advocating for the white minority rights, like the DA, a pro-business opposition party, are opposing the bill. The party has in fact declared a dispute and has called for an overhaul of relations within the government of national unity. It has criticized Ramaphosa's African National Congress Party, or the ANC, for failing to adhere to the procedures set out in a coalition deal agreed last year. The party has also slammed Ramaphosa's approval of the National Health Insurance Act, which it says will ban the private sector from offering cover for treatment available under the law. The DA has also rejected parts of an education bill that Ramaphosa assented to in September, complaining that it gives the government excessive powers to determine language policy and admission criteria in state-run schools. Meanwhile, another conservative party in Ramaphosa's coalition, the Freedom Front Plus party, has vowed to challenge the land seizure law. The party says it will do everything in its power to have it amended if it is found to be unconstitutional. Both of these parties joined Ramaphosa's ANC to form a government of unity last year. This after the ANC lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 30 years and was forced to join hands with rival parties. However, observers raise skepticism over the functioning of the government over their ideological differences. Apart from domestic concerns, the differences are also visible in foreign policy stance. The DA is a staunch supporter of the West and condemns ties with Russia, while Ramaphosa in recent years has forged deeper relations with Moscow. Will Ramaphosa be able to carry on with his agenda or face a mutiny within his own coalition government? And with that, it's a wrap on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The DeepSeek mania continues to grip the world. China's new AI model has caught the world's attention, but it's also facing cyber attacks. Is someone trying to sabotage DeepSeek? Is it the United States of America? The internet is debating. Meanwhile, the stock market rout continues. US tech firms have lost a combined $1 trillion in trading. How will they handle the DeepSeek challenge? Donald Trump has also waded in. He says China's AI leap should be a wake-up call for Silicon Valley. We say it's a wake-up call for everyone. What should countries like India do? We'll tell you why sovereign AI should become a national mission. Also on the show, how is Donald Trump's deportation drive unfolding? Why is Denmark boosting its military by $2 billion? Is it the Trump-Greenland effect? Why is Bill Gates taking on Elon Musk? Why does President Trump want an Iron Dome for America? And why is China prioritizing physical education in schools? Should other countries also take note? Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla. Together, these tech giants are called the Magnificent Seven. And why are they called magnificent? Not because of their massive valuations or their investments in artificial intelligence. They are called magnificent because of their dominance in the stock market. These 7 stocks account for over 1/3 of the total value of S&P 500. S&P 500 is an index that tracks the top 500 companies in America, and these 7 companies that I just mentioned rule it. They shape the fortunes of the market, and when they stumble, the market trembles. We saw that yesterday. The stock markets were bleeding. $1 trillion were wiped off in a single day, all thanks to a Chinese AI company called DeepSeek. We've been telling you about it on this show. DeepSeek recently unveiled its AI models, its AI chatbots. And they're making waves the world over, giving American AI giants like ChatGPT and Gemini a run for their money. The Chinese models are cost-effective, just a few $1 million in investments. They were also trained on less advanced chips, yet they're as good as their Western counterparts, and this has left the markets in a frenzy. If you looked at the Magnificent Seven yesterday, you could have mistaken them for a Chinese flag. That's how red they were. The biggest loser? Star chipmaker Nvidia. It had its worst day since the year 2020. Nvidia shares plunged 17% in yesterday's trade. It wiped out $600 billion in market value, $600 billion in just one day. It's the biggest fall in US stock market history. The other tech titans weren't spared either. Alphabet shed $100 billion. Microsoft lost $7 billion. All in all, it was manic Monday for America's tech giants. And the losses spilled over. The world's richest collectively lost $108 billion. Leading this rout was Jensen Huang, the CEO of Nvidia. His fortune took a $20 billion hit. You'd think he wouldn't be a fan of DeepSeek, but surprisingly, Huang had a different take. He called it, and I'm quoting, an excellent advancement. And it's easy to see why. DeepSeek's AI models were trained using NVIDIA chips. They weren't the latest and the greatest, but they were still NVIDIA chips. And here's the twist. A cheaper AI model means more AI demand.
Yeah, I think the worry is that they, in theory, were able to do this without NVIDIA's latest chips, as well as the model. It's a strong model. But the reality is that it doesn't change the position of US tech, NVIDIA, Microsoft, and others relative to AI revolution. And I do believe it's a huge overreaction that we're seeing in stocks on this DeepSeek sell-off.
So this does not spell doom for NVIDIA, but the same can't be said for OpenAI. That's the maker of ChatGPT. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman praised DeepSeek. Let me quote from what he said. DeepSeek's R1 is an impressive model, particularly around what they're able to deliver for the price. We will obviously deliver much better models. So Sam Altman says OpenAI can do better, but can they really? Again, look at the numbers. DeepSeek trained its models for just $6 million. Compare that to OpenAI. It is burning through $5 billion a year. So the Chinese version comes for a fraction of the cost. Plus, it is free for users, while ChatGPT comes with a hefty price tag. So for consumers, the choice is quite obvious. It is a no-brainer, really. Millions are flocking to DeepSeek, making it the highest-rated free app in the United States. But with great fame comes great risk. And DeepSeek learned it the hard way yesterday. The app was hit by a cyber attack. It was so bad that the company had to limit registrations. They investigated it for 2 hours and called it a large-scale malicious attack. DeepSeek has not given any more information on the attack. The timing, of course, is a bit suspicious. So the internet wasted no time in deciding who is the culprit. They believe the United States did it. But conspiracy theories aside, the rise of DeepSeek is a reminder. Innovation does not always have to come with $1 billion price tag. Yes, the Magnificent Seven still dominate the market, but they're not invincible. Yesterday's sell-off was a sign of things to come, perhaps, that the next big revolution may not come from Silicon Valley. So the tech race is heating up. It's not just a battle for AI supremacy, it's a battle to control the future. Yes, tech companies will be on the front lines, but they won't be there alone, because as the race intensifies, politicians will step in. We are seeing that in the US already. Donald Trump has commented on the DeepSeek breakthrough. He says it should be a wake-up call for Silicon Valley.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser-focused on competing to win, because we have the greatest scientists in the world. Even Chinese leadership told me that. They said.
So how will America respond? Their strategy has been two-pronged so far. The first is to choke the chip supply. You need advanced chips to make AI platforms. Most of them are made by NVIDIA. In fact, even DeepSeek, as we just told you, was trained using NVIDIA chips. So the US has cut off this supply. They have barred the sale of advanced chips to China. That's the first strategy. The second strategy is investing at home. Joe Biden announced billions of dollars for the chip industry, and Donald Trump is building on that. He recently unveiled a massive private AI venture. It is worth $500 billion. The US will be hoping to replicate the space race. If you remember, they had a horrible start. The Soviet Union launched the first satellite. They also put the first man in space, but after that, it was one-way traffic. Not only did the US overcome the Soviet lead, they comprehensively won the space race. How did they manage to do that? Because space became a national mission. Private companies, government agencies, even ordinary people bought into it. That's the thing about American companies, in fact. They claim to be globalized institutions, but their loyalty clearly lies with the United States. Just look at Google. They plan to update their maps in the coming days. Do you know why? It is to rename the Gulf of Mexico. This is a water body shared by the US, Mexico, and Cuba. For centuries, it's been called the Gulf of Mexico, but President Donald Trump has renamed it. He's calling it the Gulf of America. The change has not been reflected in official documents yet. Once it is, Google Maps will be updated. Users in the US will see the water body as Gulf of America. What about those outside the US? They will see both names. Now, this is part of a broader trend, a marriage of convenience between big tech and the US government. And the benefits are quite clear. Big tech can influence US policy at home. They can also utilize America's outsized role in world affairs. For example, fines. Europe has accused big tech firms of antitrust violations. They've also fined the likes of Apple and Google. Collectively, these fines are worth $15 billion. President Trump says this is unfair, that foreign countries should not be fining US firms. He's also threatened tariffs in retaliation. So the benefit for these technology companies is quite clear. And what's in it for the US government? Well, they get access to user data, and they do. Also contracts with the military and leverage over rivals and allies. After all, big tech companies operate practically everywhere, so the success of China's DeepSeek is a wake-up call. Not just for Silicon Valley, but for every country in the world. Tech sovereignty should be their ultimate goal. If you own the technology, you can regulate it. You can ensure it's free and fair. If you don't own it, you're just a spectator. You may have seen big tech CEOs dragged up to US Congress. Do you think that will happen anywhere else in the world? Do you think a Mark Zuckerberg will testify in Europe or India? He won't, because he's protected by the US government. With artificial intelligence, we're seeing the same thing. American companies and the US government are mobilizing to monopolize yet another industry. The question is, what can the rest of us do? What should countries like India do? For starters, DeepSeek is an encouraging sign. It is not a multi-billion-dollar project. It was built on a very small budget. Until now, that was a big worry for countries like India. They were wary of splurging on AI training. But if it can be done for cheap, why not? Although there is a problem. Does India want an AI model like DeepSeek? There are no indications from the government so far. Meanwhile, the private sector is split on this question. Infosys chairman Nandan Nilekani weighed in recently. He says India should not invest in large AI models. Instead, it should focus on practical applications of artificial intelligence. But homegrown AI bosses disagree. They say large models are necessary. This lack of clarity will hurt India's AI campaign. We need a national mission to create sovereign tech assets. They couldn't do that with past technologies, with the internet, with social media, with 4G and 5G, or even with smartphones for that matter. If we miss this AI bus, there could be a repeat. Yesterday, we told you about the Trump-Modi phone call. Today, we have more details. Prime Minister Narendra Modi could visit the United States of America next month. Says who? President Donald Trump himself. He says he will host Modi at the White House in February. Now, if confirmed, this would be significant. Incoming US presidents usually host allies first, like the leaders of Israel or the UK. Indian prime ministers visit much later. In Trump's first term, he hosted Prime Minister Modi in late June. His successor, Joe Biden, hosted Modi in September. This time, it could happen a lot faster. Let's see if either side announces a date. Even if they don't, the meeting could happen anyway because both Modi and Trump are traveling to Paris next month. They will attend an AI summit there. So chances are they will meet on the sidelines. Beyond this, what did Modi and Trump discuss? Well, the Indian Prime Minister congratulated Donald Trump on his election win. They also discussed global hotspots like Ukraine, Gaza, and the Indo-Pacific. Trump urged India to buy more American-made weapons. He also talked about a fair trading equation. And that last one is quite important because Trump believes that India is a tariff abuser. Hours after speaking to Prime Minister Modi, he threatened New Delhi with tariffs.
Put tariffs on outside countries and outside people that really mean us harm. They want to, well, they mean us harm, but they basically want to make their country good. Look at what others do. China's a tremendous tariff maker, and India and Brazil and so many countries. And so we're not going to let that happen any longer, because we're going to put America first. Always put America first. That's what's going to happen.
There are two major irritants here. The first is immigration. The second is tariffs. India is showing flexibility on both these issues. On immigration, New Delhi has made its position clear. If the migrants are illegal, we will take them back. President Trump seems confident about that. He was asked whether India would take back its illegal migrants, and he said Prime Minister Modi would do the right thing. On tariffs, India has less wiggle room. Reports say New Delhi is planning to buy more American products like whiskey, steel and oil. The hope is to appease Donald Trump. But what if it doesn't work? Then the impact will be consequential, because the US is India's top export market. We also have a trade surplus with them, meaning we sell more goods to America than we buy. This surplus is around $35 billion. If Trump taxes this trade, it will hurt Indian exports. So how can India protect itself? There are two things to watch out for. The first is the upcoming budget. There are murmurs of possible tariff cuts on US imports, like on pork and motorcycles. If they happen, Prime Minister Modi can send a signal to President Trump, a signal that India is willing to engage. The second thing to watch out for is the meeting itself. Can Trump and Modi strike a trade deal? Can Modi get some concessions from Trump? Maybe a way to sidestep the tariffs. This could offer India some much-needed breathing room. Of course, it won't happen in one meeting, but we should look out for signals. The best option is to see this as an opportunity, a chance to rationalize our tariffs, also a chance to expand our export base. You see, right now, there is a dependence on America. Nearly 18% of India's exports end up in the US. It's come down from the peak of 22% in the year 2000, but it's still quite high. In some sectors like IT, it's as high as 80%. So naturally, US tariffs can hurt us, which is why it's important to diversify, to export to more countries and regions. And India has been negotiating a lot of free trade deals, but most of them are still stuck, including the ones with the UK and the European Union. They're clearly interested in pursuing it, so New Delhi must capitalize on their desperation. We need to export to more regions. We need to diversify our trade. If not, a Trumpian threat will shake things up. So now is the time for India to be proactive, to stave off Trump's threats on one side and to insulate India's economy on the other. Donald Trump is deporting undocumented immigrants, left, right and center, and he's quite proud of it. This was a major promise during his election campaign, and he's quite happy to fulfill it.
We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals. We're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies, and we're moving forward very fast. They're very dangerous people.
Raids are taking place all over the United States. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, is picking up undocumented immigrants. They have arrested people in all corners of the United States, from Maryland to Georgia, from Colorado to sanctuary cities like Chicago. They even had raids in Puerto Rico, which is not even a state. It's an island in the Caribbean, a de facto US colony, but US authorities conducted raids there as well. Hundreds of people are being arrested every day. More than 950 were arrested on Sunday alone. These were undocumented immigrants. After arrest, they have to get processed, and then they'll be put on a flight and deported, sent back to the country of their country of origin. The US military has been called in to help. They are assisting with the deportations. Undocumented immigrants are being loaded up on military transport aircraft and flown to their country of origin, or at least one country so far, which is Guatemala. Guatemala is a nation in Central America. It is home to about 18 million people, and it shares a border with Mexico. Guatemala is welcoming the US military planes carrying back undocumented migrants from the country. Their vice president, Karen Herrera, was at the airport herself. She greeted the first batch of deported migrants in person. This was on Friday. The US sent 3 military planes then. They sent another one yesterday. So that's 4 round trips for the C-17 Globemaster III. This is a large military transport plane capable of transporting about 200 people in one go. The U.S. Department of Defense shared some footage yesterday of the first deportation flights to Guatemala being loaded up. The migrants can be seen in chains, handcuffed, feet tied up, chains around their torsos as well. It seems that they're being treated like hardened criminals. President Trump did say that they were dangerous, but some of the visuals do seem odd. There are clearly some children there among the migrants. Was it really necessary to parade them around in chains? It seems excessive. When the migrants arrived in Guatemala, some of them remained in handcuffs. These were the criminals facing charges in their home country, but most were set free. They were given temporary IDs and welcomed with open arms. So clearly most of them were not dangerous criminals, but they still immigrated to the US illegally, so Trump has no qualms about kicking them out. And that is the reality facing everyone in the US illegally right now. Criminal or not, they're all set to be deported, and President Trump won't be taking no for an answer.
And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, that the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs.
Trump was talking about the showdown with Colombia. We told you about this yesterday. Colombia refused to accept US military deportation planes, so Trump threatened them with tariffs. Eventually, Colombia backed down. Colombia still won't take US military planes. It is sending its own aircraft instead. It says it wants to bring back its citizens with quote-unquote dignity. Similar objections have been raised by Brazil and Mexico. They are also opposed to US military deportation flights and the poor treatment given to their citizens. Brazil has in fact summoned the US envoy in their country to explain the reports of mistreatment. The protest, however, seems to be about the optics, not the deportation itself. Both countries are still taking back migrants, just via civilian flights instead. Mexico is taking back migrants at the border as well. So far, about 4,000 people have been deported to Mexico, and this number is expected to keep increasing. Sunday's standoff with Colombia was a message. Trump will use all means at his disposal to deport migrants, even if it hurts the economy of the United States and destroys bilateral relations. Donald Trump just wants to kick migrants out. Most countries understand this now, even rivals like China. Yesterday, Beijing said it was willing to take back illegal migrants. It said it was, and I'm quoting, willing to repatriate confirmed Chinese nationals. The US Department of Homeland Security has faced resistance in the past, but yesterday's message could signal better cooperation. All of this points to one thing. Trump's mass deportation plan is well and truly underway. Our next story is about Denmark. The European nation is scrambling, not because of enemy threats, but because of threats from a supposed ally, US President Donald Trump. Trump wants Greenland. It's an autonomous Danish territory, so Trump wants to buy it from Denmark, but the Danes do not want to sell it. They've been quite clear about this. Trump does not care, though. He says that the US will definitely get Greenland. Those are the words that he used, and this seems to have caused chaos in Copenhagen. Denmark announced a new security plan yesterday, a new $2 billion deal for Arctic security. It involves new ships, drones, and satellite surveillance. But is it really about the Arctic? Or is it about deterring Donald Trump from going after Greenland? Our next report has the details.
Denmark has announced a new security spending package. It's worth 14.6 billion Danish kroner, which comes up to a little over 2 billion USD. Copenhagen says that the new package is for Arctic security. Denmark is one of the 8 members of the Arctic Council. It's an intergovernmental forum for countries with land inside the Arctic Circle. But Denmark doesn't actually have land within the Arctic Circle. Its only claim to representation there is an autonomous territory, Greenland. Denmark's new security package heavily involves Greenland. It's a partnership between Denmark, Greenland, and another autonomous territory, the Faroe Islands. The message is clear. Denmark wants the world to know that it still holds Greenland and it's ready to defend it. Now, ordinarily, this message would have been for Western rivals like Russia and China. But these days, Denmark has a new headache from within the Western coalition. The problem is their big brother, the United States, or rather, the new US President, Donald Trump. Trump has been quite clear about his ambitions.
We need Greenland for national security purposes.
He seeks to take control of Greenland. Ideally, he would like to buy it from Denmark, but Trump has also refused to rule out a military intervention. Denmark has been trying to dissuade Trump. It has told him multiple times that Greenland isn't for sale. Greenland itself has said this, but Trump doesn't care. He keeps bringing up the issue, telling reporters that controlling Greenland is a matter of security. Not just American security, but for the freedom of the world. Trump said this again over the weekend.
But I do believe Greenland will get, because it really has to do with freedom of the world, not just freedom of, it has nothing to do with the United States other than we're the one that can provide the freedom. They can't. They can't. I mean, they put 2 dog sleds there 2 weeks ago. They thought that was protection.
Trump mocked the Danes for putting dog sleds in Greenland, and he has a point. Dog sleds in 2025? Does anyone really believe that will deter a Chinese or Russian invasion? It seems Copenhagen got the memo. So yesterday, it announced the new Arctic security package, and the new package seems ordinary at first glance. Denmark announced 3 new Arctic ships, long-range drones, and increased satellite surveillance. Again, not enough to deter an invasion from a hostile force. But it did get a positive reaction from Greenlandic authorities. Greenland's foreign minister said, "I'm pleased that with this partial agreement, we have taken the first step towards strengthening security in and around Greenland." So the Danes have got the Greenlanders on board. However, one crucial aspect of defense spending was not discussed, something that could actually be a game changer. Denmark controls an airstrip in Greenland in the island's southwest, and Copenhagen is planning to upgrade it. This would allow Denmark to deploy F-35 stealth fighters from the base. F-35s aren't dog sleds, so no one is going to dismiss them as a joke. This means Denmark is set to strengthen its hold on Greenland. It will have real means for Arctic security and a real deterrent to expansionism, whether Russian, Chinese, or even American.
The Silicon Valley was meant to be a cradle of innovation, but it's starting to resemble a gladiatorial arena where billionaires clash and collaboration takes a backseat. The latest in the ring are Elon Musk and Bill Gates. They did not always see eye to eye, but this time their rivalry is out in the open. In a recent interview, Bill Gates slammed Elon Musk. What for? For embracing far-right politicians abroad.
It's really insane that he can destabilize the political situations in countries. I think in the US, foreigners aren't allowed to give money. Other countries maybe should adopt safeguards to make sure super-rich foreigners aren't distorting their elections.
So clearly, Bill Gates is not holding back, and he does have a point. Musk is interfering in elections across the world, from Germany to the United Kingdom, backing far-right parties and calling for a change in government. According to Bill Gates, that is overreach.
It's difficult to understand why someone who has a car factory in both China and in Germany, whose rocket business is ultra-dependent on relationships with sovereign nations, and who is busy cutting $2 trillion in U.S. government expenses and running 5 companies, is obsessing about this grooming story in the UK.
And what is Musk's response? Well, last we checked, he hadn't stirred up a tweet storm. Maybe he's asleep, or perhaps he's actually working. But if his record is anything to go by, Musk will not let this criticism slide. Just this month, he accused Bill Gates of meddling in European politics. And back in 2022, Musk said that Gates was shorting Tesla. When you short a stock, you basically borrow shares from a broker and then sell them in the hope that the stock price will fall. So shorting is essentially betting against a stock. Now, Musk said that Gates was shorting Tesla. It sparked an avalanche of tweets. Safe to say the two do not get along. And let's not pretend that these feuds do not serve a purpose. Gates is trying to play the benevolent dad of tech, shaking his head at Musk's antics. Meanwhile, Elon Musk doubles down on his bad boy genius persona. It plays well with their fan bases, and it's great for their businesses. Because at the end of the day, who doesn't love a bit of drama? And the billionaires definitely thrive on it. Just last week, Musk was taking potshots at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. It started as a casual comment and spiraled into a full-blown social media showdown. Altman tried to extend the olive branch. Musk rebuffed him. Before that, in 2023, it was Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. And this wasn't just a battle of tweets or posts. This time, it was about the real punch. Zuckerberg proposed a cage fight. Musk agreed. Two adult men, billionaires to boot, fighting it out. The world couldn't wait for this edition of the Fight Club, but it never took place. For all their saber-rattling, they never got around to throwing punches. And you may know this. The first rule of Fight Club is that you don't talk about it. But not in this billion-dollar Fight Club. Here, all they do is talk. And most battles feature Elon Musk. So is there any billionaire that he gets along with? It's not much of a list, but of late he's been quite chummy with Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. Their exchanges have been playful. The vibes seem positive. But knowing Musk, it's only a matter of time before this too turns into another headline-grabbing feud. Because in the billionaire world, alliances are as fleeting as tweets. And these open spats aren't just ego battles, they're spectacles that shape public perception. They reinforce brand loyalty, and more often than not, they boost the bottom line. It's all part of a carefully curated performance. The only constant in this story is the drama. There's a new item on President Donald Trump's wish list, an Iron Dome for America. He signed an executive order on Monday. It directs the US military to create a missile shield. Against what? Most kinds of aerial weapons, even hypersonic and ballistic missiles. You've seen how effective the Iron Dome is in Israel. It has protected the country for years. But this system, is this practical for a bigger country like the United States? And how much would it cost? Our next report tells you.
Remember Donald Trump's slogan from 2016?
We're going to build a wall. It's going to be built.
Well, this time, he doesn't want a wall. He wants a shield. A shield of missiles to protect American skies. Or, as he put it, an Iron Dome.
He's what we need to immediately begin the construction of a state-of-the-art Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will be able to protect Americans. You know, we protect other countries, but we don't protect ourselves. And
Trump has already signed the executive order. The Pentagon has 60 days to come up with a plan. The goal? To protect America from next-generation strategic weapons, even your ballistic and hypersonic missiles. The idea isn't new. Ronald Reagan first invested in this plan. He tried to protect the US from a ballistic missile strike. This was way back in 1983.
Will soon go forward.
Since then, the US has invested $415 billion on this project. And the result? No success. Even today, it's almost impossible to shoot down a ballistic missile. They are relatively small. They hurtle down from the edge of space, and they travel at many times the speed of sound. You cannot shoot them down from Earth. Your best bet is missiles stored in space. And that is what Trump wants. He wants a system that can shoot down missiles from space, a technology that doesn't exist today. So ballistic missiles are out of the picture. What about smaller rockets? Israel's Iron Dome makes short work of these rockets, so why not America? Experts say it's simply not practical. The US is the third largest country in the world. Its size is 9.8 million square kilometers, and Israel just 20,000 square kilometers. So the US is 490 times bigger than Israel. It would need more than 24,000 Iron Domes to defend itself. The cost? Around $2.5 trillion, which is several times higher than the US military budget. And it's not just about the money. Israel and the US face different kinds of threats. Israel handles rockets from Gaza and Lebanon, slower, short-range weapons. But the US? Their biggest threat are ballistic missiles from other continents, from countries like China, Russia or North Korea. Nobody is lobbing rockets at the US from Mexico or Canada. Yet this Iron Dome obsession remains. Even Europe is toying with the idea. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky suggested it recently. He said that Europe should have its own Iron Dome.
Europe needs its own version of the Iron Dome, something that can deal with any kind of threat. We can't rely on goodwill from a few capitals when it comes to Europe's security.
We get the allure. It's reassuring to hear about a shield of missiles, to see projectiles being shot from the sky. But you cannot copy-paste defense strategies. What works for Israel will not work for the US. What works for the US will not work for India. So Trump's Iron Dome business doesn't sound like a practical strategy. Though the defense contractors will be licking their lips.
Now let's talk about Pope Francis. He has a lot going on. The Catholic Church is battling a crisis of faith, so the Pope is trying to restore numbers. He's pushing to modernize the Church with world tours, blessings for same-sex couples, and discussions on AI and climate change. But for every 2 steps the Pope takes, the Church seems to take 1 back. Because despite years of reform, every once in a while a new scandal erupts. The most recent one comes from the Peruvian Church. An investigation has uncovered sexual abuses and financial mismanagement by its top members. It is the same old story, but this time Pope Francis is handling it differently. He is dissolving the church based in Peru. So what is behind this remarkable step? How unusual is it? And what does it mean for the church? Here's a report.
Dissolution is a charged word among the Catholics. It refers to the suppression of a religious movement recognized by the Church. It's a popular word, but as an actionable item, it's almost unheard of. It is a fate that no Jesuit religious order wants to meet. But that's exactly what has happened to a Peruvian-based Catholic movement, the Sodalitium of Christian Life. It was founded in 1971. It has about 20,000 members and it is an enormously influential Catholic society in South America. But now it's being dissolved. In a remarkable and highly unusual step, Pope Francis is dissolving the Peruvian Catholic group and its top members are being definitively expelled. Why? Take a wild guess. Because of a sex abuse scandal. And it has been more than a decade in the making. In 2011, former members of the group filed a complaint with the Lima Archdiocese. They talked about abuses by its founder, by this man, Luis Figari. At the time, like most cases of abuse, this too was swept under the carpet. Neither the local church nor the Holy See took action, but 4 years later, they were forced to act. In 2015, this book was released. It was written by one of Figari's victims and a journalist, and it laid bare in great detail the twisted practices that were conducted at the Sodalitium. So the group was pushed to commission an investigation. Its report came out in 2017 and uncovered more details. Apparently, Figari sodomized his recruits. He also subjected them to regular humiliation through psychological abuses. These explosive findings led to an attempt at reform, and unsurprisingly, that didn't work. So finally, Pope Francis sent Vatican investigators to Peru, and they uncovered yet again sadistic sect-like abuses of power, sexual abuses of course, but also financial mismanagement by leaders while administering church money. So finally, after years of back and forth, the Pope has taken a decisive call and dissolved the Catholic group in Peru. This is a big step for the Church in the right direction, but it's also worth remembering that it screams a desperate act of too little, too late. The Catholic Church is facing a crisis of faith, so the Pontiff has been trying to give the Vatican a boost and trying to modernize the Church by inviting younger devotees. He has conducted rare multi-country tours. He has blessed same-sex couples. He has tried to boost gender equality in church. He has talked about artificial intelligence and climate change. But wherever he goes, the shadow of sexual abuses follows him. Last year, it happened on a rare visit to the Asia-Pacific region. The Pope visited Timor-Leste, where previous child sex abuse scandals of the clergy raised questions. It happened again in Belgium when the King and Prime Minister blasted the Church's legacy of sex abuse. For decades, the world has been demanding action from the Church instead of hollow words. And finally, the Pope has realized that actions always speak louder than words. Too bad that he was practically forced to.
Our next story tonight is about sugary drinks and their bitter truth. A new study is out. It says that in the year 2020, sugary beverages caused 2.2 million new cases of diabetes. Your sodas, cold drinks, flavored juices, sports drinks, they caused 2.2 million cases of diabetes in just 1 year the world over. But this is not surprising. On average, every year, these drinks are responsible for more than 2 million diabetes cases and more than 1 million cases of heart disease. Yet their consumption is on the rise. How big is this market? Why is it still growing? And what can we do about it? Here is a report.
Work out in the morning? Have a sports drink. On your way to work? Grab some flavored water. Done with a meeting? Have a Diet Coke. Is this what your day sounds like? If yes, then it is punctuated by sugary drinks. Your sodas, cold drinks, flavored juices, sport drinks, the relatively cheap, easily available, very tasty, sugar-sweetened beverages that come with a hidden bitter truth. A new study is out, and it shows that in the year 2020, sugary drinks caused about 2.2 million new cases of type 2 diabetes globally. This is not surprising. With the rise in sugary drink consumption globally, diabetes and heart disease are on the rise as well. In fact, on average, the world over, sugar-sweetened beverages are responsible for about 2 million cases of diabetes, 340,000 deaths from diabetes, and about 1 million cases of cardiovascular disease. While these are global numbers, not all countries share the burden of these health consequences. Over the past few years, soft drinks have faced a decline in North America and Europe. This is mostly thanks to policy regulation. And it is good news, but this has forced soft drink giants to look elsewhere and seek new customers in the developing world. So, in recent years, Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America have seen the biggest jump in consumption. And now, more than 3/4 of deaths from cardiovascular disease take place in low and middle-income countries. Because you know how this works. You already know why sugar-sweetened drinks are bad for us. They rapidly flood the body with empty calories. They lead to obesity, liver damage, hypertension, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and even blindness, amputations, and premature death. All these risks are well documented. Yet, the consumption of these drinks is rising globally. As per reports, in 2023, this industry stood at $216 billion. By 2029, it's expected to reach $327 billion. That's an increase of more than $100 billion. And it's harming us in more ways than we realize. Yet so far, only 80 countries have adopted measures to decrease sugary drink consumption. Most of them target education and awareness of consumers. But decades of research proves that this is not enough. We need to shift policy control and establish guardrails against the sugary drink giants, like increased taxes and bold warnings on packaging. There's no magic bullet, but only a myriad of policies can dent our bitter love affair with these sugary drinks.
Have you heard of the 3 R's? Don't break into Natu yet. I'm not talking about the movie RRR. I'm referring to the 3 R's in education. This is a concept in schooling, and it forms the foundation of teaching. The 3 R's refer to reading, writing, and reckoning, basically calculation or arithmetic. So that's the 3 R's, reading, writing, reckoning. But in recent years, there has been a push for a 4th R, recess. This includes playtime for physical education. You see, researchers, educators, parents, they're all increasingly coming on the same page. They're all realizing that exercise is crucial for children. So they want to boost physical education. They want to raise its standard. They want to give it the same status as maths, English, or science. And slowly, governments are coming on board. Now, credit where it's due. China is a part of this club. Beijing wants to beef up physical education. They have unveiled a bunch of policies which look at the quality and quantity of PE in schools. There are three key aspects here. First, PE will become core to the curriculum, like Chinese or maths. It will not be a secondary subject. Second, the focus will shift to teachers. Their numbers will get a boost. And so will the respect that they are due. Yes, China being China is mandating respect too, but this time for good, it seems. They want physical education teachers to be treated the same as their colleagues teaching core subjects. This will ensure that they are compensated well and held to higher standards. Plus, it will encourage retired athletes and military veterans to pitch in. And third, apart from quality, Beijing is regulating quantity as well. They're mandating at least 2 hours of physical activity daily, 1 hour at school and another outside school. Of course, an obstacle course lies ahead. These policies could face hurdles during execution, like ensuring relevant infrastructure in schools, or regulating the hiring of teachers, or measuring the progress and making sure that some children don't fall behind. But these policies are also necessary. And this is one of those rare occasions where China is thinking in the right direction. But why now? Why is Beijing giving physical education the credit it is due? The answer lies in their economy. It is in bad shape. There is a slowdown. Factory activity has shrunk. People are spending lesser money, so they're opting for cheaper food or junk food. Over the next decade, obesity is expected to rise in the country, and this is bad news. Because according to the World Health Organization, more than 37% of their population is already overweight or obese. And this includes children. Back in 1990, about 1% of Chinese boys were obese. Today, that number stands at 15%. This is behind the US, but ahead of most other countries like the UK, Japan, and India. Or look at obesity among Chinese girls. In 1990, it was less than 1%. Today, it is about 8%. Obesity is a major public health issue in China, so Beijing wants children to exercise more and make movement a part of their lives right from school. But this is not just about China or about obesity for that matter. People say exercise is good for the body and mind. This is especially true for children. It increases muscle and bone strength, it boosts fitness, heart health, and promotes better sleep. Exercise also makes children fitter for learning. Study after study shows this. Children who are more physically active do better in school. They have better concentration, better focus, more self-control, lesser stress and anxiety. In fact, physically fit children have different brain structures altogether. It helps them do better at maths and reading. So the benefits are plenty, yet physical education is often seen as a hindrance to studies. It is viewed as a distraction. It is given stepchild treatment. Very few countries mandate it in schools. Sure, there are a lot of caveats to ensure exercise in schools, yet you need ample resources, like the right kind of gear or enough playgrounds. You need qualified specialist teachers. You need the right standards, better funding, and ways to battle the inherent bias against playtime. But the benefits of physical education far outweigh the efforts required to bring this radical shift. So my point is quite simple. Physical education is like the underdog of schooling. And it deserves to be valued because it is unfair to teach students to sit still when we don't help them move more. Do you know which month is the longest? Technically, 7 months have 31 days in them, yet January is said to be the longest. It often feels like the month is never ending, and it's caught the internet's attention. People are ranting online about how January is seemingly endless. Even Google has waded in. But don't worry, scientists have a logical answer for you. They have done studies and trials to understand this phenomenon. That's right, we may not have a cure for cancer, but our scientists have spent millions to tell us why a month feels too long. One reason is because it follows December. As you know, December is the holiday season, but January is all about work. Plus, a lot of people sign up for new things in this month, like gym or dance classes. As a result, they're more aware of time. Well, whatever the reason, at least the jokes are good. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Tens of thousands of Palestinians return to devastated northern Gaza on foot. Holocaust survivors and world leaders light up candles in honor of Auschwitz victims. And in Cuba, a torch march honors the legacy of an independence hero. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1985, music legends from across the globe gathered to record the single We Are the World. It aimed to raise funds for famine relief in Africa. The song was written by Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie. 45 renowned artists, including Stevie Wonder and Bruce Springsteen, were part of it. The record was a massive success, selling over 20 million copies and won multiple Grammy Awards. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump on Monday proposed getting rid of federal income taxes to boost disposable income to make America richer again. Speaking at the House Republican Members Conference, the commander-in-chief said America should be tariffing and taxing other nations to push forward its economic agenda.
No income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right?
The president argued that China, India, and Brazil are among the countries that are benefiting at the expense of the American workforce.
It's a tremendous tariff maker, and India and Brazil and so many countries, and so we're not going to let that happen any longer, because we're going to put America first. Always put America first. That's what's going to happen. We're going to establish a very fair system where money is going to come into our coffers, and America is going to be very rich again, and it's going to happen very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before.
Donald Trump also asserted that the United States was the wealthiest between the years of 1870 and 1913 because of a tariff-based economic system. He went on to highlight that America generated enormous revenue through import duties during these years. The Congress introduced the Revenue Act in 1913, which the president suggested harmed American citizens.
States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States, relatively speaking. In other words, relatively. And they set up the Great Tariff Commission of 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we took in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee. It was set up 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary, because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money, and he did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money.
Now, Trump's remarks came days after he advocated for no tax on tips, a campaign promise he made while courting the tip-heavy hospitality industry. Speaking in Las Vegas, the commander-in-chief said he's working on a bill to cut taxes for service workers, their families, and small businesses.
In the coming weeks, I'll be working with Congress to get a bill on my desk that cuts taxes for workers, families, small businesses, and very importantly, keeps my promise for a thing called, and I know you didn't hear anything about this, and I'm sure it had no influence on the state, the fact that we won this crazy, massive majority, a state that hadn't been won by a Republican in decades. But I'm sure you haven't heard, but we're going to get it for you. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a server, a valet, a bellhop, a bartender, or one of my caddies, I go through caddies like candy. If I play badly, I always blame my caddy. Or any other worker who relies on tipped income, your tips will be 100% yours. Won't that be?
Now, while Donald Trump continues to push for a massive income tax overhaul, analysts say his plans for import tariffs and tax cuts could lead to new inflationary pressures and rising interest rates. Donald Trump's proposal could also face opposition in Congress, which might raise concerns of execution challenges and increased deficits. And staying in the United States, the Texas Department of Public Safety has confirmed that Border Patrol agents were fired upon from the Mexican side of the border just yesterday. No agents were wounded, but the scene remains an active criminal site. The incident happened at Fronten Island in Texas, which sits within the Rio Grande River at the southern border. The Texas officials say they've credible information implicating the shots were in fact fired by members of the Mexican drug cartels. Now, following the shooting, the Pentagon has announced that it will deploy thousands of troops from the Marine Corps at the southern border. In fact, currently around 2,000 Marines are on site and are assisting Border Patrol agents in constructing and reinforcing the fencing. The elite soldiers who were once part of America's war on terrorism are now wielding metal beams and barbed wire into the border wall. Meanwhile, the Pentagon released footage of illegal migrants being loaded onto U.S. Air Force cargo planes to be deported from Texas to their respective countries.
We were waiting for the CBP-1 appointments, but now we're all left with our hands tied as Trump says stay in Mexico. I'm here because my husband was killed in Ecuador. I have evidence, complaints, videos of how they killed my husband. They also killed the father of my grandchildren, who are also here. I'm here with my children and grandchildren, and our dream is to reach the United States.
My opportunity, my vision, was to reach the United States, but now the dream is over. I have no other choice but to stay here because of the deportation policies of the United States, and because my country, Haiti, isn't safe. It has political problems. I don't want to return there now.
Meanwhile, President Donald Trump said he will ask Congress for more money to carry out his plan of mass deportations.
Now the illegal alien criminals, we're detaining them and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies and we're moving forward very fast. They're very dangerous people. And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs.
And now with President Trump deploying the Marines and the U.S. Air Force as part of his national emergency at the southern border, it will be the American taxpayers who will continue to foot the bill for the mobilization and deployment of troops needed for the president's planned deportations. And staying on the topic of migration, in an emotional video, singer Selena Gomez broke down as she expressed her anguish over the latest immigration crackdown under President Donald Trump. The 32-year-old singer and actor posted a tearful video on Instagram, visibly distraught as she spoke out against the treatment of asylum seekers, particularly children. Her raw plea, fueled by a sense of helplessness and compassion, quickly caught the attention of millions of followers, drawing both heartfelt support and sharp criticism. Our next report has more.
In a heartfelt and tearful video posted on January 27th, singer and actress Selena Gomez brought attention to the human toll of U.S. President Donald Trump's recent immigration crackdown. The 32-year-old star shared an emotional clip on Instagram expressing her despair over the treatment of migrants, especially children. However, the post was deleted just hours later, sparking both widespread support and a flurry of criticism. The video was accompanied by a caption that simply read, "I'm sorry," with the Mexican flag emoji. Gomez's video showed her visibly distraught as she lamented, "All my people are getting attacked, the children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't." The artist further added that she doesn't know what to do. She stated that she would try everything she promised. Gomez's vulnerability resonated with many of her fans, but it also drew backlash. It prompted the Emilia Perez star to issue a follow-up statement on Instagram. It read, and I quote, "Apparently, it's not okay to show empathy for people." This isn't the first time Gomez has spoken out on immigration issues. A long-standing advocate for immigrant rights, she produced the 2019 Netflix docu-series Living Undocumented. It shed light on the challenges faced by undocumented families in the United States. In the same year, she also wrote an op-ed for a magazine sharing her own family's immigration story. She revealed that her aunt was the first to cross the US-Mexico border in the 1970s. Her aunt was followed by her grandparents. The singer credited their bravery for the opportunities she enjoys today. The singer's emotional post came on the heels of the Immigration and Custom Enforcement's nationwide crackdown, which has resulted in over 900 arrests over a 3-day period, the largest operation since US President Trump resumed office on January 20th. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced on X that deportation flights have begun taking off. She stated that President Trump is sending a strong and clear message to the entire world, that if someone enters the United States illegally, they will face severe consequences. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum confirmed on January 27th that more than 4,000 migrants, primarily Mexican nationals, had already been deported back to Mexico. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is reportedly working on an asylum agreement with El Salvador to deport migrants who aren't from the Central African country back there. Whether or not her critics agree with Selena Gomez's stance, the singer's platform has amplified a critical conversation about the human cost of immigration enforcement. In an era where policies can feel detached from their real-world impact, her message is a sobering call for compassion in the face of division.
And staying in the United States, Bill Gates has blasted fellow tech billionaire Elon Musk for his involvement in politics of other countries, including the United Kingdom and Germany. In an interview with The Times, the Microsoft co-founder said Musk's ability to destabilize politics in foreign nations is insane. Gates added he was unable to understand why Elon Musk, who has numerous billion-dollar ventures, is busy meddling in the internal affairs of other nations.
It's really insane that he can destabilize the political situations in countries. I think in the US, foreigners aren't allowed to give money. Other countries maybe should adopt safeguards to make sure super-rich foreigners aren't distorting their elections. It's difficult to understand why someone who has a car factory in both China and in Germany, whose rocket business is ultra-dependent on relationships with sovereign nations, and who is busy cutting $2 trillion in U.S. government expenses and running 5 companies, is obsessing about this grooming story in the UK. I'm like, what?
Now, Musk in recent weeks has launched a barrage of attacks on British politicians, including Prime Minister Keir Starmer, for covering up a rape scandal. And now Britain is considering an online safety law that would restrict some of the tech mogul's businesses, including the social media platform X. Earlier this month, the Tesla CEO also went after Britain's right-wing Reform Party leader, Nigel Farage, and instead celebrated anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson. Musk has also voiced his support for Germany's far-right anti-immigrant AfD party and its chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel. And just last week, he sparked controversy at President Donald Trump's inaugural event after making an apparent Nazi-style salute.
You want to promote the right wing, but say Nigel Farage is not right-wing enough. I mean, this is insane shit. You are for the AfD in Germany. We can all overreach. If someone is super smart, and he is, they should think how they can help out. But this is populist stirring.
Now, Musk has also been critical of Gates in the past, accusing him of funding German publication Der Spiegel. In fact, last October, the magazine drew a parallel between Musk and Alfred Hugenberg, a Nazi-era media mogul who ended up joining Hitler's cabinet. Meanwhile, during the election season, Bill Gates donated $50 million to the campaign of President Trump's rival, then Vice President Kamala Harris. But following the Republicans' victory, Bill Gates visited him at his Mar-a-Lago estate to maintain closeness with the president.
Yeah, on December 27th, I had a 3-hour dinner with Trump. It was quite an engaging conversation where he listened to me talk about HIV and the need to stay generous and to innovate to get a cure. I talk a lot about polio and energy and nuclear, and he wasn't dismissive. He can help drive innovation that I care deeply about, or he can end it. He has a lot of ability to help me. I didn't know if we would get to those things, but it was pretty constructive.
Now, as Bill Gates continues to register his opposition to Musk's rising influence, it remains to be seen how Donald Trump will perceive the criticism of his extremely close ally. And we end today in Europe. Spain is retracting the red carpet for tourists In an effort to curb overcrowding and skyrocketing rents, cities like Malaga and Barcelona are slamming the door on tourists renting local properties. The Spanish government is hoping that fewer vacationers could mean more affordable housing for locals. But with almost 13% of Spain's economy being fueled by tourists, is this a sustainable option? Our final report takes you inside.
If you have ever dreamed of living in Spain, or maybe just spending a few weeks lounging on the beach with a sangria in hand, well, dream a little longer. Spain has decided to hit the pause button on tourism with a 3-year tourist ban. Well, kind of. It's not a full-on no-entry sign, but more of a please stop moving into our neighborhoods plea. While the beaches, historical sites and endless tapas will still be there, some of the country's most popular cities have had enough of the overcrowding and rising rent prices caused by too many vacationers. For example, Malaga, the picturesque Mediterranean port city, has drawn a line in the sand. No new short-term rental properties will be allowed in 43 neighborhoods where vacation rentals account for more than 8% of the housing stock. The move, which started earlier this month, will be tested for 3 years, and it could very well become a permanent fixture in the city's efforts to curb over-tourism. And don't think Barcelona is sitting this one out. Plans are already in place to close down the city's 10,000 short-term rental apartments starting in a few years. After all, if you're paying a premium to live in a tourist hotspot, it kind of loses its charm when you can't find an affordable place to live because the locals have been replaced by a never-ending stream of Airbnb guests. So why this sudden shift? Well, it turns out that those Instagram photos with endless sunshine and vibrant street scenes come with a price. Crowded streets, bursting water supplies, and most critically, sky-high rent prices. Spaniards are starting to grumble about their once charming neighborhoods being taken over by tourists. And who can really blame them? In cities like Barcelona and Madrid, rent has surged, forcing locals to either move from the city or just leave altogether. And let's not forget the 94 million tourists who visited Spain last year. They boosted the country's GDP, but also added fuel to the fire of frustrations for the locals. It's no longer just a case of sighing at the tour buses. It's a full-on housing crisis. The government has noticed the issue. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez recently rolled out a 12-part plan to tackle the housing crisis, which includes stricter regulations on short-term rentals. In short, Spain is putting up a locals-only sign in certain neighborhoods, hoping that a little less tourism will lead to a little more space for those who actually live there year-round. Now, before you panic and cancel your flight to Spain, let us reassure you, tourism isn't completely banned. You can still book a hotel, check into a non-tourist trap apartment, or rent a car. Though you'll be signing a little extra paperwork for that last one, thanks to new national security laws. The new regulations, while seemingly harsh, are aimed at keeping cities like Malaga and Barcelona from becoming overcrowded tourist towns. But if you're planning a visit, you might want to double-check your rental situation. The rules will likely become stricter as more cities follow suit in cracking down on vacation rentals. In the end, it's not so much a ban on tourism, it's more like a friendly suggestion to rent a hotel room and maybe not treat Spain like your personal Airbnb playground.
That's Firstpost America for this Tuesday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from Washington. Thanks again, everyone, for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the volatile situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where M23 rebels, backed by neighboring Rwanda, have captured the city of Goma in the mineral-rich east. Explosions and intense gunfire was heard in the city throughout the last 24 hours. Meanwhile, protesters have attacked several foreign embassies in DRC's capital of Kinshasa to show anger against the M23 rebels and Rwanda. They attacked the embassies of the US, France, Belgium and Rwanda. The protesters were heard chanting, "Death to imperialists," in the attack on the US embassy. Meanwhile, clashes between the rebels and the DRC army killed at least 17 people and injured over 300 over the past day. Kigali says that 5 civilians have also died in Rwanda.
Pour qu'il vienne baiser, il est venu jusque dans l'aéroport international de Goma. C'est en direct, hein? Vous voyez comment ils sont en train d'allumer le feu là-bas? Au Rwanda, ça brûle. Ça brûle. Donc nous sommes déterminés aujourd'hui pour sauver notre pays.
The escalation has worsened the displacement crisis. Many are fleeing the city, which was a refuge for those already displaced. Among those fleeing are also Congolese soldiers. Several DRC soldiers have surrendered and fled into neighboring Rwanda. Now, Rwanda has shared videos showing the surrendered Congolese troops. The Rwandan army says they have disarmed more than 120 Congolese soldiers who have entered the country. However, the DRC accuses the Rwandan army of being present in Goma. The United Nations has ordered the withdrawal of any external forces, while Rwanda says it needs to maintain a defensive posture. Incidents of looting have surfaced amid panic and chaos in the DRC. Videos show people looting the Palace of Justice in Goma after Rwandan-backed rebels marched into the city. Then there has been a mass prison break as well in the city, with reports of deaths. On the other hand, many civilians have also hit the streets of the eastern region to show support for the DRC army. Thousands protested against Rwanda and the rebels.
When we protest here, we boost the morale of our army. We boost the morale of our fighters on the front line. And we weaken the enemy who is trying to illegally occupy our territory and exploit our minerals, which the people do not benefit from at all.
The Democratic Republic of Congo says it wants to avoid carnage and loss of human life. Officials have called for Goma residents to stay at home and not engage in acts of vandalism.
Given the current security situation in the city of Goma, marked by the presence of the Rwandan army, we first want to reassure the population that following the security meeting we held yesterday with the President of the Republic, he gave us instructions to work as a government to avoid carnage and loss of human life in light of Rwanda's manifest intentions.
The African Union will hold a meeting today over the crisis. Meanwhile, Kenyan President William Ruto, the chair of the East African Community, says the presidents of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Paul Kagame and Felix Tshisekedi, will attend an emergency summit tomorrow. The conflict in the DRC stems from long-standing regional tensions following Rwanda's 1994 genocide. Both Rwanda and the DRC accuse each other of supporting opposing ethnic militias. The DRC alleges Rwanda support ethnic Tutsi-led M23 rebel group, while Kigali accuses Kinshasa of supporting Hutu militia, the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, or the FDLR. The M23 rebels had previously captured Goma in 2012 before the withdrawal after a regional agreement. However, after years of inactivity, they relaunched rebellion in 2022. Since then, they have captured key cities in the mineral-rich North Kivu province, and now capturing the provincial capital, Goma. The DRC accuses Rwanda of using M23 rebels to loot the DRC's minerals. Despite huge mineral wealth, the decades-long conflict in the DRC has devoided it from the benefits, and the country is among the poorest nations in the world. The latest crisis is further likely to worsen the already dire situation. Will African neighbors work to avert a crisis? And now shifting our focus to East Africa, where farmers in Kenya are resisting an initiative by the government to vaccinate the country's livestock. Kenya is due to kick off an ambitious initiative this week to vaccinate all livestock in the country, but that initiative is being met by protests and resistance from local farmers, driven by misleading claims about the vaccines, as well as the belief that Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates was funding the project. Last year, the William Ruto government announced plans to vaccinate at least 22 million cattle and 50 million goats and sheep over 3 years. The government explained that the program would help to prevent animal diseases and thus secure the international market for livestock products. Currently, only 10% of the national herd have the necessary vaccinations, and the authorities say they want to raise the rate to 85% to make Kenya's livestock products eligible for export. The government said that it would cost farmers nothing to get their animals vaccinated, as it was footing the bill. Now, however, critics have questioned and opposed the vaccination drive and the effectiveness of the vaccines. Without providing any significant evidence, livestock farmers have expressed concerns that the vaccination program is meant to sabotage their herds. Those who oppose the program believe that Bill Gates is funding the project in Kenya, and this was fueled by people sharing videos of his interview on social media platforms, talking about vaccinating cows to control methane emissions. Now, methane emitted by livestock, belching and farting contributes about 15% of global emissions each year. According to the United Nations, it is the most common greenhouse gas after carbon dioxide. Gates has previously invested in projects to reduce methane emissions from cattle and is currently funding a US-based company looking to develop a vaccine. Now, Gates was also at the center of a controversy in Kenya last year after the Kenyan government decided to grant diplomatic immunity to his foundation. But despite the government denying that Gates or any other foreign sources have provided funding to the project, conspiracy theories have been doing the rounds on social media, and the issue has become a subject of political discussion in Kenya. Many people have said that they would resist the jabs for their cattle, adding that no one will be allowed to vaccinate their livestock just because Bill Gates said so, while others have said that there are millions of cows in Europe and America that should be vaccinated first. Opposition leaders in Kenya have also blamed President William Ruto for advancing a sinister foreign agenda and violating the constitution by undertaking this vaccination program. President Ruto, for his part, has dismissed the views of those opposing the vaccinations. He has called it simply misguided, unreasonable, and possibly stupid. Yet experts believe that the spread of such conspiracy theories is down to poor communication by Ruto himself, as well as low trust in his government following the anti-tax protests last year and a series of corruption scandals. When Ruto first announced the vaccination program, details were extremely scant and it was not clear what the animals would be vaccinated against. And this is when reports suggest that there was a clear spike in mentions of both goats and cows by social media accounts with their location listed as Kenya. The furor grew into a matter of national debate, with cartoonists pushing for cattle rights on social media with comical images captioned, "My fart, my choice." Now, this even led the Kenya Veterinary Association calling on the government to halt the vaccination exercise and to conduct a public awareness campaign first. Now, while the government has reassured the farmers that the vaccines are being produced locally, locals have continued to resist the move, citing possible foreign influence, particularly from the American billionaire Bill Gates. And now let us turn our attention to the growing anti-West sentiment in West Africa. France is facing new allegations from its former colony, Niger. The junta-led authorities in Niger have accused France of using the old Greek tactics of the Trojan horse to destabilize the country. Now, Niger's Minister for Interior, Public Security and Territorial Administration has allegedly noted that France was partnering with Niger's neighbors to disrupt and undermine the West African country. He said that Niger must be doubly vigilant to contain the situation. The minister further suggested that the military cooperation with France ended up creating desolation in the West African country, and added that the French forces behaved without consequence and had failed to provide security in the country. Now, the military junta chief of Niger now says these latest accusations come at a time when relations between Niger and France have been at their lowest in recent months. Last month, Niger's transitional leader, Abdurrahman Tishani, has accused Paris of aiming to cause instability in the landlocked country and the Sahel region by funding terrorist groups in neighboring Nigeria and Benin. However, Nigeria denied the accusations of colluding with France to destabilize Niger. Diplomatic ties between France and Niger have nosedived ever since the military took power in Niamey in July of 2023. The coup sparked widespread anti-French protests across Niger. The former French colony followed the lead of its allies, Burkina Faso and Mali, and even broke off defense ties with Paris, forging closer ties with Moscow for military support. The juntas have accused France of meddling in international affairs and have also accused it of failing to put an end to the decade-long militant violence in the Sahel region. Now, this has forced France to withdraw all of its troops from West Africa, including Niger, which has been plagued by jihadist insurgency for years. France also closed its embassy in Niger indefinitely as tensions between the two countries escalated. Reports suggest that Niger has gone as far as embarking on changing the narratives of its colonial relations with France. The West African country has also taken down several colonial names on its streets, monuments and squares for more patriotic ones. France has been facing similar setbacks in other parts of Africa too. Around 70% of the continent has already kicked Paris out, with its troops present now only in Djibouti and Gabon. In addition to Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso, Chad, Senegal and the Ivory Coast have also joined the France out chorus, while Paris has also faced troubled relations with Algeria over its support for Morocco's claim in the Western Sahara dispute. So, as Niger levels fresh accusations against Paris and Africa turns its back on the West, is France's influence nearing its end in the region? And for our last story, we shift our focus to Sierra Leone. a small West African nation that is making headlines for allegedly hiding a wanted drug lord. Now, investigators say that one of Europe's most wanted fugitives, Jos Leidekers, has been living in Sierra Leone for at least the past 6 months. He is a Dutch national and a convicted cocaine smuggler and is one of the main players in the international cocaine trade. Now, he was sentenced in absentia to 24 years in prison in June last year by a court in the Netherlands. A Belgian court also sentenced him to 10 years in prison for drug trafficking offences and assault in September last year. After a long search, Dutch investigators say they have now traced where he had been hiding for months. How? Now, it is because of this video shared by Sierra Leone's First Lady on Facebook. The video is of a church service in the town of Tihun in the southern part of the country. And the video features drug lord Leidekers. Now, he can be seen sitting next to a woman who is reportedly Agnes Bio, the daughter of Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada Wani Bio. Now, some reports say that the president's daughter is in fact married to him. However, the relationship has not been confirmed by Dutch prosecutors. The president says that he does not know the kingpin, while there has been no comment from any other member in the presidential family. However, the investigators have confirmed the drug lord has been staying in Sierra Leone for at least 6 months. They say to get him to the Netherlands to serve his sentence is their highest priority. They have ordered a reward of over $200,000 for decisive information that leads to his arrest. Meanwhile, Sierra Leonean government says that the country's police are ready to collaborate with the Dutch government, Interpol and other international law enforcement agencies. It added that the country's president attended numerous family events during the festive season and has no knowledge about the identity and the issues detailed in the reports about the drug lord in question. Now, West Africa is a major transit point for the trafficking of cocaine from Latin America. Around 25 to 30% of global cocaine production travels from Latin America to Europe, typically via West Africa. Sierra Leone is suspected of being a shipment point for the drugs heading to Europe. Just days ago, authorities in neighbouring Guinea seized a vehicle belonging to Sierra Leone's embassy and detained its occupants on suspicion of possessing substances suspected to be cocaine. Sierra Leone recalled its ambassador from the country and clarified that the envoy was not in the car and is not under arrest. Though it tried to downplay the incident then, it is again in the headlines for a drug-related controversy. Only this time it involves a Dutch drug lord and the Sierra Leone president's daughter. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Many years back, Donald Trump first shot to fame with 2 words: "You're fired." He was the host of the American reality TV show called The Apprentice. He fired contestants with his trademark words. And now he's repeating them for employees of the US government. Some 2 million of them. Trump is firing them. We'll tell you why and how. He's also freezing government funding to domestic agencies, researchers, schools and colleges, also to America's partners the world over. We will look at the implications and how US aid is a trap, just like Chinese debt. India Space Research Organization launched its 100th satellite today as the US struggles to bring back its stranded astronauts amid tech glitches and politics. A new Canadian report accuses India of election meddling. We'll tell you how New Delhi has responded. How at least 30 people have died at a stampede in the Mahakumbh. How Chinese AI companies are on fire with new models and the West is hating on them. Also, what is holding India back in this tech race? How embassies are coming under attack as conflict in DR Congo intensifies. How a truck fell into a sinkhole in Japan. We have images of the dramatic rescue operation. And why Mona Lisa is being given her own room in the Louvre.
You're fired!
The US government is downsizing. President Donald Trump wants to fire nearly all government employees. That's more than 2 million people in all. They are the backbone of the US government, but Trump wants them out and he wants it quickly. To speed things up, he's offering these workers a deal. If they resign now, they can leave with 8 months of pay. And this is being framed as voluntary exit. But make no mistake, this is a mass layoff. President Donald Trump is trying to dismantle the US government as it exists today. These employees have received an email. It describes a deferred resignation program. The recipients of this mail are all civil servants, the men and women who execute government decisions, plus those who work in support functions like human resources and IT. All those who hold permanent positions in the US government, they've all received this email. Trump has given them time till the 6th of February. If they resign now, they will walk away with 8 months of pay and benefits. They will be placed on leave, so they can stop coming to work immediately. All they have to do is this: reply to that email with the word resign. The White House has called its severance package very generous, 8 months of pay. Some essential employees are exempt from this layoff scheme, like military personnel, immigration and national security staff, and postal workers. Their jobs remain safe for now. As for the rest, they're all in Trump's firing line. More than 2 million employees. 10% of them are expected to take the deal, or so Trump's officials hope. They believe 10% of the government staff, which is around 200,000 employees, will resign. And if that happens, the government will save $100 billion. That is their calculation anyway. But what happens to those who decide to stay? The president will continue to target them. The same email spells out what lies ahead for those employees. I have a quote with me. Listen to what it says. We cannot give you full assurance regarding the certainty of your position or agency, but should your position be eliminated, you will be treated with dignity. This sounds polite, but the message is quite clear. Leave now with the benefits or you'll be fired. That's essentially what the email conveyed. It is now available on a government website. Let's show you what this looks like. It even includes a draft resignation letter which the employees could use. Allow me to quote from it. This is what the letter says. I am certain of my decision to resign, and my choice to resign is fully voluntary. The email is titled A Fork in the Road. If you feel that you've heard this before, you have. It is from Elon Musk's playbook. He used the very same strategy to sack Twitter employees before he renamed the platform X. Musk sent them an email with the very same title, A Fork in the Road. It was an ultimatum. Elon Musk said he will only keep those employees who are quote-unquote extremely hardcore and willing to work long hours at high intensity. Those were the words that he used. Twitter employees were specifically asked to agree to this, and those who did not were sacked with a severance package of 3 months' salary. Now, Elon Musk is in charge of making the US government leaner. He is running the newly created DOGE department. DOGE stands for Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. When Trump picked Musk to run it, he also hinted at targeting federal workers.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
Trump promised drastic reforms and he's walking the talk. He's deploying Elon Musk's methods to shake things up and firing US government employees. He's been targeting them from the word go, from the moment he took office. On day one, Trump signed multiple executive orders directed at federal employees, starting with a government hiring freeze. The president also banned remote working. All federal employees were asked to report to work. He also issued a separate executive order to reclassify some federal employees, and now he wants to sack them. So he's ramping up the pressure. The question is, why? Why target government employees? Apparently, Trump wants to replace them with loyalists. That is what observers say. They say the president wants people who won't challenge his orders. He's prioritizing patronage over performance. Again, this is a leaf from Musk's playbook. Most likely, it is his brainchild. He has been trolling federal workers on X and urging them to type up their resignations. But it's easier said than done. Firing government workers is not as simple as laying off workers in the private sector. You cannot just hand out pink slips and move on. Federal or government employees in the US, especially those in permanent positions, enjoy legal protections. So like many of Trump's decisions so far, this one too could end up being challenged in court. In fact, the biggest union of federal workers is already pushing back.
What the Trump administration is trying to do is blur the line between the civil service and political appointees. So they're essentially disbanding the civil service, and with the systematic protections that allow a career employee to report fraud, waste, abuse, unethical activity, illegal activity, they're taking away those protections.
Since taking office, President Trump has picked fights on multiple fronts. He has clashed with his political rivals. He has challenged America's allies overseas, and now he wants to sack his own government workers. This is a battle that could divide Washington. So Trump is trimming the US budget, and he's not just firing government employees, he's also cutting US aid. We're talking about government grants and assistance. This covers a whole lot of things: military aid to allies, humanitarian work abroad, research funding at home, also grants to colleges and schools. All of this counts as American aid. But Donald Trump halted it this week. He has paused most aid programs for 90 days. Why? To review them. Think of it as a political audit. Programs that fit Donald Trump's ideas will keep getting money. Those that do not will be cut off. Say there's an abortion clinic abroad or a conference linked to diversity policies. Those programs will not get US funding. We're talking about a lot of money here. The US government is the biggest international donor. In 2023, they spent $68 billion abroad. At home, it's even bigger. White House data claims $3 trillion were spent last year, $3 trillion in federal assistance. And where does all this money go? To things like medical subsidies or insurance, to grants for colleges, to diversity programs, to critical research, a whole lot of things. If you freeze that overnight, there will be chaos. In fact, that's what happened this week. Colleges and charities were caught off guard. Patients were unsure about medicines, so the US judiciary stepped in. A federal court has blocked one part of Trump's aid freeze, only one part, and that is the domestic part. Agencies or institutions at home will keep getting government money. But foreign aid remains frozen. Though the State Department is drawing up some waivers, they plan to keep life-saving programs running. What about military aid? Only Israel and Egypt will keep receiving military aid from America. The rest have been cut off. Now, there are two things to note here. First is the lack of clarity. It is not clear if Trump imposed a blanket aid freeze or which agencies it will impact, which is why the judge halted Trump's order. The second issue is the legality. In the US, only the Congress can allocate and freeze funds. The president can only make requests. It's the Congress that decides who gets what, which is why Democrats are up in arms. They say this is presidential overreach.
Without a shred of warning, the Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. This is a heist done on a national scale. No matter how much he may believe he does, the president does not have the authority to ignore the law, and we're going to fight this in every way that we can.
22 Democratic states have filed a lawsuit. They plan to challenge Trump's aid freeze. Outside the United States, there is confusion and chaos. Charities have begun firing workers. United Nations programs are scaling back their work, especially in regions like Gaza and Afghanistan. And in Ukraine, President Zelensky is nervous. He says military aid has not been cut off, but he's still seeking a report on the impact of President Trump's freeze.
This concerns many areas, from communications and digitalization to support for veterans, schools, hospitals, and reconstruction. Of course, the details of these programs were not previously a matter of state oversight, but the officials will present everything to me.
We'll see how the legal challenges unfold, but there's a bigger story here, the story of US aid. This isn't just altruism at play. This is also political. The US donates to nearly 180 countries. Who gets what depends on American interests. Look at the period after the Second World War. The Americans pumped billions into Europe and Japan. Germany received around $30 billion after 1946. This is amount adjusted to prices in 2005. $30 billion for Germany. And Japan got around $15 billion. And you can see the results today. Both these countries, Germany and Japan, are staunch American allies. Their own militaries are weak, so they're always dependent on Washington for protection. Now cut to 2010. America's interest changed. In that year, 2010, $4.4 billion were allocated to Pakistan and Afghanistan, and $500 million to Iraq. Remember, America was fighting wars in both these countries, hence the funding boost. Now, if you look at 2023, there is another change. Ukraine is now the biggest beneficiary, and Israel is a close second. Do you see the trend here? US assistance follows US interests, and they don't even hide it. Let me take you back to the year 2013. John Kerry was the US Secretary of State, and I'm quoting what he said. Let me be very clear, foreign assistance is not a giveaway. It is not charity. It is an investment in a strong America and in a free world. I know what you're thinking. Why is this a bad thing? Don't all countries pursue their own interests? Well, yes, they do. But America's interest may not be yours. And that's when problems arise. The US spends $2 billion every year on what they call is promoting democracy. They fund media organizations as part of this. They support civil society groups, and they claim to promote the rule of law. Now, all of this is American style. There is no focus on local nuances and realities, which means it is borderline meddling, and in some cases very clear and obvious meddling. And we've seen that a lot in Latin America, also in West Asia and in the Indo-Pacific. So how can you counter it? Well, humanitarian aid must always be welcomed. The US is the biggest economy in the world. They do have a responsibility to those less fortunate. Plus, foreign aid is just 1% of their budget. It's not a drag on the American economy. As for the activism aid, other countries must be careful. You can scrutinize where the American money is going, who is getting this money, and what are they doing with it. We've talked about China's debt trap on this show. The world should also watch out for America's aid trap.
Minus 30 seconds. In front of the International Space Station. 3, 2, 1. The mission is completed.
Today was a historic day for ISRO. That's the Indian Space Research Organization. It has achieved a new milestone. Today, ISRO launched its 100th rocket. The launch took place early in the morning from Sriharikota in the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh. The mission carried a navigation satellite into orbit.
The first launch of this year, 2025, has been successfully accomplished. with GSLV F-15 launch vehicle precisely injecting the navigation satellite NVS-02 in the required intended orbit.
ISRO was set up in 1969, so it took 46 years to hit a century. It's a testament to decades of dedication. Today, India is a space power. And the new ISRO chief is highly optimistic. He believes that India will double this feat, that India will launch 200 satellites in just the next 5 years.
Reward for hard work is more work. And ISRO has got very busy year ahead with many missions lined up in the coming months. You all know we are progressing extremely well for the preparation of the first uncrewed G1 mission as part of the Gaganyaan program.
So India's space ambitions are soaring, but thousands of kilometers away, another space mission has taken a very different turn. We are talking about NASA and its stranded astronauts. Back in June 2024, two NASA astronauts blasted off to space, Sunitha Williams and Butch Wilmore. They went on board the Boeing Starliner. It took them to the International Space Station. This was supposed to be an 8-day mission. Instead, it has turned into an 8-month ordeal. Technical failures plagued the Starliner. Boeing could not fix the problem. After many delays, they planned to bring them back in March, that too on a SpaceX rocket. But now the US has a new president and he wants to fast-track the return of American astronauts. How will Donald Trump do that? By ordering his BFF Elon Musk. As you know, SpaceX is Musk's company. It was already set to bring the astronauts back, but President Trump, being Trump, wants it done now. His intervention has raised eyebrows. American presidents usually keep their hands off NASA's operations. Space missions are supposed to be above politics. But with Trump, the old rules do not apply. He claims the astronauts were abandoned by Joe Biden and that he will be the one to bring them home. Clearly, this is a political move. But for a moment, let's also look at the bigger story. Space exploration is a grand theatre. And today, two contrasting events are unfolding here. ISRO completing its 100th launch and NASA struggling to bring its people back. The moment mirrors an age-old fable, the tale of the hare and the tortoise. You see, when India entered the space race, it did so in the shadows of Cold War superpowers. The beginnings were humble. Rockets transported on bicycles, satellites ferried on bullock carts, cartoons mocking our space missions. Meanwhile, both the US and the Soviet Union were hurtling towards the moon, their ambitions fueled by deep pockets. But history, much like the fable, often favors the steady and the persistent. India's approach was budget-conscious and methodical. Slowly but surely, we are closing the gap. With the Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan missions, ISRO reached the moon and Mars. That too on a shoestring budget, achieving what NASA did, but at a fraction of the cost. Now, with its 100th satellite launch, India has demonstrated the need for consistency. On the other hand, NASA's struggles, in fact, serve as a reminder that even the mightiest can stumble. The US is struggling with its privatized space program. SpaceX is surging ahead, but Boeing remains mired in issues. There are rushed timelines, cost overruns, and quality control failures. Also, to be clear, we do know that satellite launches and human spaceflight are not the same. These are two fundamentally different endeavors. India's 100th launch was a satellite. It was not a crewed mission. And human spaceflight often brings more challenges that no nation has fully mastered. Yet we say the juxtaposition is stark. India was once seen as a second-tier player. Now it is quietly building a formidable presence in space. Meanwhile, NASA was one of the pioneers of the cosmos. It now finds itself scrambling for solutions. And this shift in the space race is not just about technology, it is also about philosophy. The US often favored bold leaps, sometimes at the cost of stability. India, on the other hand, chose perseverance, focusing on incremental, well-executed advancements. And if history has taught us anything, it is this: slow and steady wins the race. Canada is at it again, blaming India for their own failures. This time it's about elections. A new Canadian report has been published. It accuses foreign powers of meddling in Canada's elections. China has been named as the #1 meddler and India is #2. New Delhi has rejected the Canadian claims, of course. In fact, they have flipped the script. Let me quote from the Indian statement. This is what it says. It is, in fact, Canada which has been consistently interfering in India's internal affairs. This has also created an environment for illegal migration and organized criminal activities. We reject the report's insinuations on India and expect that the support system enabling illegal migration will not be further countenanced. So India is accusing Canada of interference, of promoting illegal migration. But where did this whole meddling row begin? And how was India dragged in? In 2023, Canadian media published a bombshell. It said China had meddled in the 2019 and 2021 Canadian elections. Why? To make sure that Justin Trudeau won. China did not want the Conservatives to come to power. They were seen as China hawks. So Beijing's preference was a minority government led by Justin Trudeau, which is exactly what happened. Now, Trudeau was informed about this. His spy agency, the Canadian spy agency, told him about the Chinese meddling. And what did he do? Nothing. Prime Minister Trudeau sat on it until the media got wind. Only after that did he order an inquiry, and the final report is the result of that investigation, of that inquiry. But why does it name India? Again, because of politics. During this probe, Trudeau picked a fight with India. He accused New Delhi of killing a Khalistani terrorist in Canada, Hardeep Singh Nijjar. And suddenly the report is not about China anymore, it's more about India. It's about India's so-called interference. And the worst part? There is no evidence against India. It's all speculation and assessments. Let me quote from the Canadian report. Intelligence holdings indicate that India may have attempted to clandestinely provide financial support to preferred candidates. India may have also launched a disinformation campaign against Prime Minister Trudeau. A lot of ambiguity there, a lot of could have, may have, which is another way of saying we have no proof. This is not a serious government report, this is a hit job, an attempt to malign India. On the other hand, Canada's interference is well documented. We have seen Khalistani marches in Canada. We have seen attacks on Indian diplomatic missions, even Khalistani flags at events attended by Prime Minister Trudeau. People wanted in India live freely in Canada. We are talking about criminals and separatists. India has sent 26 extradition requests. 26 requests are pending with Canada. And for these, we've shared the evidence. We've shared phone and location details, yet Canada refuses to extradite these people. What's more, they let these separatists flourish. In 2021, a Khalistan referendum was organized in Canada. In 2023, another vote was organized. Is this not interference? Is this not meddling in India's affairs? The fact is, Justin Trudeau is desperate. His legacy is already in tatters. This China probe could make things worse for him. So now he's trying to hide his past failures and he's shifting the blame to India. But nobody is buying the sham report or its accusations. It is the last roll of the dice from a lame duck prime minister. Or should we say governor? Maybe add that to the meddling report next time. Surely a US invasion counts as meddling. Our next story is about the Mahakumbh, the world's largest gathering of people. It is a 45-day celebration, and today is the most auspicious day of this holy Hindu festival. This morning, tens of millions of people gathered. They rushed to bathe in the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna rivers, and chaos ensued. Amid deadly panic, a stampede broke out. At least 30 people are dead, several others are injured, and many are missing. So what caused the stampede and how is the situation on the ground now? Here is a report.
Clothes, shoes and blankets strewn on the ground. Crowds trying to escape. Pilgrims weeping. families searching for missing relatives, police personnel rushing to the scene, and dozens of ambulances coming out of the festival crowd. This was the aftermath of what is one of the holiest days or the peak moment at one of the holiest Hindu gatherings. The 45-day celebration, the Mahakumbh Mela. It is the world's largest gathering of people. It has brought hundreds of millions of the faithful to Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. And today, a record attendance was anticipated. 100 million people were expected to come to the waters on this auspicious day and bathe in the Triveni Sangam, the confluence of holy rivers Ganga and Yamuna. So security was beefed up to help regulate the crowds. But nothing was capable of keeping up with the rush. Over just a handful of hours, chaos ensued and a stampede broke out amid deadly panic. While the official figures are not out, deaths have been confirmed by the government. Reportedly, dozens of people were killed in the crush and several others were injured.
वहाँ पर हम लोग जा रहे थे, एक बाइक ना इतना धक्का मुक्की हुआ कि गिरने लगे लोग। गिरने लगे उसके बाद आदमी चढ़ने लगा, कोई उठा नहीं रहा था। अचानक भीड़ आके ऐसा धक्का मुक्का चला। बाद में हम बचने के लिए कोई चांस नहीं, इधर उधर सबकी जगह में धक्का शुरू हो गए सर।
It all began around 1 a.m. with about 30 million people bathing at the Kumbh. A sea of tightly packed crowds converged at the Sangam. People who were sleeping by the riverbanks were trampled by others who were rushing to the river to bathe. Crowds surged in multiple directions. People began to push their way out. Many fell down, climbed over the barricades and pulled down fences. It was utter chaos and ended with missing family members, echoes of cries and screams, and bodies being taken away on stretchers.
भीड़ भाड़ भाई तो धक्का मुक्के में जो गिरे से फिर दोबारा नहीं उठा, आदमी वहीं गिरा फिर तो लाश उठाने को मिली वहां से।
मेरी माँ का भी अभी कोई पता नहीं है कि वो बहुत सीरियस थी, वो जीवित हैं कि नहीं, भगवान जाने।
The injured are being treated in the Kumbh hospital. Many still await their loved ones at the lost and found centers. Police have boosted security and reset barricades in many places. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has condoled the deaths.
मैं महाकुंभ में जो दुखद हादसा हुआ है, हमें कुछ पुण्यात्माओं को खोना पड़ा है, कई लोगों को चोटें भी आई हैं। मैं प्रभावित परिवारों के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं और घायलों के जल्द स्वस्थ होने की कामना करता हूं।
Critics are slamming the state government over quote-unquote half-baked arrangements. After all, crowd crushes are not uncommon at religious gatherings, and this applies to India's Mahakumbh as well. In 2013, dozens of people were killed at a railway station as people gathered for that year's Kumbh Mela. So this year, authorities boosted security with AI drones and cameras. But critics claim that is not enough. Crowd control for an event of this magnitude needs more work, possibly with blocking access to reduce the overflow of visitors in some pockets. And visitors must participate responsibly with vigilance. So while the holy bath has reopened since the fatal stampede this morning, we must remember the tragedy and make sure that history doesn't repeat itself.
The world is still talking about DeepSeek, the Chinese AI company that shook up Silicon Valley. It took on American tech giants. Its AI models are cost efficient and powerful. They are built on less advanced chips, yet they perform just as well as their Western counterparts and rivals. The result? A massive market shock. Tech stocks plunged. $1 trillion wiped out in a single day, and things were just stabilizing when China fired again. A second Chinese tech giant has thrown its hat in the ring. I'm talking about Alibaba. Its latest AI model, Qwen 2.5 Max, is here. And according to Alibaba, it is not just good, it is better. Better than OpenAI's GPT-4o, better than Meta's Llama, and even better than DeepSeek's V3. So Alibaba claims it is better than its Chinese and American counterparts. These claims are yet to be verified, but the timing is deliberate. It's the Lunar New Year in China. It's a national holiday, a time for family. Most people are not working, but Alibaba is. This wasn't just a product launch. It was a power play. Right now, China's AI momentum is relentless. DeepSeek shocked the world last month, and last week it dropped another model. Then came Moonshot AI. It's a Chinese startup. Its new release is called Kimi K 1.5. Moonshot claims it is on par with OpenAI's best. And now we have Alibaba. Make no mistake, this is not tech boom, this is an offensive. Not the usual military drills kind that Beijing likes. This is a tech offensive. China has the West on the back foot, and now it is going for the kill. What's the West doing about it? Well, they're playing the TikTok card. If you can't defeat them, discredit them. If that doesn't work, raise national security concerns, and if even that fails, then just go ahead and ban them. The first example is OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT. 2 days ago, their CEO praised the DeepSeek model. But now the company has a problem. It says DeepSeek used OpenAI's models to train its apps. Microsoft is investigating this charge. It is a major investor in OpenAI, so Microsoft wants to find out if any OpenAI data was used. Now, we don't know how much of this is true or if this is just a case of sour grapes. But the White House has echoed these concerns. They're looking into DeepSeek and the national security concerns related to Chinese AI models.
President Trump has also proudly appointed the first AI and crypto czar at this White House, David Sachs, whom I spoke with yesterday, very knowledgeable on this subject, and his team is here working every single day to ensure American AI dominance. As for the national security implications, I spoke with NSC this morning. They are looking into what those may be, and when I have an update, I will share it with you.
The US is not alone. Italy's data watchdog also wants answers. It is asking DeepSeek how it handles personal data. Italy claims that the data of millions of Italians could be at risk. DeepSeek has 20 days to respond to this. Meanwhile, Australia is taking a different route. No investigations, no formal requests. It has a simple message for its people. Be careful while using the app. The subtext here is, don't use it. So China is bombarding the world with new AI models, and the West is trying to raise doubts. They want their models to shine. But that does not answer the question, is DeepSeek safe to use? Let's look at the fine print. DeepSeek mentions that it collects a lot of personal information from its users. This includes email address and phone number, date of birth, user input, chat histories, your phone's model, your operating system, and your keyboard patterns. And where is all this information stored? It is kept in servers in China. So the app is harvesting a lot of your data, and it does raise some red flags. But this should apply to the other models as well, the likes of ChatGPT. It should also apply to social media platforms. They all have similar privacy policies. They all harvest your personal data. So these concerns are not unique to DeepSeek. And by extension, these questions and doubts are not really about data privacy. They are about tech dominance. DeepSeek collects personal data. So does ChatGPT and Meta. The difference? DeepSeek is Chinese, the others are American. And that changes everything. Beijing sees it as an opportunity, the West sees it as a threat. And in their battle for AI supremacy, neither side is backing down. Now, we don't know who will win, but we do know who will lose. Consumers like you and me, and our data privacy. After DeepSeek, Indian social media has just one question. If China can, why not India? Why can't we build a Facebook or Google or ChatGPT? Well, there isn't one single factor. It's a combination of many. Number one, of course, is money, and I'm not talking about bigger budgets, I'm talking about better budgets. We do not allocate enough money to research and development. Just look at the numbers. The US spends 3.4% of its GDP on R&D, research and development. China spends 2.4% of its GDP. Israel spends 5.7%. What about India? Only 0.6% spending. This is simply not enough to create breakthroughs. And it's not just the government. India's private spending on R&D is also less. Private companies make up just 36% of our total spend. In China and the US, it is higher than 70%, 70. So we need the government and the private sector to coordinate to put more money on research and development. That's the first point. The second factor is the market. It was explained pretty well by Sridhar Vembu. He is the chief scientist at Zoho, which is an Indian multinational company. Now, he says the Indian market is not protected, so startups are vulnerable. I'll give you a scenario. Imagine an Indian startup creating a homegrown Google. It's not perfect, but it's an alternative, and it is homegrown. What do you think will happen to it? Do you think Indians will ditch Google? Do you think they'll flock to this homegrown version? The answer is no. The startup will perish under competition from American tech giants. Their products are cheaper and well established, so they will push out the Indian ones. In fact, this is what happened with India's social media platform coup. But something like this never happens in China. Their market is close to American tech companies, so the homegrown ones have wiggle room to fail, to improve, and to finally deliver. So it's not always about the quality of the product, it's also about the environment that they grow in. Which brings us to the final factor. India is already behind. AI is the cutting edge of technology. You had so many platforms leading up to it. You had the internet, you had semiconductors, you had mobile phones, you had smartphones and laptops. India is yet to succeed in any of those sectors. And once you fall behind, you stay behind. That's generally how technology works. But what if you skip some of those steps? What if you focus directly on new technologies like AI? Then you will need help from others. For example, AI needs specialized semiconductors. Virtually all of them are made by one US company called NVIDIA. And the US won't sell it to you. Washington has capped advanced chip sales. You can't buy as many as you like. Countries like India can only buy 50,000 chips by 2027. That is the upper limit. That is the cap imposed by the US government. And how much is India looking to buy? Right now, the plan is to source 10,000 chips, which is not a bad number. OpenAI trained ChatGPT on a similar number of chips. No reason India cannot do the same. The problem is the likes of OpenAI have unlimited access to chips. By the time we make ChatGPT, they will be a few steps ahead of us. So these are the three main factors holding India back: lack of research and development, competition from American firms, and a massive gap with the leaders. How do we turn this around? How did China do it? They anticipated the curb in chip supply, so China began stockpiling chips in advance. They're also making their own. The likes of Huawei use China-made chips. Apparently, they're quite good too. And all of this boils down to one thing: a national campaign. We keep hearing stories about US tech giants building out of basements. Well, that is just one part of the story. The US government was heavily involved in it. The CIA had its own venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. The Pentagon gave them contracts. That is how these tech giants flourished in the first place. In China, it's the same story. Chinese firms get billions in state subsidies. They have a closed market to use as a training field. We don't have any of that. So the need of the hour is a streamlined national mission, one that brings together all stakeholders: the government, the startups, the private investors, and the ordinary people. If not, we will be left on the sidelines in this race. Our next story is from Japan. A massive sinkhole appeared in Saitama city, about 30 kilometers north of the capital, Tokyo. The sinkhole is about 10 meters wide and 10 meters deep. It formed suddenly on Tuesday morning, and as soon as it appeared, a truck fell into it. It was swallowed whole. The truck driver is a 74-year-old man. He was trapped in the sinkhole. Japanese authorities have been trying to rescue him for over 36 hours, but their attempts were hampered because a second sinkhole emerged last night. About 200 households have been evacuated and the situation remains tense. Our next report has the details.
This sinkhole has appeared in Japan's Saitama city, right in the middle of a busy road intersection. The hole is about 10 meters wide and 10 meters deep. It has been growing since it formed. The sinkhole appeared on Tuesday morning. Looking inside, we can see a leaking pipe, filling the hole with water, and that's just one of the problems. The cause of the sinkhole is believed to be a second pipe, a sewage pipe located more than 10 meters beneath the intersection. Reports say that this pipe corroded and then burst. The resultant leak caused soil and sand around the pipe to flow away. It led to a hollow forming beneath the road surface, weakening the road above and causing it to collapse when a heavy vehicle approached. Just when the ground collapsed, a truck fell inside. The driver was alive and conscious when the accident took place. Rescue workers could speak to him till about 1 p.m. on Tuesday, 3 hours after the accident occurred. But he told them that sand and debris were filling the truck. It had buried the driver's seat. But soon after, he stopped responding. Japanese rescue workers were trying to drain the hole. They were pumping out the water so that they could send in a rescue crew. Eventually, they decided to lower a crane to pick the truck up. That's when disaster struck again. Look at the electric pole and signboard just as the truck was being lifted. The ground beneath them gave way, causing them to collapse. The rescue work seems to have put additional stress on the ground, causing a second sinkhole to appear. The rescue crew pulled the truck out of the first sinkhole, then they dumped it and moved back. It was still lying on its side today, near the now 2 sinkholes. You'll notice that the truck bed and all 4 wheels are there, but the driver's compartment is not. The rescue workers could not find the driver. The second sinkhole seems to have caused additional complications. There is a gas pipeline running beneath the road. Japanese authorities fear a gas leak. They asked about 200 households located near the sinkhole to evacuate. The Saitama city government also issued an advisory. They asked about 1.2 million people across the city to refrain from using sewage systems to avoid exacerbating the situation. Once the rescue operation ends, hopefully in a success, that is when Japan will start fixing the damage. The nation is no stranger to sinkholes. One emerged in Hiroshima last September, causing a number of nearby buildings to lean towards the depression. It was caused by an underground water pipe burst. And then there was the giant sinkhole in Fukuoka in 2016. That was reportedly caused by construction work. Japan managed to fill it up and reopen the road within a week. There was a slight hiccup afterwards. The newly repaired road sank a bit, but that didn't take long to fix. So Japan knows how to handle these sinkholes whenever they appear. But their regular emergence is a cause for worry nonetheless. With widespread urbanization, there's always a trade-off between development and safety, even in a place as meticulous as Japan.
Now let's turn to Africa, to the chaos unfolding in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC has lost control over one of its major cities, the city of Goma, in the country's east. A militant faction known as M23 entered Goma on Sunday night. They've been fighting for control of the city, and by the looks of it, they have succeeded. The M23 offensive has been quick and brutal. At least 100 people have been killed, over 1,000 are injured, hospitals in the region are overflowing, people are coming in with both gunshot and shrapnel wounds, and worse.
The humanitarian situation in and around Goma remains extremely worrying, and again this morning, our colleagues in the Democratic Republic of the Congo report heavy small arms fire and mortar fire across the city and the presence of many dead bodies in the streets. We have reports of rapes committed by fighters, looting of property, including of a humanitarian warehouse, and humanitarian and health facilities being hit.
It's absolute carnage. These are images from a stadium in Goma city. You can see hundreds of people there dressed in military fatigues, some of them sporting the Congolese flag, but they aren't carrying any weapons. The M23 rebels had made an announcement on Monday. They told Congolese soldiers to gather at the stadium after surrendering their weapons. The visuals show that the Congolese army is on the back foot and at the mercy of the M23 militants. Reports say it is relatively quiet in Goma today. It seems that M23 has consolidated its control.
We are in Congo, but already we are under the control of the M23 rebels. And now it feels like we are in a dual nation. We are in Congo and at the same time in Rwanda. But we are wondering what will be the outcome of this situation, because our soldiers are no longer here, yet we are already invaded by M23 militants. This is the reality in this city.
Goma's collapse has led to widespread anger in the DRC. These were scenes from the capital, Kinshasa. Protesters took to the streets, they torched multiple embassies, they targeted the embassies of France, the US, Kenya and Uganda, and of course, the biggest villain in their eyes, Rwanda.
What Rwanda is doing is in collusion with France, Belgium, the United States of America, and others. Congolese people are tired. How many times do we have to die, and in how many days?
To understand this anger, to understand this entire conflict, we need some context. The DRC is the second largest country in Africa. It is rich in minerals, traditionally valuable ones like gold, but also minerals needed in modern technology like coltan. All of these things can be found in the DRC. It makes the country a coveted prize, especially for neighboring countries looking to exploit that wealth. That's where Rwanda comes in. Rwanda has fought a number of conflicts with the DRC. It has supported various insurgent groups over the years, and the M23 group is one of them. The group is now seen as a Rwandan proxy. M23 was formed in 2012. It was created by former insurgents who had joined the Congolese army. These rebels said that there was discrimination in the army, so they walked out and turned against the Congolese forces. The group has waged a low-intensity war against the Congolese government for over a decade. But things came to a head in 2023 when peace talks broke down, and since then M23 has been capturing land in the eastern DRC. Goma is their latest prize. But the rebels aren't done yet. Reports say they're marching south to another major town called Bukavu. Both Goma and Bukavu are border towns right across from Rwanda. Rwanda could support the rebels better once these border cities are secure. It could pave the way for a longer offensive. The world is putting pressure on Rwanda. They want President Paul Kagame to call the M23 rebels off. The new US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, spoke to Kagame directly. Washington wants Kagame to call for a ceasefire. The Rwandan president says that he looks forward to working for peace, but he did not exactly or explicitly commit to calling M23 off. And what about the DRC's leadership? What are they doing about all of this? President Felix Tshisekedi has declined an invite to talks. This was organized by other African nations, led by Kenya. But Tshisekedi declined without giving a reason. Meanwhile, the DRC's foreign minister is at the United Nations. She's calling for an intervention by the Security Council. She says the time for words is over. As you can see, the situation remains precarious. One wrong move could set off a wider conflict, and that's the last thing that the DRC needs. Our last story tonight is about Mona Lisa, the 16th century painting by Leonardo da Vinci. This renowned portrait is housed in the Louvre in Paris. Every year, about 9 million people visit this museum. 80% of them look for the Mona Lisa. They brave crowds and noise. They jostle to catch a glimpse of the painting, but let alone getting a selfie with Mona Lisa, they managed to view it for less than a minute. So now the Louvre is peeling away Mona Lisa. The museum is moving it to a chamber that is separately accessible. French President Emmanuel Macron has hailed the project, saying that it will reduce the overwhelming crowds. But experts have few reasons to smile over Mona Lisa's move. Here is a report.
The world's biggest and most visited museum. Every year, nearly 1 million visitors stream through the Louvre Museum in Paris. But 80% of them make a beeline for only one piece of art. Leonardo da Vinci's portrait of Lisa Gherardini del Giocondo, better known as La Gioconde and better still as Mona Lisa. This 16th century painting has been idolized by art lovers and preyed upon by soup throwers and food attackers. Mona Lisa has braved mustache painters and thieves. But apparently, the renowned painting is having a tougher time with its selfie-snapping visitors. Its chamber is rowdy, flooded with crowds, jostling to catch a glimpse of this silent mystery sitting still amid the hubbub. On any given day, tens of thousands of people take this endurance test. But they manage to observe Mona Lisa for just about 50 seconds. So now the Louvre is making some changes, and French President Emmanuel Macron is saying, "Mona Lisa, smile." The museum is moving the painting to its own private quarters. The Louvre will create a new entrance in its easternmost facade for a new exhibition space so that Mona Lisa is accessible separately.
The creation of these new rooms should enable the Mona Lisa to be accessible independently of the rest of the museum, which is what the Mona Lisa deserves.
This is part of a vast renovation. It will include overhauling the aging infrastructure of the museum. The new entrance, which will be ready by 2031, will be paid for by the museum's own funds, while the rest of the renovation will be paid for by the visitors. And next year onwards, the Louvre will hike its ticket prices. Macron says that this plan will alleviate overcrowding at the museum, boost attention to other works of art that get diminished by the Mona Lisa, and welcome more visitors overall. He has set a target of 12 million visitors per year. But critics say it's not that simple. Yes, the Louvre is in a dire need of repair. There are water leaks, insufficient restrooms, and little temperature control.
We work every day in extremely poor conditions in one of the biggest museums in the world, which is in a deplorable state of disrepair.
More than 2,000 Louvre employees say that renovation is important. But a whole new entrance is a bad and over-expensive fix. Experts also say that sure, the treasure of the Louvre, the Mona Lisa, is in need of crowd control. But moving it will focus on a problem that's not really a problem. Yes, there are too many crowds in front of a painting, but this is seen as an achievement. When other museums in Europe like the UK are struggling to restore pre-pandemic footfall. If the Louvre wants to manage better flow of visitors, it should promote other works of art instead of peeling away certain paintings. Experts also accuse Macron of using this project to adopt the role of the savior. Because the Louvre is not just a museum, it's the former home of French kings. It's a symbol of the Parisian cultural clout. It is a soft power symbol. And Macron, who is weakened domestically, may be using it as an instrument of the state to boost his ratings, like he did with the Notre Dame Cathedral. So whether or not Mona Lisa likes her new crib, Macron is expected to have a renaissance.
It's been a rough couple of weeks for Los Angeles. The city is grappling with major wildfires, but don't be scared because Donald Trump is on the job. He's got an update for the people of LA. Apparently, he's turned on the water. He says it is now abundantly flowing from the Pacific to Los Angeles. We're not sure what that means. It's not like there is a giant tap in the White House. So how exactly did Trump turn on the water? It's a question that is baffling the internet too.
Like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. The beating retreat ceremony marks the formal end of India's Republic Day celebrations. Taxi drivers block major Spanish roads in a protest against high insurance costs. And a cold snap turns Niagara Falls into an icy spectacle. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1780, India's first newspaper was published. It was called the Hickey's Bengal Gazette. The newspaper was started by an Irishman, James Augustus Hickey. He wanted to expose the East India Company. The paper reported on civic issues, slamming the British. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in the United States. On Tuesday, President Donald Trump signed an executive order aimed at stopping federal support for gender transitions for people under the age of 19. The order directs federally run insurance programs, including TRICARE for military families, Medicare and Medicaid, to end funding gender-affirming care for minors. This means that any federally funded medicines or surgery that are needed for gender-affirming care are now only reserved for adults. However, the broader practice of gender care also includes counseling for people who identify as non-binary or transgender, which will now also be excluded from federal funding. The White House has clarified that the executive order is not a blanket pause on federal aid for Medicare, Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act.
This is not a blanket pause on federal assistance and grant programs from the Trump administration. Individual assistance, that includes, I'm not naming everything that's included, but just to give you a few examples, Social Security benefits, Medicare benefits, food stamps, welfare benefits, assistance that is going directly to individuals will not be impacted by this pause. And I want to make that very clear to any Americans who are watching at home who may be a little bit confused about some of the media reporting. This administration, if you are receiving individual assistance from the federal government, you will still continue to receive that.
Now, the executive order's language against gender-affirming care includes words like maiming, sterilization, and mutilation, and labels it, quote, junk science. The executive order also directs the Department of Justice to investigate states that protect access to gender care procedures.
It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam that has cost American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. It means no more funding for transgenderism and wokeness across our federal bureaucracy and agencies. No more funding for Green New Deal social engineering policies. Again, people who are receiving individual assistance, you will continue to receive that. And President Trump is looking out for you by issuing this pause because he is being good steward of your taxpayer dollars.
Now, at least 26 states, most of which are run by Republicans, have already banned gender-affirming health care for transgender children and teenagers. And according to data released by a medical watchdog, around 5,000 minors underwent gender surgeries between 2019 and 2023. Democratic states like California, Oregon, and Washington reported the most cases of gender surgery for minors. And the executive order is the latest move by President Donald Trump to reverse the Biden administration's policies protecting rights for transgender people. Throughout his campaign, Trump promised to crack down on gender-affirming care, and the executive order is just the latest in President Trump's plans to roll back protections for the transgender community across the country. Now, of course, like many of these executive orders, the question now becomes, will it hold up to legal scrutiny if and when it's challenged in court? And staying in the United States, President Donald Trump has invited Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to visit the White House. Prime Minister Netanyahu is scheduled to meet the commander-in-chief on the 4th of February, making it the first visit by a foreign leader after President Trump's inauguration. And the invitation was sent from the Oval Office and has been accepted by the Israeli Prime Minister's team. The two leaders will review the ongoing ceasefire in Gaza and how Israel and the United States can ensure peace in the region. The ceasefire has entered its third week, and Hamas has agreed to release at least 25 hostages, including Americans, that are still being held captive in Gaza. Meanwhile, thousands of Palestinians are returning to their home in northern Gaza as Israeli forces withdraw from the Strip.
Still, we have a long, long way to go. The rehabilitation status is just started. And basically, we started a journey, a long journey. And she needs to listen to us, what we have done for her for 471 days, and we did a lot. And we have the time to listen to her because she was just reborn now, and we have a lifespan to listen to her and to her stories or whatever she's been through for so many days in Gaza.
I swear that when I arrived here, I did not realize it. I only knew my home from the transmission tower. I was lost. There were no landmarks left in the whole city. We came walking with suffering that only God knows. I came expecting to find here a room, anything to settle in. But as you can see, thank God, this is my house. 5 floors where 50 people live. Thank God.
Now, though Prime Minister Netanyahu will be the first foreign leader to visit the White House during President Trump's second term, it must be noted that the two leaders have had a rather difficult personal relationship, despite Israel being America's closest ally in the Middle East. The Israeli Prime Minister met President Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate during the election, where the two pledged to work together to end the war.
Picture, photo of one of the toddlers that is now held hostage, still held hostage in Gaza, and his grandfather wanted me to give it to President Trump.
That's right. We'll get that taken care of.
Thank you.
However, just days before taking office, Donald Trump shared an inflammatory video where a professor was seen calling Netanyahu a, quote, deep, dark SOB, end quote, and a warmonger. Since then, the commander-in-chief has made a U-turn on his relations with Netanyahu and has lifted a Biden-era ban on supplying Israel with bunker-busting bombs. And from promising to negotiate a ceasefire and hostage release deal, President Trump said he's not confident the ceasefire will in fact hold.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the three phases of the deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
You support the three-state
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help in rebuilding Gaza?
I might.
Israeli media reports that along with Gaza, President Trump and Netanyahu will also discuss normalizing ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia as the threat from Iran continues to grow. And now turning to Europe, where tensions between Russia and Ukraine are once again heating up. In the latest, Russia's Vladimir Putin said his country could hold peace talks with Ukraine in the future. However, Putin ruled out speaking directly with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, calling him, quote, illegitimate. Speaking in an interview, Putin said Ukraine would have to find a legal way to hold peace talks with Russia. Putin added this is because Kyiv has not held any elections since Russia started the war almost 3 years ago.
It is possible to hold talks with anybody, but because of his illegitimacy, he is not in a position to sign anything. If he wants to take part in the talks, I will allocate people who will hold the talks. But essentially, if they want to proceed, there is a legal way to do it. Let the chairman of the Rada, Ukraine's parliament, handle it in accordance with the constitution. If there is a desire, we can resolve any legal issues. However, so far, we simply do not see such a desire.
Putin further claimed that the fighting between the two countries could end in just about 2 months or less if Ukraine's NATO allies cut their support to Kyiv.
Well, I think that Western sponsors, Ukraine cannot exist without them. They will not exist for a month if the money stops, and in a broad sense, the cartridges. That's it, everything will end in a month and a half or two.
Now, responding to Putin's claims, Ukrainian President Zelensky posted on social media platform X that the Russian leader was afraid of negotiations. President Zelensky also accused Putin of prolonging the war despite having a chance to achieve real peace.
Today, Putin once again confirmed that he is afraid of negotiations, afraid of strong leaders, and does everything possible to prolong the war. Every move he makes and all his cynical tricks are aimed at making the war endless. There is a chance to achieve a real peace, but it is Putin who is doing everything in his power to either continue large-scale killings or secure a pause in order to continue hybrid attacks while preparing for a new full-scale invasion.
Meanwhile, Kyiv has warned against its exclusion from any peace talks between Russia and the United States. In fact, President Zelensky says Putin is trying to manipulate President Donald Trump, who repeatedly promised to end the conflict once he assumed office on January 20th. Moreover, Putin's dismissal of talks with President Zelensky come after Ukraine launched over 100 drones in an overnight attack on Russian military assets and oil infrastructure. But as the conflict intensifies and nears its 3-year mark, the window for peace seems to be shrinking, with neither side willing to even sit at the negotiating table. And next we head into orbit, as an 8-day mission in space has now turned into nearly an 8-month ordeal for NASA astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. 237 days and counting, that's how long they've been in space. Sunita Williams says she's forgotten how to walk and what it even feels like to sit or even lie down. Earlier this month, the astronauts expressed their wish to return home soon. And now, President Donald Trump has tasked Elon Musk and SpaceX to bring back the stranded astronauts. Our next report has more.
And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket and let's push it to the heavens.
This message is from June 5th, 2024. The last time Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore were on Earth. Before the liftoff, they called the 8-day space mission their dream space flight. And nearly 8 months later, all they can wish for is this dream to be over. And the man being touted as the one who can fulfill this wish is none other than Elon Musk. US President Donald Trump says he has tasked billionaire Elon Musk's SpaceX to bring back the stranded NASA astronauts from the International Space Station. Trump said the previous Joe Biden administration virtually abandoned Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore in space. The SpaceX CEO said it was terrible that the pair was left stranded and assured that he will bring them back. In June last year, the two were launched to the International Space Station on Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The flight was intended to last 8 to 10 days. 237 days later, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are still there. The Starliner they left on was not safe anymore to bring them back. Its propulsion system faced propellant leaks and pressurization problems. In September 2024, they were joined by NASA's Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Days, weeks, months passed. Their return just kept getting pushed further. They were scheduled to return in February as part of the SpaceX Crew 9 Dragon. But the replacement astronauts who were originally due to arrive earlier will now be launched on SpaceX Crew 10 in late March or April. Astronaut Sunita Williams says she's forgotten how to walk, how it felt like sitting, standing or lying down. Earlier this month, they expressed longing to go back home and be with their families.
It's just a great team, and no, it doesn't feel like we're cast away. Eventually we want to go home because we left our families a little while ago, but we have a lot to do while we're up here. We've got to get all that stuff done before we go home.
Concerns regarding their deteriorating health have sparked debates. Images suggest a potential muscle loss for Williams, a known effect of microgravity. But NASA maintains its astronauts are in good health. Williams and Wilmore say they're keeping themselves busy as there's a lot to do in space. They've been carrying out scientific experiments and spacewalks while also tracking events back home.
Diwali is a time of joy as goodness in the world prevails.
The Hindu festival of Diwali passed. Americans voted in a presidential election that saw a historic comeback for Donald Trump. Christmas went by and so did New Year's. All they could do is send video messages. While the world may have settled into 2025, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are still stuck in space, without a sense of time, but counting every second until they get back home.
From the space station while we are docked to the space station.
And we end today's show with a follow-up from yesterday's story about Selena Gomez. A viral video of the singer and actor breaking down over Donald Trump's immigration policies has ignited a social media firestorm. Some fans rallied behind her while critics mocked her reaction. Things even escalated when social media users alleged that singer Lana Del Rey commented on Gomez's now deleted video telling her to go back to Mexico. But neither Gomez nor Del Rey addressed the comment, allowing the controversy to spread like wildfire. Our final report goes inside the controversy.
The entertainment industry has always been a battleground of opinions, rivalries, and unexpected controversies. But when politics enters the mix, things can spiral into full-fledged war. This time, it's a clash of the titans, Selena Gomez versus Lana Del Rey. The battlefield, social media. The weapon of choice, a viral video. And the casualties, truth, public perception, and maybe a few PR reps scrambling for damage control. It all began when Selena Gomez, who's known for her vocal stance on social issues, posted an emotional video on Instagram breaking down over US President Donald Trump's announcement of mass deportations of illegal immigrants. As expected, the internet did what it does best, reacted in extremes. Some supported her impassioned plea, others weren't as kind. But the real shocker came when a comment, allegedly from Lana Del Rey, surfaced online, telling Gomez to pack her bags and go back to Mexico. She allegedly ended her comment by writing that Gomez should consider taking her grandmother along with her as well. The internet exploded. Fans of both artists jumped into the fray, choosing sides and engaging in a full-scale online war. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, weighed in. He dismissed Gomez's concerns and doubled down on the administration's stance on deportations. Homan said, and I quote, "We're going to make our community safer. It's all for the good of this nation, and we're going to keep going. No apologies, we're moving forward." Homan insisted that ICE's efforts were not about attacking communities, but about enforcing immigration laws, particularly against those with criminal histories. Homan further claimed that the crackdown would reduce issues like drug trafficking, violent crime, and human trafficking. With the controversy spiraling out of control, both Selena Gomez and Lana Del Rey have opted for silence. No clarifications, no public denials, just a deafening lack of response. Some speculated that their PR teams had advised against engaging, while others believed the artists simply didn't care enough to address the fake feud. However, as the dust began to settle, a crucial detail emerged. Lana Del Rey never actually made that comment. The inflammatory post originated from a satirical social media account notorious for creating viral fake news. Despite the account clearly stating its satirical nature in its bio, the damage was done. Screenshots circulated, media outlets picked up the story, and fans reacted as if it were the gospel truth. This so-called feud between Selena Gomez and Lana Del Rey is just another example of how easily misinformation spreads in the digital age. It highlights how a single fabricated comment can ignite a wildfire of outrage, proving that the real war isn't between two artists, it's between truth and viral fiction. And in this war, it seems the internet always wins.
That's First Post America for this Wednesday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today remains on the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the conflict is intensifying with the M23 rebels backed by the neighboring Rwanda, who have tightened their grip on the DRC's mineral-rich eastern region. Intense clashes continued throughout the past 24 hours, taking the death toll to over 100 and injuring around 1,000. The rebels have now seized the airport of Goma, the DRC's largest city in the east. This has forced the closure of the local airspace. Domestic flights have also reportedly been halted. The Goma airport serves as a vital hub, providing humanitarian access and means for evacuation. It is also a key point for regional connectivity and trade. Its capture is a major blow to the Congolese army that is fighting the M23 rebels. The rebels have claimed to capture the entire Goma city, but the DRC still says that the city has not fallen as the fighting continues. However, many videos show only M23 fighters and Rwandan forces marching on the city's streets. In fact, more than 1,200 Congolese soldiers have reportedly surrendered to the Rwandan forces. Several soldiers have fled and sought refuge in Rwanda. Videos show them sitting in rows on the floor of a cultural center where they were held by the Rwandan army. Rwandan soldiers were seen providing medical examinations to the surrendered troops. Meanwhile, the crisis has also forced many civilians to flee to Rwanda, as clashes and gunfire continued throughout the past 24 hours. Now, many bodies have been seen scattered in the streets of Goma, and there has been an increase in reports of sexual violence, rape, and looting. Hospitals have been overwhelmed as casualties grow. The aid coming to the region has been blocked as the borders, ports, and roads are shut. Several truck drivers carrying aid were trapped at the border.
We saw and heard terrible things. Dead bodies, gunshots, bombs. Things we have never experienced in our country. We thank God we have made it out.
Meanwhile, anger is growing among the people of DRC against the M23 rebels and Rwanda. In the capital, Kinshasa, protesters targeted several embassies of countries they accuse of complicity in Rwanda's support of the M23 rebels. The missions of France, Belgium, the United States, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, and Rwanda were among those attacked and set ablaze. The police fired tear gas at protesters who attacked diplomatic buildings in the capital.
What Rwanda is doing is in collusion with France, Belgium, the United States of America, and others. Congolese people are tired. How many times do we have to die, and for how many days?
Now, the president of the DRC, Felix Tshisekedi, has refused to attend a crisis summit with the president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, that was supposed to be chaired by the Kenyan president, William Ruto. Both sides are accusing each other of supporting opposing ethnic militias. The DRC alleges Rwanda's support ethnic Tutsi-led M23 rebel group, while Kigali accuses Kinshasa of supporting the Hutu militia. The Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, or the FDLR. However, Rwanda is accused of using the M23 rebels to loot the DRC's minerals in the North Kivu province, of which Goma is the capital. Now, Kigali is facing intense international pressure to withdraw its support to the M23 rebels, including from nations such as the US and China. Will the African neighbors work to resolve the crisis? Now, for more on this, we have with us Bram Verlest, a senior researcher at the Institute for Security Studies Africa. He is joining us live from Liège in Belgium. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
Now, the M23 rebels have taken control of Goma's airport, making a major escalation in this conflict. What are the strategic and the political implications of this seizure for both the Congolese government and the regional stability?
Well, first of all, the M23 control goes beyond the Goma airport, as you mentioned, but they also reported now taking control of the city itself, or at least most of the city. I think the most immediate implications of these advances towards Goma and its entering of the city, which is a provincial capital of North Kivu, with a large population, including many displaced, are humanitarian. So the most recent estimates, around 700,000 internally displaced people are based in and around Goma. Between 40 and 50,000 have arrived in the city in the last weeks. And so fighting and the M23 control disrupts severely this much needed humanitarian access, as the airport is indeed closed and most roads to Goma are cut off. In addition to that, the fighting has also interrupted essential services as water, electricity supply, internet, which also increases humanitarian needs and affects the humanitarian response. Within the conflict, this is indeed a major escalation, and most observers were of the opinion that neither M23 or its backers had a real interest in taking Goma, as it took Goma briefly during the previous iteration of the movement in 2012. And when they did, this also marked the beginning of the end for the movement, and it led to increased international pressure on Rwanda, as well as internal divergences within the movement. It is worth stressing that M23 has researched for over 3 years now without taking Goma or attempting to. And during the first iteration in 2012, it only took 7 months for the movement to approach to Goma. I think there are several dimensions to these events, but a relevant background is a deadlock in the Rwanda process, which is an Angolan-led mediation process aimed at de-escalating tensions between the DRC and Rwanda. And since December, talks had stalled after President Kagame did not show up to a presidential meeting because of a Congolese refusal to engage in a dialogue with M23 in the framework of this Rwanda process. And since then, we have seen a progressive deterioration of the security situation on the terrain. The M23 has advanced and taken other towns as Masisi, Minova, Sake, and now Goma. And latest reports of today indicate that M23 is further progressing southwards towards Bukavu. And there are a lot of Burundian soldiers present in this area because Burundi has deployed bilaterally in support of Kinshasa against M23. And so these developments are likely to lead to a further regional escalation. And these regional geopolitics are important to understand the current situation. M23 has been pushing for a dialogue with Kinshasa. I would say that there is still uncertainty if this push to Goma was motivated to force Kinshasa to a concession and to the table with the M23 rebellion, or in the worst case scenario, a complete step away from the diplomatic process. As what we're seeing now is as with previous phases of escalation. Yes.
The protesters have targeted embassies in Kinshasa. This, of course, signaling growing public anger. What is driving this frustration, and how might it impact diplomatic relations between the DRC and its neighbors, particularly Rwanda and Uganda, which have both been accused of backing the M23?
As your interviews mentioned, this seems to be, first of all, the result of a public anger with the international community's passivity and even perceived complicity with the Rwandan support to M23 and the Rwandan presence in the DRC. And so from this perspective, the targeting of the embassies, at least in part, resulted from this public and also politically fed perception that M23 crisis is part of a broader foreign current conspiracy aimed at taking control of Congo and its resources. I think the event itself on its own will not necessarily lead to a worsening of diplomatic relations, as the Congolese government did not instigate these attacks, and I also condemn them. But it's also relevant to point out that such protests have occurred in recent years before. Some of them have also directed the UN peacekeeping mission MONUSCO, so they are not new. I would also add that these actions rather reflect the already worsened and complicated diplomatic relations between the DRC and several countries, in particular Rwanda, but also Kenya and Uganda. And so, of course, M23 receives this Rwandan support, and Kinshasa perceives M23 as not more than a front for mainly Rwandan interests. But it also has become increasingly frustrated with Kenya's and Uganda's position on the conflict, ranging from frustration with this passivity of the countries or this kind of political support to M23, to even suspicions that the countries might be actually supporting the movement. And so, in a way, these attacks of these embassies in Kinshasa have to be seen in light of this, and not necessarily a kind of new escalation. It's rather a reflection of already existing regional tensions over this conflict.
Right, and with over 100 people killed in the clashes, what role can international actors play in de-escalating the violence? And are there, in your view, any prospects for a ceasefire or diplomatic resolution in the near future?
I think first, the international and regional responses should prioritize the humanitarian situation and the question of this humanitarian access, because this is really urgent. And so this is what most international response has to go through now urgently. But secondly, there have been a variety of regional responses to this conflict, both militarily. We have a SADC mission, SAMI DRC present. We had the East Africa Community mission there. We have UN peacekeeping mission, bilateral deployment of Burundian forces. But also diplomatically, there have been several initiatives. Most important, the one already mentioned, the Rwanda process, which is this mediation between the DRC and Rwanda, as well as the Nairobi process, which is a process facilitated by the former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta and linked to the East Africa Community, which aims at a dialogue between the DRC and Congolese armed groups. So most efforts currently go through reviving these processes and trying to harmonize them. But this is complicated because the Nairobi process itself has stalled over the last years because of this regional tension that I mentioned, but also because of the DRC's response to this conflict, which was a mobilization of Congolese armed groups under a loose banner of what is called the Wazalendo, which is Swahili for patriots, which kind of undermines this whole demobilization process that Nairobi process seeks to support. And the Rwanda process has also stalled, as I mentioned before, over Kinshas's refusal to engage with M23, but also Rwanda, who undermines key instruments of this process by not sending military experts, for example, to this ad hoc verification mechanism, which is part of this. But we have seen a lot of international diplomatic efforts now. We have seen 2 Security Council briefings, an African Union meeting, East Africa Community Summit today, with a SADC meeting tomorrow. So, and they all converge on the following.
We'll have to... we have to leave it there, Bram. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa, for your valued insights and analysis there. Moving on to West Africa now, where 3 junta-led states have formally exited the Economic Community of West African States, or the ECOWAS regional bloc. Thousands hit the streets in Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali to back their junta regime's withdrawal from the West African bloc. In Niger, marches led by military regime members were held in the capital of Niamey. Hundreds chanted slogans against French President Emmanuel Macron.
We have understood that this ECOWAS, which was created as a People's ECOWAS, and no longer serves the people. It serves a master outside ECOWAS, that is imperialism. We marched blindly, and they stepped aside, continuing to serve imperialism. Today, we have understood that only struggle brings liberation.
In Burkina Faso, the country's prime minister and thousands of other citizens gathered in the capital of Ouagadougou's Nation Square.
AES has only existed for a short time, but the free movement of people and goods is already a reality. We know that if we continue to support our 3 leaders, all African countries will join AES because we will truly be able to liberate Africa.
In Mali, crowds rallied at Kanfuga, which is a symbolic area near the capital of Bamako.
A single Burkinabe with a weapon can do what is necessary. We have confidence in ourselves. Moreover, we have acquired heavy and light equipment, combat aircraft, and warplanes to defend this country. So we do not even need to seek assistance from a neighboring country or a former colonizer.
The three countries together have now teamed up to form a separate bloc called the Alliance of Sahel States, or the AES. The trio have also released a common passport. Their junta leaders have announced the creation of a 5,000-member unified army to fight jihadism that has plagued the region for years. Now, they see France, which has a high influence on the region, as a common enemy and favor partnerships with countries like Russia, Turkey and Iran. Russian flags were also a part of these support rallies in all of these nations. Now, the military junta states had sought an immediate withdrawal from ECOWAS in January of last year, alleging its excessive dependence on France and the West.
The three countries will officially cease to be members of ECOWAS from 29 January 2025. The authority decides to set the period from 29 January 2025 to 29 July 2025 as a transitional period and to keep ECOWAS doors open to the three countries during the transition period.
However, ECOWAS required 1 year's notice for their departure to be effective. And now the departure of these three founding members from the 50-year-old bloc has left West Africa more fractured than ever. Shifting focus now, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has landed in trouble for freeing a Libyan warlord wanted by the International Criminal Court, or the ICC. Meloni revealed that prosecutors in Rome have opened an investigation against her and two government ministers for repatriating Libyan warlord Osama Najim last week. Najim is head of the Libyan Judicial Police and the director of an infamous migrant detention prison in Tripoli. He is accused by the ICC of committing war crimes against detainees such as torture, rape and murder. Last week, he was arrested in Italy's northern city of Turin, where he was attending a football match while on a warrant from the International Court. Italy is a founding member of the ICC and is obliged to arrest those wanted by the court. However, just 2 days after his arrest, he was released on procedural grounds by a Rome appeals court and flown to Libya on an Italian government plane. Meloni's government has been under fire from the opposition, human rights groups and the ICC itself for releasing Najim. ICC has demanded answers from the Meloni government. Meloni has defended the release of the Libyan warlord as the probe begins against her in Rome. She said the investigation is politically motivated and is triggered by a legal complaint filed by a lawyer and a former left-wing politician. Meloni said that she won't get blackmailed and intimidated, as she asked why the ICC only issued the warrant against the warlord when he entered Italy after spending days in other European nations.
Curiously, the court did it just when this person was about to enter Italian territory, after he had peacefully stayed for about 12 days in 3 other European states. The request for arrest of the public prosecutor's office of the International Criminal Court has not been transmitted to the Italian Ministry of Justice, as required by law, and for this reason the Court of Appeal of Rome decides not to proceed with its validation. At this point, with this subject free on Italian territory, rather than leaving him free, we decide to expel him and repatriate him immediately for security reasons. I am not blackmailable. I am not intimidated. Is it possible that for this reason I am, let's say, so disliked by those who do not want Italy to change and become better?
Critics have accused Meloni's government of aligning itself too closely with the Libyan authorities. Italy relies on Libya to curb migrant arrivals on the country's shores. It has signed an agreement under which it provides funding to the North African nation to prevent boats and refugees arriving in Italy. Now, as per reports, migration from Libya to Europe has significantly decreased by around 60% due to greater restrictions across the Mediterranean. However, Libyan authorities have been accused of brutal crimes on the migrants they detain. Now, recently, the European Commission decided to overhaul funding to North African nation of Tunisia due to reports of human rights abuses. However, immigration is a key agenda for the Maloney government, and it is known for a hardline approach on the issue. Will the latest investigation change her approach? We will keep you posted. Now, our last story for the day is about DeepSeek. The Chinese artificial intelligence company has shaken up the global tech ecosystem and stock markets in recent days. Its low-cost chatbot has ignited extensive amounts of interest among South Africans who have embraced the AI technology with open arms. The app has overtaken Chinese online marketplace Temu and topped the charts in the country. Moreover, DeepSeek's meteoric rise has also reignited debates on resource allocation and funding in Africa, which is still lagging behind other regions in terms of adopting artificial intelligence. Our next report gets you all the details.
In recent days, the meteoric rise of Chinese AI startup DeepSeek has been reverberating across the global tech ecosystem and stock markets. It has prompted industry leaders and investors to reconsider their strategies and has reignited debates on resource allocation, energy efficiency, and the democratization of AI development. The Chinese company has claimed that its flagship chatbot, developed for under $6 million, is powered by a large language model that rivals offerings from US tech giants like OpenAI and Google. By contrast, OpenAI has reportedly invested billions in developing its models and the supporting infrastructure. This stark cost disparity has challenged the long-standing assumption that scaling artificial intelligence requires immense financial resources, shaking industry norms and creating new possibilities, especially in Africa. For Africans, who have often struggled to secure funding and access to competitive digital infrastructure, DeepSeek's innovation and technology is both a challenge and a beacon of hope. Democratizing AI development could unleash untapped potential for Africa. Historically, African startups and businesses have faced barriers such as limited access to computing power and insufficient investments in research and development. By showing that DeepSeek is an economic and easily available option, AI will be the main proponent that will grow large and small-scale businesses in Africa, and this is visible in South Africa. South Africans have embraced DeepSeek with open arms. According to reports, the Chinese AI app topped the charts in the country. But as interest for AI grows in Africa, it has a much larger role to play in the continent. The introduction of AI could lead to digital transformation in the world's youngest continent, and the entry of a Chinese AI firm could mean that American firms will soon push for greater reach into Africa in an attempt to cut China's influence. The data center and AI market is already growing rapidly in Africa. The artificial intelligence market is projected to reach a value of $16.53 billion by 2030 in Africa. And this is primarily fueled by increasing demand for cloud computing, digital services, and AI applications. Countries such as Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa are leading AI development in the continent. Citizens in these countries have also been quick to adopt generative AI technologies, including DeepSeek. Yet, DeepSeek's meteoric rise has raised pressing questions about the potential impact on the continent's AI infrastructure. Significant gaps continue to exist in basic infrastructure in Africa. The continent still lags behind other regions in providing stable electricity, reliable internet access, and data centers, which are crucial for running AI algorithms effectively. Additionally, the continent also lacks regulatory framework to effectively regulate the growth of AI. But with the world picking up the pace on adopting artificial intelligence, the need for Africa to ramp up its efforts have increased more than ever.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. America's deportation drama is intensifying. Donald Trump has fired another shot. He wants to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. This is an American base in Cuba, infamous for military tortures. Why does President Trump want to send immigrants there? Has this been done before? And what are the reactions? We'll discuss all of that. Also tell you about the collision of two aircraft in Washington, D.C. One passenger plane and one military helicopter. They crashed into each other in the air. All 67 people on board are feared dead. Also in focus, India has officially joined the AI race. The government of India says that the country's very own version of ChatGPT or DeepSeek will be ready soon. Meanwhile, OpenAI is struggling with bad headlines, copyright lawsuits and former employees speaking out. Is their CEO Sam Altman coming to India? Who are the Indians in Canada's prime ministerial race and can they make it? Why Bangladesh wants to scrap deals with India, how America is trying to revive supersonic aviation with its own version of the Concorde called the Boom Supersonic XB-1. How India's market regulator is cracking down on financial influencers, why Neymar is leaving the Saudi club Al Hilal after scoring the most expensive goal in history. And what is China's artificial sun? Which other countries have it?
It's a tough place to get out of.
Donald Trump's migrant crackdown continues. We've seen lightning raids, mass arrests, quick deportation, and now a nuclear move. President Donald Trump wants to send some illegal migrants to Guantanamo Bay. I'm sure you've heard of this place. It's the closest thing we have to Azkaban, a prison in the middle of nowhere, a place where laws do not apply. This is where Trump wants to hold illegal migrants. Not all of them, though, just the criminals. Listen in.
Today, I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of.
Let's look at the map first. This is where Guantanamo Bay, or Gitmo, is located, on the southeastern tip of Cuba. It was leased to the United States way back in 1903. But Cuba's communist leaders reject American claims now. They say Gitmo is illegally occupied. Irrespective, the US controls this land. After 9/11, the US built a military prison there. Dozens of terror suspects were held in that prison. At its peak, nearly 800 of them. Now, Gitmo had a special purpose for the Americans. It was technically foreign land. American laws did not apply over there, so prisoners were put in cages. They were tortured, waterboarded, and electrocuted. Is that where Trump is sending these migrants? Thankfully, the answer is no. Gitmo also has a migrant detention facility. It is separate from the military prison. And this facility has housed migrants for decades, though very few of them. From 2020 to 2023, only 37 migrants were held at Gitmo. President Trump's plan is to ramp it up. He has ordered the construction of a much larger facility with a capacity of 30,000 beds. Trump says this facility is only for criminal migrants. But still there is some confusion, like how long will the migrants stay there? Will they serve out their sentences or will they be deported? Trump's new defense secretary says it is not permanent detention. It is more of a temporary transit, a holding area before deportation.
It's folks who maybe are in transit to their home country or a safe third harbor country, and it's taking a little time to move with that processing or the paperwork. Better they be held at a safe location like Guantanamo Bay, which is meant and built for migrants, meant and built to sustain that away from the American people as they are processed properly to where they came from.
Cuba has slammed this move. Their president lashed out on social media. He called it a brutal act by Trump. But let's get a couple of things straight here. These are criminal aliens. No country will tolerate illegal migrants unleashing crime. It has every right to deport them. Having said that, a few questions still remain. One, why Gitmo? Why not a facility on mainland America? Maybe because it wouldn't have the same chilling effect. Everyone knows that Gitmo is notorious. So maybe the goal is deterrence, to make migrants think twice before sneaking into the US. The logic is sound, but the ethics, not so much. It reeks of secrecy and violations. The second question is, who will Trump send to Gitmo? He says criminal illegal migrants will be held there. Until now, that was a pretty clear definition. People convicted of crimes after entering the United States illegally. Those were criminal illegal migrants. But not according to the new Trump administration. They say every illegal migrant is a criminal. Listen to this.
Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office, can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
The US law does not support this. In America, illegal migration is a civil offense. It is not a criminal violation. If you're caught, you are entitled to an immigration hearing. Only after that can you be deported. This is the existing law of the United States of America. If President Donald Trump wants to change that, he is more than free to do it. He's got a majority in both chambers of Congress. So why doesn't he take the legal route for this? Because even some Republicans, even people from his own party, do not like his policies. This is a classic shock and awe tactic. Do as much as you can before the system wakes up. Because Trump's case is very weak. He says there are millions of criminal illegal migrants in the United States, which is simply not true. In the past 40 years, 4 decades, there have been 425,000. And they're not roaming freely. They're serving sentences in American jails. After the sentence, they will be deported. If you add all of this together, one thing becomes quite clear. Trump's immigration plan is not a systematic one. It's a blitzkrieg. Dozens of lawsuits have been filed against it, especially the rapid arrest and deportation of migrants. If a judge blocks it, Trump does not appear to have a plan B. That's how things are at the moment. Let's see how long this crackdown lasts.
Pass 25, get the Georgia in flight. Pass 25, pass 1 is Georgia. Lucy for 347, go around, climb, maintain 3,000, flight for
A deadly air disaster has taken place in the United States, right in the middle of the capital, Washington, D.C. Two aircraft collided last night, just about 5 kilometers south of the White House. One was a passenger plane. The second was a U.S. military Sikorsky H-60 helicopter, better known as a Black Hawk. The crash took place just beside the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Take a look at this.
Yeah, we can do 3-3 for Blue 6342.
Proceed for 342 at the Wilson Bridge. Change to turn for runway 33, runway 33, clear to land.
Tower, did you see that?
Export 72. American 3130, go around, turn left end 250, climb maintain 3000. Blackjack 3, can you...
There were 64 people on board the passenger jet. It was a PSA Airlines flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. The journey was almost over. The plane was just about to land. That's when disaster struck. Now let's look at how this unfolded step by step. You can see that the signal was lost meters away from the airport. The plane was approaching the Reagan Airport. It was cleared for landing.
Yeah, we can do 3-3 for Blue 6342.
Proceed for 342 at the Wilson Bridge. Change to turn for runway 33, runway 33, clear to land.
That was the air traffic control tower at the airport, giving the flight permission to land. It was making its way to runway 33. This runway at an angle with the Potomac River. But just before the plane landed, ATC sent out an alert. ATC, of course, is the air traffic control. This was their warning.
Pass 25, get the CRJ in flight. Pass 25, pass line is CRJ.
That message was for a U.S. military Black Hawk helicopter. PAT-25 was the chopper's call sign. The Black Hawk was conducting a nighttime drill. It was seen flying towards the PSA jet. So ATC asked the Black Hawk to pass behind it. This is what showed on the radar of the air traffic controller. You can clearly see the airport runways in the triangle pattern. The passenger plane had the call sign CRJ7. It was turning into the designated runway, which is runway 33, but for some reason the helicopter turned in the same direction. It ended up in front of the passenger plane, leading to a mid-air collision. There was an explosion. Then both aircraft fell into the Potomac River. Emergency services were alerted immediately.
2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources.
Search and rescue teams were mobilized immediately. Helicopters were providing searchlights from above. Divers were deployed on boats, but they faced an uphill task because the water was near freezing. Remember, this is Washington, D.C., the same place where Donald Trump was inaugurated just 10 days ago. He had to be inaugurated indoors because of the cold. The Potomac River is no exception. It has been oscillating between ice cold and frozen solid for days. And that drastically brings down the possibility of survivors. There were 64 people on board the PSA flight, 60 passengers and 4 crew members. The Black Hawk, the military helicopter, had 3 military personnel on board, so 67 people in total. 2 of them were Russian figure skaters, Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov. They were a married couple. They won the 1994 World Figure Skating Championship. They were on board the PSA Airlines flight along with other Russian citizens. The Kremlin has confirmed their deaths.
Unfortunately, we see that this sad information is being confirmed. There were also our fellow citizens. Bad news from Washington today. We are sorry, and we express our condolences to the families and relatives of Russian citizens who lost their lives in this mid-air tragedy. For now, there are no plans for high-level contacts.
About 30 bodies have been recovered so far. The operation is still ongoing, but officials say that no survivors are expected. Emergency services are also looking for the black boxes from the aircraft so that they can determine what exactly happened. US President Donald Trump is demanding answers. He put out this post last night questioning the conduct of the helicopter. He believes the collision should have been prevented. But we'll have to wait a while for the official inquiry to finish. We will be tracking this story for you as it unfolds.
We believe that there are at least 6 major developers who will be able to create foundational models in the next 8 to 10 months.
I'm Jin, your personal AI assistant for the journey.
China's DeepSeek has shaken the tech world. It has rattled Silicon Valley and led to carnage on Wall Street. It has brought into focus the global race for AI dominance, and it has led Indians to ask, where are we in this race? Now, the government has joined this conversation. It says India is building its own AI model, one that can compete with the likes of ChatGPT.
We believe that there are at least 6 major developers who will be able to create foundational models in the next 8 to 10 months on the outer limit and 4 to 6 months on a more aggressive estimate.
That was India's IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav. He says the government has identified at least 6 developers. They have 4 to 8 months to develop this world-class model, as he put it. The minister did not say who the developers were or what this project will cost. But this is perhaps the most significant declaration of intent from New Delhi. India wants to build an AI model of its own, one that can not only perform like the likes of ChatGPT and DeepSeeks of the world, but also cater to India's cultural diversity, something that is compatible with different Indian languages and may mitigate biases which have been seen in other AI models. That is what India aims to do, but how will it do it? New Delhi is taking a multi-pronged approach. For starters, it is involving private players to procure computer chips, the ones needed to build these AI models. You need special chips for them. Private companies are buying those chips. 10 Indian companies have managed to get almost 19,000 chips. The initial goal was 10,000 chips, to get 10,000 chips to India. But now Indian companies have got almost double the number, 19,000. Now, most of these chips are from NVIDIA, which is an American company, making the most advanced chips in the world. As of today, NVIDIA is the gold standard for AI computing. So 10 Indian companies have got 19,000 NVIDIA chips. Now, the government is planning to consolidate these resources to build a common compute facility. Here, the private sector will use whatever it needs. At the same time, it will contribute to the computing power of the facility. What does that mean? What is a common compute facility? Think of it as a library, which is open to everyone in the community, where anyone can walk in, take a membership at a subsidized rate, and gain access to the books that interest them. The librarian helps you get the books you want. You pay for your membership, and this money is then pooled in to buy more books so that everyone can use them. That's typically how a library works, and that is how the common compute facility will work, with the government of India as its librarian. And anyone can be a member. Students, startups, researchers, companies, everyone will be able to access this facility. They will be able to use its superior computing power, build useful AI tools, and conduct meaningful research. And what's the fee to use this library of chips? Between $1 to $2 per hour. That's less than 200 Indian rupees. The Indian government is offering access to AI chips for barely a few hundred rupees. Globally, the prices are higher. Access to such chips can cost up to $3 an hour. In India, it is 40% cheaper because the government is subsidizing it. So how soon can India start this facility? The government says 10,000 chips can be deployed almost immediately, which is a pretty good number. Remember, ChatGPT was trained using 10,000 chips too. So India has the adequate computing power, enough to at least start building a model. New Delhi is also taking an inclusive approach with this AI project. It plans to deploy DeepSeek on Indian servers. That's the Chinese AI model, DeepSeek. It will now be available on Indian servers. Does this not pose a privacy risk? DeepSeek is, after all, a Chinese model. There are data risks associated with it. So will this move leak India's data to China? Experts say that will not happen. The makers of DeepSeek have released its code, so it is open source and open weight, meaning anyone can access and replicate it and anyone can build on it. It's a bit like Lego. So India wants to use this base to build a different AI model, a model tailored to Indian needs without compromising India's data security. Basically, an Indian version of DeepSeek. Long story short, India is serious about AI development. It has adopted a comprehensive approach. The government is investing resources and funding key projects. It is engaging with the private sector. It is also studying existing models to learn and adapt. India's AI efforts are off to a good start, but it still has a long, long road ahead. The past few weeks have made one thing quite clear. No single player controls artificial intelligence. For all of America's advancements, there is no monopoly. And India is well positioned to establish itself in this space. Meanwhile, OpenAI remains in news for all the wrong reasons. It's been a wild fortnight for this company, almost like a tech soap opera with fewer tears and more code. First, OpenAI jumped into a $500 billion venture, a project called Stargate. Then, out of nowhere, a Chinese AI model came swinging, a model called DeepSeek. It smashed OpenAI's dominance. In a plot twist, OpenAI CEO praised the competitor. Sam Altman is the CEO. He called DeepSeek impressive. It's like Ronaldo saying Messi is pretty good. But just when it was turning all wholesome, OpenAI pulled a fast one. They began accusing DeepSeek of copying their tech. They say the Chinese company used OpenAI's work to train DeepSeek models. OpenAI says it has the evidence. Now, this so-called evidence is not public yet, so we'll have to take their word for it, but it's hard to miss the irony here. OpenAI is having a meltdown. And why? Because someone may have done what they have been doing for years. This is a company that has been training on copyrighted material with no shame. Books, news articles, music, YouTube videos, even that high school essay that you wrote on Shakespeare. OpenAI has spared nothing to train its models. It has literally been ripping off other people's work to get ahead. So what's the fuss about now? And this is not even a secret. OpenAI's leadership has talked about it. Sam Altman himself has acknowledged it. So why are they playing the victim now? They should know the copy-paste button works both ways. And while OpenAI is crying foul, they're literally in the middle of a copyright lawsuit here in India. The case began last year. It was filed by news agency ANI. They accused OpenAI of improperly using copyrighted content. You know, like scraping and reproducing material from news websites without permission. Now, several Indian media giants have joined the case, including companies like Network 18 and other digital publishers. The idea is to hold OpenAI accountable. And what's the response? Well, OpenAI wants to block this bid. Some reports even suggest that Sam Altman himself is planning a visit to India. The last time he did this was in 2023. There were no legal headaches then, but this time it's a whole different story. And we can see why. India is ChatGPT's second biggest market after the United States. It cannot afford to lose this market. So between lawsuits and a new competitor, OpenAI was barely catching its breath when another bombshell dropped, this time from a former employee, a former OpenAI safety researcher. He has gone public. His name is Steven Adler. He left OpenAI last November. He called it a wild ride. Now he says OpenAI and other companies are taking a very risky gamble, especially with artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence. That's the type of AI that could match or exceed human intellect in every aspect. Remember all those sci-fi movies with a villain robot? This is that stage, or at least that's what we are told. So it's a warning that AI could be moving too fast, and the consequences may be far more serious than we imagine. And that's the real question. Is OpenAI pushing technology forward, or is it pushing us over a cliff? This company wants to lead the AI revolution, yet it is fending off lawsuits, battling new competitors, and now even its own former employees are sounding the alarm. OpenAI may want to control the future, but right now it can barely control the headlines. To Canada now, where the political landscape is shifting in a big way. After nearly a decade in power, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is stepping down, which leaves a major question. Who will take over? The Liberal Party, which is Trudeau's party, is scrambling to find a new leader. And there are a few Indians in the mix, the likes of Ruby Dhalla, Chandra Arya and Anita Anand. Will one of them make it to the top? We don't know yet, but with a potential no-confidence vote looming, their job might not last long. Our next report tells you more.
Justin Trudeau is on his way out. After 9 years, he's stepping down as Prime Minister. Which means one big question: who takes over? Canada's Liberal Party needs a new leader fast. The decision comes March 9th, and that person will be the Prime Minister. But for how long? The Conservatives want an election. Parliament reconvenes in March. A no-confidence vote could bring the government crashing down. So who's willing to take this short, high-stakes job? Several names are already in the mix. But a few Indian ones are making the noise. The first is Ruby Dhalla. She was born to Punjabi immigrants in Winnipeg. At the age of 10, she wrote a letter to then Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was about Operation Blue Star, and Gandhi even personally replied to her. In 1993, she took part in the India-Canada beauty pageant. She even acted in a Hindi movie before becoming a chiropractor. Soon after, she ventured into politics. From 2004 to 2011, Dhalla served as a Member of Parliament for the Brampton-Springdale constituency. She made history with her tenure, and now she hopes to make history again by becoming the first Indian origin woman to become the Canadian Prime Minister. And what's on Dhalla's agenda? She's already made her key campaign promise. She wants to deport illegal immigrants and clamp down on human traffickers.
There are over 500,000 illegal immigrants in Canada. This is unacceptable. As the daughter of immigrant parents, I know firsthand that immigrants have helped build our great country. But we must clamp down on human trafficking and those that are here illegally. As your Prime Minister, I promise you, I will deport every illegal immigrant in Canada. Canada's comeback starts now.
But she's not the only Indian origin politician in the race. Meet Chandra Arya. He was born in the Indian state of Karnataka. In 2006, Chandra immigrated to Canada. He won federal elections in 2015 and 2019 and went viral in 2022 for speaking Kannada in the House of Commons.
ದೇಶದ ಸಂಸತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಲು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ.
Now he wants to be Prime Minister. His campaign promises include making Canada a sovereign republic, raising the retirement age, and introducing a citizenship-based tax system. But his campaign hit controversy when he dismissed the importance of the French language, a key requirement for the job. And that seems to have cost him. He has been barred for participating in the race by the Liberal Party. Chandra Arya has called out this decision, raising questions about the legitimacy of the race. The other big name making news? Anita Anand. She was born in Kentville, Nova Scotia. Both her parents are physicians. She started as a law professor before entering politics. And she's held some big jobs like Minister of Public Services and Procurement, where she was praised for securing COVID vaccines. In 2021, she became Canada's Defence Minister. Since 2024, she's led the Transport Ministry. Anand was a top contender for Liberal leader, but she's out as well. She's staying in her current role, and soon she'll be moving on from politics altogether. So Anita Anand is out, Chandra Arya is barred, while Ruby Dhalla is still in the race. The Liberal Party's leadership contest remains wide open. But is this a fresh start for the Liberals, or just a temporary hold before an election shakes everything up? One thing's for sure, Canadian politics is about to get very interesting.
Let's turn to Bangladesh now, which is searching for new ways to antagonize India. They are rewriting history, stirring trouble at the border, cozying up to Pakistan, and now questioning bilateral agreements. Over the years, Delhi and Dhaka have signed dozens of deals, some of them under Sheikh Hasina, but the Yunus regime is questioning those deals. They say the deals are uneven, meaning they benefit India more than Bangladesh. So their solution? To renegotiate or scrap those deals. That is what Bangladesh's Home Minister is proposing. His name is Jahangir Alam Chaudhry. His main concern is the border. We saw an example of that earlier this month. Dhaka claimed that India was illegally fencing the international border. They blamed it on unfair border deals struck by Sheikh Hasina. So Dhaka wants it reviewed. Next month, a key meeting is scheduled in New Delhi. Chiefs of the two border forces will be holding talks. Dhaka plans to bring a list of complaints. 1, that India is illegally building things near the border. 2, that India is shooting Bangladeshis at the border. And 3, that drugs are being smuggled from India to Bangladesh. And what is New Delhi's response to this? Well, India has always emphasized on border security, on making the border crime-free. This month, India also summoned Dhaka's envoy. The Indian side explained its position to the diplomat. Let me quote the Indian statement. India conveyed its expectation that all earlier understandings will be implemented by Bangladesh and that there will be a cooperative approach to combating cross-border crimes. So India expects Dhaka to honor past deals. And that's how politics works. Regimes and leaders may come and go, but countries must honor their commitments. If not, what is the point of these deals? Of course, Dhaka's issue is not just the terms of these agreements. It is also political. The Yunus regime has an axe to grind. They feel India propped up Sheikh Hasina's government, so now they want revenge. Look at all their recent moves. Last week, Bangladesh hosted a team of Pakistani spies, 4 ISI officers. ISI is the Inter-Services Intelligence. Before that, Bangladeshi military officers traveled to Pakistan. They met all 3 service chiefs there. The goal here is quite clear, to forge a military partnership with Pakistan, with a country that unleashed genocide on them. Even non-military ties are growing. Pakistan and Bangladesh have started a direct maritime link, so ships can sail directly between both the countries, no pit stops necessary. They're also starting direct flights. Clearly, Dhaka wants a close partnership with Islamabad. Until recently, they also wanted one with the United States. Mohammed Yunus was very close to Joe Biden, but Donald Trump is not a big fan. He called out Dhaka's Hindu abuses last year, but Yunus has more cards to play. Yesterday, he hosted Alex Soros in Dhaka, the son of George Soros. You may have heard of this figure. George Soros is an American billionaire. He funds civil society groups across the world. In India, his role has come under scrutiny. Indian ministers have accused him of meddling in domestic affairs. Yet, Mohammed Yunus was happy to host him. He may not get the same support as he got from Joe Biden, but he's got enough friends in Washington. If you combine all of this, one thing becomes clear. Dhaka is not just diversifying its options, it is actively antagonizing India. Again, the question is, how can New Delhi respond? Last year, the Indian Foreign Secretary visited Dhaka. He called for more cooperation and communication, so clearly India wants things to work out. But we need to be prepared for all eventualities. An unfavorable regime in Dhaka is bad news for India. Illegal migration could speed up, weapons could seep into the northeast, and Pakistan could gain a foothold again. So now is the time to be vigilant. A 2-hour flight from New York to London. For decades now, this has been the promise of the supersonic airline industry. Flights that can travel faster than the speed of sound. But so far, only one aircraft has been able to do this. I'm talking about the Concorde. It was jointly built by the UK and France some 55 years ago, but it was too costly and too noisy. Apparently, when it broke the sound barrier, it also broke windows. So the aircraft was grounded. Since then, the supersonic space has seen slow progress. Now, decades later, supersonic aviation is taking off the ground again. Enter Boom Supersonic XB-1. It has taken a test flight in the United States, it has broken the sound barrier, and it has become the world's first independently developed supersonic jet. Here is a report.
The Concorde jet. It was a technological marvel of the late 1900s, a great source of pride for the UK and France, whose aerospace companies built it jointly. Because the Concorde is the only supersonic airliner that ever flew, it still holds the record for the fastest transatlantic crossing by a passenger aircraft. It flew from New York to London in 2 hours 52 minutes and 59 seconds. A subsonic flight usually takes about 8 hours to cover the same distance. At the time, 20 Concordes were built. Only 14 were used for passenger service. But the aircraft were noisy and expensive. So in 2003, they were retired. And since then, the remaining aircraft have gathered dust at museums. For something that's faster than the speed of sound, the progress in supersonic travel has been slow. But now, a major milestone holds promise. 55 years after the Concorde took off, Boom Supersonic XB-1 has completed its first supersonic flight.
Control your go for Excel to Mach 1.1.
Go for Excel, Kestrel gate.
Boom is an American company and it wants to build the world's fastest airliner. So this week, its XB-1 aircraft took its test flight in California. It flew at about 35,000 feet, and after about 12 minutes in the air, the jet broke the sound barrier. It accelerated to Mach 1.122 or 1,207 kilometers per hour, or about 10% faster than the speed of sound, and created history. This is the first time an independently developed jet has broken the sound barrier. And it's quite the milestone. And it could be America's answer to the European Concorde. Because it's even better. You see, the Concorde was built in wind tunnels. Every iteration of the model took millions of dollars and many months. So many designs couldn't be tested. Technology has advanced by leaps and bounds since then, from aerodynamics to materials to propulsion. The XB-1 is made almost entirely from carbon fiber composites. They are strong but lightweight at the same time. And the XB-1 doesn't need a wind tunnel. Its aerodynamic design was made using computational fluid dynamics. Think of it as a digital wind tunnel where engineers can run the equivalent of hundreds of wind tunnel tests overnight in a simulation. It takes a fraction of the cost. Now, while both the Concorde and XB-1 have a long nose which interrupts the pilot's view, the Boom aircraft comes with an augmented reality vision system. It enables runway visibility for the pilots. Boom Supersonic wants this digital engineering win to go commercial. It is a hotly anticipated jet. It already has 130 orders from American Airlines, United Airlines and Japan Airlines. By the end of the decade, it's expected to carry anywhere from 64 to 80 passengers at Mach 1.7. That's about twice the speed of today's subsonic airliners. And this could mean that travelers would fly anywhere in the world within 4 hours for about $100. So, can the supersonic airline industry get off the ground? Well, the idea has already taken flight.
It's the age of the influencers. People seem to trust them more than experts, whether it's for their health or their looks or their finances. Though that last one is facing pushback, I'm talking about financial influencers, aka finfluencers. These are people who talk about financial matters, like how much money should you save, where should you invest, and which stocks should you buy. These finfluencers are among the most popular on the internet, but India's market regulator is cracking down on them. That's SEBI, the Securities and Exchange Board of India. Starting in 2023, SEBI cracked down on these finfluencers. Many of them were peddling fake advice. Some were even paid to talk up certain stocks. So SEBI cracked the whip. It asked these financial influencers to register themselves. But one loophole still remained, the so-called educational finfluencers. These are people who teach you about the stock market. At least that's what they claim. In reality, this teaching is just a facade. They sneak in financial advice while giving these so-called lessons. They also use live market prices in their classes, basically tips disguised as lessons. Well, not anymore. SEBI has imposed new rules on these educational influencers or influencers. You cannot use live market prices anymore. You can only use prices from at least 3 months ago. Now, the idea is clear. If your goal is education, any price would do. It's the theory that matters, not the price. But if your goal is financial advice, then old prices will not do. They are irrelevant to investors. This is expected to choke financial influencers. They thrive on live market analysis. Without that, they're expected to lose followers. And it doesn't end there. SEBI is also putting registered entities on notice, like mutual funds or brokerage firms. They must not be associated with such illegal influencers. No advertisements, no stock advice, no links of any kind. If such links emerge, then they will face strict action, maybe fines or even suspension. So the message from the Indian regulator is clear: keep it clean. If you want to give financial advice, register yourself. If you want to educate, stick to that. And this crackdown is very important in a country like India. Our financial literacy is just 23%. Yet interest in the stock market is booming. Between 2019 and 2023, nearly 120 million new investors joined. That's almost Japan's entire population. We need to protect these investors. We need to make sure that they get the right advice because, frankly, all finfluencers cannot be trusted. Let me show you a recent report. It looked at stocks recommended by financial influencers. From 2018 to 2022, 70% of these stocks underperformed. Even worse is derivative advice. Now, derivatives is a complicated form of trading. Just know that it's more speculative and more risky. A lot of Indians have been venturing into this field, and it is not going well for them. Indian traders lost 1.8 trillion rupees in the last 3 years. That's $21 billion lost to derivative trading. Plus, the markets seem to be on a downward slide. Both Nifty and Sensex dropped 1% on Monday. Investors lost nearly 10 lakh crore rupees, which is $115 billion US. This sort of a downturn has twin effects. First, it erodes hard-earned savings. And second, it erodes confidence in the markets, making future investments unlikely. If you add scamming influencers to this mix, it becomes even more dangerous. So SEBI has taken a move in the right direction. The next step is implementation, enforcing the rules and punishing the violators. Our next story is from the world of football, the real kind, not American. Today we bring you a tale of homecoming after possibly the worst football transfer in history. It is the story of Neymar Jr., one of the modern icons of the game, touted to become the next legend from Brazil. But an injury-plagued spell in Saudi Arabia threatened to derail all that potential. So Neymar has decided to return to his roots, saying sayonara to Saudi. He's heading back to where it all began, his Brazilian boyhood club, Santos. But as he bids farewell to the Saudi champions Al Hilal, he leaves them with an unenviable record, the most expensive goal in football history. Here's our report.
Neymar, the mercurial Brazilian forward, the country's leading goal scorer of all time. Love him or hate him, Neymar's skills, trickery and eye for goal are legendary, as are his dubious dives and tear-laden theatrics. But that's a story for another time. Today's tale is about his grand homecoming, a return to his roots. Neymar da Silva Santos Jr., that's his full name. And as you can see, Santos is part of it. That is where it all began for Neymar, Santos FC. a legendary Brazilian football club, which has recently fallen on hard times. Santos was founded in 1912, over 112 years ago, and in 2023 it was relegated for the first time in its history. Santos made a quick comeback, topping the Brazilian second tier and securing a promotion last season, but it's still on the path to making a comeback. So who better to help them than the prodigal son hoping for his own reset? Neymar is on his way home, back to his boyhood club after 12 years. Neymar is ditching Saudi Pro League champions Al Hilal. They agreed to terminate their contract by mutual consent. That is what Al Hilal put up on Tuesday anyway. Neymar put up a respectful message as well, thanking Al Hilal fans for their support. He also addressed the elephant in the room, saying he wished that they had enjoyed better times on the pitch. Neymar joined Al Hilal in August 2023. He moved after spending 6 seasons with the French champions Paris Saint-Germain. PSG had bought Neymar from Barcelona in 2017 for a world record transfer fee of 222 million euros. That's about 231 million USD at today's exchange rates. Neymar was lethal for Barca. He was mesmerizing for PSG. And Saudi Arabia wanted that magic too. They paid 90 million euros for Neymar in 2023, about $94 million. It was a large drop in value, but Neymar was getting on in the years. He was already 31. That's usually past the peak for a forward. So PSG didn't mind giving the deep discount. But it's not like Al Hilal got a great deal. While the transfer fee seemed reasonable, the personal terms were luxurious. Neymar was reportedly earning 150 million euros a year at Al Hilal, $156 million a year, or about $3 million every single week. Saudi Arabia has the money, that wasn't an issue, but everyone wants a bang for their buck. Sadly for Al Hilal, their record signing turned out to be a terrible investment. Neymar began well enough, getting an assist on his debut, and his first goal a few days later. But then it all went downhill. Neymar received a brutal injury while on international duty. He tore his anterior cruciate ligament, and this sidelined him for over a year. He made his return last October, but only played 2 matches before announcing his departure. Overall, Neymar scored just 1 goal for Al Hilal in about 18 months. He was unavailable most of the time due to his injury. But that doesn't mean his wages stopped flowing. Reports say that Neymar raked in about $200 million in those 18 months. When you add that to the transfer fee, it means Al Hilal paid more than $300 million for 1 solitary goal. That has to be the worst transfer in football history. It's no surprise that Al Hilal agreed to terminate Neymar's contract. But Saudi's loss is Santos's gain. Neymar is now done chasing big money. He has reportedly taken a 99% pay cut. He's going to Santos to rediscover his form and get in shape ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The Santos contract is for 6 months. Neymar is hoping he gets back to full fitness soon, and after that, who knows? Reports say he's eyeing a European return as well. Will Neymar really be able to get back to his best? Will he mesmerize fans with his antics once again? Or will it be a case of too little, too late?
Ever since we first looked up at the skies, we have asked a question. How does the sun shine for so long? Why hasn't it stopped? How has it not burned through the fuel? It wasn't until the 1900s that we found the answer. Scientists said the sun is filled with lots of elements. They're quite light and busy. They're constantly fusing. They're slamming together and making heavier elements, and this process creates energy, vast amounts of it. And this fuels the stars. It keeps the sun alive, and this means that our sun has its own personal store of energy. It is inexhaustible. So obviously, this is what humans asked next. What if this energy could be tapped? Even better, what if we could replicate this store of energy? Better still, what if we could create a working star here on Earth? Ambitious, right? Well, it would have sounded flat out impossible if we weren't already inching closer to it. I'm talking about nuclear fusion. It falls in the same league as 6G internet and advanced AI. Nuclear fusion is the next big thing in global tech, and it promises the sun. Well, an artificial sun. It is basically a device, a reactor, and it can replicate the sun's insides. It can create nuclear fusion. China has one, an artificial sun reactor. It is a machine with a funny name and a funny shape. It is called tokamak, and it looks like a giant metal donut. It uses extreme heat and pressure to create nuclear fusion. And this time, when the machine zapped to life, it fused atoms and set a new world record. Well, the reactor broke its own record. In 2023, it burned at 100 million degrees Celsius for 403 seconds. Think 70,000 ovens running for about 7 minutes together. That's how hot the reactor got. But this time it doubled this output. The reactor burned at 100 million degrees Celsius for an unprecedented 1,066 seconds, which is 17 minutes and 46 seconds. And this is a major milestone. You see, nuclear fusion is called the holy grail of energy. It can provide limitless energy. It can make our rockets faster. It can boost cancer research. It can power electric grids. And it comes with efficiency we cannot even fathom. Fusion releases 4 million times more energy than burning coal, oil, or gas. But there is no greenhouse emission. There is no radioactive waste. So, long story short, nuclear fusion is the answer to our energy problems. It is also our climate change solution. But there's a catch. It is extremely hard to achieve. You need to heat a puff of gas, heat it to unimaginable temperatures, hold on to this heat, do it for long enough, do it with high enough pressure, hold it steady, make sure your machine survives the pummeling, but make sure that it has the energy to work. It is all very tricky. So progress is slow, but scientists have kept at it. For 70 years now, a few nations have been working on this, like the US, France, Russia, South Korea, Japan, India, and China. Then there are the private players. Fusion startups are cropping up all over the world. Big names and investors like Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Vinod Khosla are funding them. Hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake here. Countries are racing to make fusion history. But why are they doing it? To save us from climate change? To bring electricity to our homes? Of course not. It is the usual. They're doing it to make more money. Mastering fusion promises wealth and influence to whichever nation tames it first. The US was among the world's first to make a move in this futuristic space, but now, if there is a big fish in the fusion pond, it is China. Beijing is pouring the big bucks into creating the sun. About $1.5 billion every year for years now. By comparison, the United States spends about $800 million. And while the US designs cutting-edge tokamaks, China makes them faster and better by copying these American blueprints. Basically, what we are seeing play out with artificial intelligence is silently also happening with nuclear fusion. Beijing is beating Washington at its own game, while other nations are scrambling to catch up. Over the past decade, China's fusion patents have surged. It has more patents than any other country. It has broken one record after another, so credit where it's due. But this comes with growing unease. Because in the future, whoever controls fusion energy will control the world, and no one wants it to be China except China. The AI race has entered a new chapter, a battle of copyright, or rather copy-paste. OpenAI is accusing DeepSeek of stealing its data. Journalists are accusing OpenAI of stealing their data. Meanwhile, podcasters are asking, what is data? It's funny how one industry is just shaking up the stock market, so much so that even serious players are joking about it now. Like Germany's Deutsche Bank. They have dispatched a report to all their clients, and within that report are memes about DeepSeek. That is right. Europe's second largest bank has turned into a memer. It really sums up our world. Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Celebrations break out in Tel Aviv's hostage square after Hamas releases Israeli hostages. Two strategic Russian bombers conduct an 8-hour-long mission over the Sea of Japan and the Arctic Ocean. And Vietnam celebrates the Lunar New Year with fireworks. Finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated. Nathuram Godse shot the father of the nation while he was walking to a prayer meeting in Delhi. A trial court sentenced Godse to death a year later. We're leaving you with that. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump says he will build a migrant detention facility at Guantanamo Bay for as many as 30,000 illegal immigrants. Now, according to the commander-in-chief, these migrants will be deported from the United States and would be high-priority criminals. In a White House memo, President Donald Trump ordered the Pentagon and the Department of Homeland Security to begin the official process for the detention center.
Today, I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of.
Meanwhile, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said the detention center would be a temporary transit point for the deportees.
This is a temporary transit, which is already the mission of Naval Station Guantanamo Bay, where we can plus up thousands and tens of thousands if necessary to humanely move illegals out of our country where they do not belong back to the countries where they came from in proper process.
President Trump's border czar Tom Homan added that the U.S. government will expand its existing facility in Guantanamo Bay, which will be run by Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
The White House is working on to use resources that we currently have there at Guantanamo Bay. So we'll go through the process. The worst of the worst is where that could be utilized. So that potential is there. We know we need the infrastructure. We're going after these guys.
But who would run that? DHS? DHS or the Pentagon?
What you probably don't know, there's already a migrant center there. It's been there for decades. So we're just going to expand upon the existing migrant center.
Notably, the United States has been using a facility on the coast of Guantanamo Bay in Cuba for decades. This facility is known as the Guantanamo Migrant Operations Center and is located at the U.S. Naval Base. Now, to be clear, this is a different and separate facility from the high-security military prison in Guantanamo the U.S. houses suspected foreign terrorists. Meanwhile, Cuba, which protests against America's presence on its soil, wasted no time in denouncing President Trump's plan.
In a new act of brutality, a new government of the U.S. announces incarcerations of thousands of migrants forcibly expelled, and who will be located next to the known torture and illegal detention prisons at the Guantanamo Naval Base, which is illegally located in occupied Cuban territory.
Now, this criticism doesn't faze President Trump, who recently signed the Riley Act into law, which requires illegal immigrants arrested for crimes to stay in jail pending trial. Now, it's unclear if the facility would be enough to hold 30,000 migrants and how much the plan might actually cost. But what is clear is that the Trump administration is aggressively attempting to fulfill one of its key electoral promises in the first 100 days in office. And staying with the Trump administration, the president has signed an executive order promising action against international college students and others who took part in pro-Palestine protests during Israel's war in Gaza. His aggressive action aims to revoke visas of foreign students and prosecute offenders found to be Hamas sympathizers. The executive order also calls for the deportation of quote-unquote resident aliens who broke the law as part of the anti-Israel protests since the Hamas terror attack on October 7th of 2023.
Jewish students have faced an unrelenting barrage of discrimination, denial of access to campus common areas and facilities, including libraries and classrooms, and intimidation, harassment, and physical threats and assault.
Now, under the order, federal agencies have 60 days to produce a report to identify all actions to curb anti-Semitism at U.S. colleges and universities. The order also empowers these educational institutions to monitor and report such students to remove them from the institutions.
In addition to identifying relevant authorities to curb or combat anti-Semitism generally required by this section, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Education, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with each other, shall include in their reports recommendations for familiarizing institutions of higher education with the grounds for inadmissibility, so that such institutions may monitor for and report activities by alien students and staff relevant to those grounds, and for ensuring that such reports about aliens lead, as appropriate and consistent with applicable law, to investigations and, if warranted, actions to remove such aliens.
Meanwhile, civil rights activists say President Trump's executive order is likely unconstitutional and paints peaceful protesters as terrorist sympathizers.
The Trump administration's attempt to smear the many Jewish, Muslim, Palestinian, and other college students who protested the Israeli government's genocide in overwhelmingly peaceful ways represents a dishonest, overbroad, and unenforceable attack on both free speech and the humanity of Palestinians, all for the sake of a foreign government. So is the administration's apparent threat to deport any foreign student who merely participated in anti-genocide protests.
Now, during his re-election campaign, Donald Trump accused the Biden administration of failing to stop anti-Israel protests on campus. However, the Biden administration opened more than 100 investigations into alleged anti-Semitism incidents at schools and universities after the Hamas attack on Israel. In fact, estimates suggest that more than 3,000 antagonists, including several students, were arrested across the country protesting the alleged genocide in Gaza. Several schools, including Harvard and Colombia, reached deals to settle these cases with the government before Donald Trump's return, fearing action and sanctions. And now moving to Europe, Sweden has announced plans to deport criminals serving their sentences to jails abroad. A government-appointed commission stated that the country's prisons are struggling to handle overcrowding. And in the last 5 years, the once quiet and peaceful Scandinavian nation has been plagued by shootings and bombings carried out by violent gangs. These gangs have caused homicide rates in Sweden to become some of the highest in Europe. And according to data from 2022 to 2023, there was at least one shooting every day, and Sweden now has some of the highest gun-related deaths in all of Europe. While Swedish police have made headway in cracking down on the gangs, it has led to overcrowding in prisons. Sweden is now in talks with fellow European nations to rent their prisons to transfer the criminals. Meanwhile, Sweden says that gangsters now make up nearly 5% of the country's population and are more often than not people born outside of Europe, second and third generation immigrants, or people struggling to find work and are at risk of poverty. As part of the crackdown, Sweden has begun restricting the entry of asylum seekers who are often recruited by the gangs.
The new statistics for 2024 show that when we add up refugees and their relatives, Sweden currently has the lowest asylum-related immigration since 1985, as far back as there is data. Overall, fewer and fewer residence permits are granted, while more residence permits, or a greater share, are granted to foreign experts and talents. The number of asylum seekers has so far decreased by 42% during the term of office, and we are also seeing an increase in returns to countries of origin. The efforts we have implemented have yielded results and will continue to yield results as we also roll out further reforms in the future.
Now, Sweden's current minority government is led by far-right and anti-immigration Sweden Democrats who won the election after promising to reduce immigration and gang crime, which they claim are linked.
I think it will need to continue to decrease. And above all, I think that the changes we have made must be sustained over time. It is clear that we now have a historically low asylum rate, but that should be put in relation to a number of years when it has been at very high levels. Too high levels, at a level where we have not had the conditions to be able to cope with integration.
The fact that last year there were 600 security threats.
Meanwhile, Sweden's plans to shift violent criminals to other nations comes just days after President Donald Trump proposed a similar plan. In fact, earlier this week, the commander-in-chief suggested the United States should send repeat criminal offenders to third nations for a small fee. As President Trump's crackdown on illegal migrants continues, right-wing governments in Europe are now taking notes and are shedding their image of being known as safe places for asylum seekers. And the AI race has entered a new phase, and the battleground is now global. Just a day after President Trump declared a crackdown on Chinese AI DeepSeek, Italy has followed suit, removing the Chinese app from stores and demanding answers on data privacy. Meanwhile, just like in Rome, tensions remain high in Washington, and lawmakers are debating how to counter China's rapid AI advancements. Is this part of a tech Cold War? And what does it mean for the future of AI? We have more in our next report.
The battle lines are drawn. Less than 24 hours after President Donald Trump declared a crackdown on DeepSeek AI, calling it a wake-up call, one of America's closest allies in Europe is stepping in. Italy has followed Washington's lead, putting the Chinese AI app under intense scrutiny.
Our office will launch an in-depth investigation to see if European Union data protection regulations are being respected.
The app, once the most downloaded in the United States and the United Kingdom, is now vanishing from European app stores. And in Italy, users trying to install it on Apple's App Store and Google Play are met with cryptic error messages. Currently not available in your region, says one. Download not supported, reads another. But this isn't just about an app. Italy's data watchdog, Garante, has drawn the gauntlet, demanding answers. Who owns the data? Where is it stored? is it being sent back to China? The Chinese AI company has 20 days to respond or face consequences. Meanwhile, in the US, DeepSeek has exploded into a political firestorm. Trump, speaking to House Republicans in Miami, made it clear this is war.
The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win, because we have the greatest scientists in the world. Even Chinese leadership told me that.
And his new executive order is already shaking things up, scrapping Biden-era AI policies and setting a new aggressive course.
What this showed is that our export controls, not backed by tariffs, are like a whack-a-mole model where they get prevented over here and China figures out a way around it over there. We've got to find a way to back our export controls with tariff model so that we tell China, you think we are your most important trading partner. When we say no, the answer is no. It's a respect thing. They've disrespected us. They've figured out their ways around it. I do not believe that DeepSeek was done all above board. That's nonsense. Okay? They stole things. They broke in. They've taken our IP. It's got to end. And I'm going to be rigorous in our pursuit of restrictions and enforcing those restrictions to keep us in the lead, because we must stay in the lead.
And what about Silicon Valley? It's rattled. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman finally broke his silence. In a post on X, he acknowledged DeepSeek's power. An impressive model, he admitted, but he wasn't worried. We will obviously deliver much better models, he assured his followers. But behind the bravado, there's tension. The US intelligence officials are alarmed. They've warned for many years that China is racing ahead in AI, not just for business, but for military and intelligence purposes. The FBI has already placed AI on its list of critical technologies. And now OpenAI is investigating whether DeepSeek distilled its models, shrinking down a larger AI into a cheaper, faster version. If true, it would mean China has figured out a way to sidestep American innovation. Experts are divided on what to do next, while some believe DeepSeek acquired NVIDIA chips on the black market. Slipping through America's export restrictions, others point to Beijing's deep pockets.
So they have been proving themselves to be able to come up with great solutions because of either innovation or, even if you say cutting corners, but coming up with very competitive products or results in the past, in the history of Chinese industry and even manufacturing. So I don't think we should be too surprised about this particular DeepSeek finding. What is more important is now how would the US respond?
But beyond technology and politics, there's something deeper at play. Unlike American models, DeepSeek refuses to discuss the darker chapters of China's history. No mention of human rights abuses, no talk of censorship, just a clean, polished version of reality. And as it spreads, that version could become the default.
I'd say it's about 80% functionality relative to ChatGPT, maybe relative to Meta's Llama. There's some strengths, some areas of weakness in terms of what they're able to do. But functionally, a lot of this AI revolution is really on enterprise use cases. And even though this is a really good model, unless this thing could scale, what I'll call about 10x, it's going to be tough to see how there's any sort of competitive wave that's sent from an enterprise perspective to US tech.
The AI race is no longer about just building better models. It's about who controls the story and the narrative. And right now, the battle is just beginning.
And finally, Barron Trump is into the second semester of his freshman year at the New York University. Known for his towering 6'7" frame and reserved demeanor, he's stepping away from a sheltered upbringing into the bustling chaos of campus life. However, Barron's high school years were marked by constant Secret Service protection, even during bathroom breaks. Strangely, he also never ate lunch at school and attended classes using a fake name. But will college life be any different? As the youngest Trump tries to balance being the president's son and an NYU student, our final report brings you more.
Very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
At 18, Barron Trump is stepping out of the shadows and into the spotlight with the second semester of his freshman year at the New York University's Stern School of Business. It's a bold move for the youngest son of President Donald Trump, who spent much of his life guarded by security, secrecy, and a heavy dose of public curiosity. And now Barron is trading that carefully controlled world for the unpredictable rhythms of Manhattan. And the new commander-in-chief recently shared the news with pride, calling his son a very high-aptitude child. But Barron is no longer just the kid in the background at political events. He's carving his own academic path, choosing NYU over the family-favored Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. However, Barron's high school years at Oxbridge Academy in Florida were anything but ordinary. Attending under the pseudonym Jack, he was shadowed by Secret Service agents at every step, even during bathroom breaks.
He had multiple agents who would rotate throughout the day, and there was always one with him wherever he needed to go. The agents would stand right outside the door during class. If he went to the bathroom, they would go with him and wait outside.
Teachers signed non-disclosure agreements, and Barron's name never made it into the yearbook. Security at his May 2024 graduation was so intense that it even involved snipers and metal detectors. Despite standing at a towering 6'7", Barron managed to maintain a low profile.
I don't think he met up with anyone outside of school or went on dates. Barron never got a chance to enjoy a normal high school life like everyone else.
He never attended school dances, football games, or social events. Even his lunch routine was unusual. Though he sat with friends, he never ate at school.
He'd wait until he got home. It was odd, but no one really questioned it.
Now at NYU, Barron's arrival has sparked whispers and curiosity. Some students are eager to know if his political upbringing will shape his college experience. "He'll probably become more liberal if he wants to date anyone here," joked one student, while others are more open-minded. "His dad is his dad, Barron is his own person," one classmate remarked. Soccer, however, remains a constant in Barron's life. Trump confirmed his son's plan to continue playing in college, a continuation of his time with DC United's youth teams. But the big question lingers. Will Barron live on campus or commute from the Trump Tower, which is just a short distance away? NYU, known for its progressive atmosphere, offers Barron a chance to step away from his carefully curated past. His classmates, intrigued by the idea of Secret Service agents roaming on campus, wonder if the mysterious sign will finally let his guard down. So as Barron stands at the edge of newfound independence, one thing is certain. He is no longer just the youngest Trump. Whether he thrives or retreats, his journey promises to be anything but ordinary. And perhaps that's exactly what he's been waiting for.
That's First Post America for this Thursday. I'm Eric Ham from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the Democratic Republic of Congo, where Rwanda-backed M23 rebels are advancing further into the country's mineral-rich eastern region. After capturing Goma, the largest city in the east, they seem to have now opened a new front. Locals say they have now marched into the neighboring South Kivu province. So far, the fighting was centered in North Kivu province, where rebels have seized the capital city of Goma. It has resulted in intense clashes with several dead and thousands displaced. But the rebels are going beyond the boundaries of this region, and they are doing so without facing much resistance. As the Congolese troops have been weakened in front of the rebels, just around 10 days ago, the M23 rebels made a spectacular resurgence since 2022 and seized Minova, a commercial hub in the region. After that, they marched into the provincial capital of Goma, which sits on the border with Rwanda and is a key trade and humanitarian hub. Now they have entered into the adjacent South Kivu province, where locals say they have seized the Kinizar and Mukwija districts. The Congolese army has reportedly established their main line of defense in the city of Kavumu in the province. But if this defense line is breached, then the rebels can enter the provincial capital of Bukavu, just like Goma. Now, both of these eastern provinces are rich in precious minerals and have been at the heart of more than 30 years of conflict involving scores of armed groups. But the fighting with the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels has been the most intense. With the capture of Goma, several Congolese soldiers have surrendered and fled to Rwanda. Abandoned Congolese army uniforms and equipment could be seen littering the streets on Goma's roads. Now, not just this, but around 300 foreign mercenaries hired by DRC to counter the M23 offensive have also surrendered and are on their way back home. Despite the heavy losses, the DRC president, Felix Tshisekedi, has vowed to mount a vigorous, coordinated response to reclaim territory seized by the M23 rebels.
Rwanda's defense forces, in support of their M23 puppet, are continuing their terrorist enterprise on our territory, sowing terror and desolation among our populations. I share your pain and indignation at these barbaric attacks. These acts are not only an attack on the Republic, but an affront to the history and dignity of our people. In these difficult times, I call on you to be resilient and, above all, to resist.
Yesterday, Tshisekedi snubbed a virtual urgent regional summit with the Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame. Though Kagame has talked of need for ceasefire and dialogue, one of his senior diplomats has warned that the M23 will continue to advance in the eastern DRC and even beyond. Rwanda is in fact facing an intense international pressure to curb its support to the rebels. The United States has urged urgent UN action to halt the offensive by the Rwandan troops and the M23. The UK says its $1 billion in aid to Rwanda could be under threat due to the DRC invasion. Russia has warned Rwandan-backed M23 rebels to stay clear of the DRC, while China has also urged Rwanda to withdraw its support to the rebels. Once seen as an ethnic conflict between the Tutsis and Hutu militias, it has now turned into a fight for vital and precious minerals. Rwanda is accused by the DRC of using the rebels to loot the DRC's mineral wealth. Will its army and the M23 rebels further invade into the DRC territory? Now, for more on this, we have with us Stephen Buchanan-Clark, head of the Peace and Security Program at Good Governance Africa. He is joining us live from Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, Alison. Thank you for having me.
Now, what are the strategic implications of the M23 rebels advancing into South Kivu? And how does this shift the dynamics of the conflict compared to their previous gains in North Kivu?
Well, on Tuesday, the provisional governor of South Kivu confirmed the capture of Minova. Minova, as you mentioned in the opening, is an economic hub, but it's also it's a town along a key supply route to Goma, which offers a lot of strategic advantages to M23 as they can stop the resupply of the armed forces of the DRC. M23 have also taken control of Mbishi, Numbi, and Shanje in South Kivu. All three of these towns are built around tin, tungsten, tantalum, and other precious mineral deposits, which the M23 can now use to fund their operations. But overall, I suppose it looks like these recent offenses in Goma and further south are designed to maximize Rwanda's negotiation position within future peace talks. It could be enough, perhaps, to force the DRC government to engage in talks directly with M23, something that Tshisekedi has been very reluctant to do until now.
Right. And with Kinshasa vowing a vigorous response, what military and diplomatic options does the DRC realistically have? And how might this escalation impact the regional stability, particularly with relations with Rwanda?
Well, I think military options available to President Tshisekedi are very limited. Kinshasa has, for decades, been reliant on foreign forces and are reliant now on MONUSCO, SADC forces, and private military companies for their security. The armed forces of the DRC are very weak and just frankly no match to the M23, which, as you mentioned, is backed not just financially by Rwanda, but also in terms of weapon systems, intelligence support, operational guidance, to the point really where they fall under the control of the Rwandan Defense Force. MONUSCO is a UN peacekeeping force, and their mandate will not allow them to engage in widespread offensive operations to dislodge M23. And SAMM, particularly given recent losses, really I don't think has the military capacity or the appetite at the moment to go on offensive operations against M23. Even the capture of private military companies by the RDF and M23, or the surrounding of private military company battalions, might even prevent further PMCs from looking to get engaged in the DRC. I think, diplomatically, Tshisekedi has withdrawn his ambassadors from Rwanda and expelled Rwandan civil service from the DRC. I think his best bet probably is to really engage Western nations to go beyond just words and actually take actions that cost Kagame.
Right.
The UN, the EU have come out and called for ceasefire and the removal of forces, but I think he needs to push for things that will actually hurt the Kagame regime, like sanctions, reevaluation of aid to Rwanda, those sorts of tangible things that have a tangible impact on Rwanda.
Absolutely. Stephen, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights in the latest on the DRC.
Thanks, Alice.
Moving on now, it looks like illegal immigrants from Latin America and Asia are not the only ones who are on President Donald Trump's radar for deportations from the United States. Several African immigrants may also soon be deported. Now, in a document published by the United States Immigration Office, there are over 1,000 of the illegal immigrants from Africa in the United States that could reportedly face deportation back to their home country in the coming days. Now, the list, which shows data as of November of 2024, indicates that there are over 1,445,000 non-citizens in the United States that are going to be deported back to their home countries. Out of them, Mexico has topped the list with over 250,000 individuals facing deportation orders from the United States, followed by El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua, among others. From Africa, out of the 47 countries that have been listed by the Immigration Office in the document, Somalia tops the list with more than 4,000 immigrants ready to face deportation from the United States. This is closely followed by citizens belonging to Mauritania, Nigeria, Ghana, Guinea, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Senegal, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Now, the document's publication and the likelihood of deportation come at a time when the Trump administration, which took office earlier this month, has initiated an aggressive immigration enforcement campaign in the United States. President Donald Trump has swiftly enacted sweeping changes to the U.S. immigration policy. Since his January 20th inauguration, his administration has launched what it calls the largest deportation operation in American history. Trump says these actions are needed after millions of migrants illegally entered during his predecessor Joe Biden's presidency. In his first week in office, Trump has signed multiple executive orders targeting immigration, including one declaring a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border. The administration has deployed around 4,000 active duty troops to reinforce the southern border and has also begun deportation flights using military aircraft. Washington has also urged countries across the world to accept the return of their nationals who have been illegally residing in the United States. While some have taken their nationals back, others have shown resistance. In Africa, Nigeria has expressed its readiness to welcome back Nigerian deportees from the United States. Reports suggest that the West African country has established an interagency committee to manage the process, facilitating necessary arrangements for Nigerians who may face deportation. But while there have not been any deportations from the United States to Africa reported yet, fears and concerns are growing that after Mexicans and the South Americans, African immigrants are going to be the next target of the Trump administration. And while the United States is deporting illegal migrants to some African countries, it is also forging new ties with others. Now, in the latest, the U.S. has signed a key security agreement with Algeria, which has been traditionally closer to Russia. Last week, the U.S. and Algeria's military leaders signed a new Defense Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU. The agreement seeks closer collaboration between the troops of both countries. They intend to collaborate on areas like maritime security, counterterrorism, military training, and military healthcare initiatives. Though typically for the Pentagon, MOUs are legally non-binding and only describe intentions. The U.S. officials have called this agreement one of its kind and a major shift in Algerian foreign policy. Algeria, the largest nation in Africa, has had closer ties to Moscow since the Soviet era. To this day, as well, it continues to rely on Moscow for a lot of its military equipment. But lately, Algiers has had some doubts regarding this relationship. The reason? Russia's growing influence in Africa's Sahel region. Now, Algeria borders the conflict-ridden states of the Sahel region, which is a center of Islamist insurgency, political instability, violence, and food insecurity. Russia has increased its influence in the junta-led nations of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. Its troops are also present here fighting insurgency. But Russia's warming up to Sahel juntas has irked Algeria. Now, Sahel juntas, particularly Mali, accuse Algeria of supporting separatist rebels in its north. Algiers considers the growing coups a threat to regional instability, and also the presence of Russian mercenaries, which it believes is bolstering juntas. Russia has also been slow producing and supplying defense systems to Algeria amidst its war with Ukraine. So now it is reconsidering its ties with Moscow. U.S. officials say the latest deal with Algeria was on the cards for some time, but Algiers kept on delaying it. But now Algeria has agreed to collaborate with the U.S., and they are calling it the Trump effect. Algeria reportedly is keen to build ties with U.S. President Donald Trump, even though his last term was not very good for it. Now, in his last term, Trump prioritized ties with Algeria's neighbor and rival Morocco. Algeria backs separatists in Western Sahara, a territory claimed by Morocco, and Trump recognized Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara in exchange for it normalizing ties with Israel. Now, this came as a big jolt for Algeria, but it now reportedly wants to overcome the barriers with Trump, and hosting U.S. military officials is a big signal toward that. Some also believe that the U.S.-Algeria cooperation can spill over into other domains and could lead a narrow rapprochement between Algeria and Morocco. After all, the U.S. president wants to be remembered as a peacemaker. And for our last story for today, let's shift our attention to East Africa. Kenya has suspended the manufacturing permits of Chinese steel maker Rongtai. And why is that so? Because the East African country has found the company producing poor quality steel bars that are necessary for powering construction in the country. In a public notice, Kenya's Bureau of Standards said it had seized substandard products from the Chinese firm's premises that posed a significant risk to construction safety and public welfare. It further said that Rongtai's operations had also been suspended until the company demonstrated full compliance with the required standards and recalled all of its distributed products from the market. Now, Rongtai Steel was set up in Kenya in September of 2023. It was started with an investment of $30 million from a Chinese private enterprise, and the company mainly produces steel products widely used in the construction business in Kenya. The suspension of its permit comes at a time when the William Ruto government has heightened its grip over Chinese companies and local companies that have investments from China. In recent months, the government has conducted investigations into tax evasion by Chinese firms operating in the country. Last year, Kenya's Revenue Authority raided 2 Chinese cigarette marketers in tax fraud probe. Moreover, the revocation of the permit also comes amid an ongoing effort by the Kenyan government to curb the sale of substandard products in its markets. This is to ensure construction safety and the protection of public welfare in the country. To give some context, the East African country is in the midst of a construction boom. However, corruption has enabled some contractors to cut corners or to skirt regulations, putting public safety in jeopardy. The high demand for housing, especially in Kenya's urban setting, has also led to some property developers bypassing building regulations to cut costs and allegedly increase profits. This has resulted in many building collapses in recent years and has also led to the deaths of innocent people. In September of 2022, 5 people were killed when a 6-story building collapsed in a town on the outskirts of the capital of Nairobi. In April of 2016, 49 people were killed when a 6-floor apartment building crumbled in the northeast of the capital after days of heavy rain caused by floods and landslides. Now, between 2009 and 2019, a total of 86 buildings valued at over 2.4 billion Kenyan shillings, or over $18 million, collapsed. Reports have blamed the collapse on poor workmanship, lack of regulatory oversight, and the use of substandard materials, mainly cement and steel. They have also blamed inadequate site investigations and rapid population growth. But despite the Kenyan government increasing its efforts to curb the sale of poor quality materials in the markets, buildings have continued to collapse in the East African country, risking the lives of innocent people. And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. We begin with the latest splash from China. A military command center, the world's biggest, 10 times bigger than the Pentagon, with nuclear bunkers to protect the elite in case of war. Why and where is China building this military city? And how is the world reacting? We'll tell you all about it. In India, the economic survey is out a day before the budget day. It's basically a blueprint and the government's assessment of the economy, the status, the priorities, the challenges, all of it. We'll bring you the top highlights. In the US, Donald Trump has found the villain for every problem. Wildfires, inflation, plane collisions, he blames all of it on diversity hirings in the government. Meanwhile, his pick for FBI chief is being grilled by lawmakers. Who is Kash Patel, the Gujarati American who said Jai Shri Krishna in the US Congress? Why Mark Zuckerberg is complaining about leaks after happily snooping on the world for years and leaking private data to advertisers. How the West has launched a witch hunt on China's DeepSeek. Who is the Indian astronaut who's been picked for the next mission to the International Space Station? How Congo is falling to the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels who are now set to march towards the capital. Why China is painting furry dogs as tigers in its zoos. And why the LVMH top boss says if you're fired, you're basically promoted outwards. China is preparing for war. It is building an entire city for this purpose, about 30 kilometers southwest of Beijing. A new military complex is coming up. They're calling it the Beijing Military City. Construction is already underway, and like most things Chinese, the scale is dramatic. It's a massive facility, some 1,500 acres in size, that is 10 times bigger than the Pentagon. The Pentagon, as you would know, is the headquarters of the US Defense Department. It is effectively the American Defense Ministry. Going by some claims, the Pentagon is larger than 100 American football fields. And Beijing's military city will be 10 times bigger than that. So you can imagine the scale. This is said to be the world's largest military command center, and it's going to be an underground facility complete with large and hardened bunkers and deep underground tunneling. Heavily reinforced concrete is being used for construction. They say it will be a foolproof facility, one that can survive even a nuclear attack. China is making sure of that, of surviving nuclear attacks and strikes from powerful American weapons, weapons like the famous bunker buster munitions. So this facility would have everything that the Chinese military and its commander-in-chief Xi Jinping may need. He could practically run a war out of there. Observers agree with this assessment. They say this complex is set to become China's wartime command center. It can replace the existing Western Hills complex. That's a Cold War era facility. It is China's existing wartime headquarters. This one is near Beijing. So why does China want a bigger complex now? Because it wants to be seen as a major military power. It wants an office that fits the description. So construction began last year. Reports say there are 100 cranes working at the site, 100 cranes. There are warning signs around it. Photographs are not allowed here, nor can you fly drones near the site. Access to the area has been completely blocked. Checkpoints have been installed to restrict the movement of people. This is an area through which people used to go hiking, but now those routes have been shut. China has been actively trying to hide this project, but now it's all over the headlines, which should not be surprising. Because when you're building a facility that is 10 times bigger than the Pentagon, someone will eventually find out. This project, its size, scale and scope, reflects China's military ambitions. Beijing wants to challenge America's military might. China already has the world's biggest military with the highest number of active military personnel. The PLA has 2 million active troops. It also commands the world's largest naval fleet. China is closing the gap in the air as well with new 6th-generation fighter jets. It is also expanding its nuclear arsenal. Beijing is building more nukes. The US sees this as a growing threat. It predicts that China will have 1,500 warheads by 2035, which is the same number as the United States. And this new facility is part of those same military upgrades. It was a missing piece for the PLA. It will serve as a centralized hub with new and advanced command and control systems. Military operations can be coordinated from here, that too across different branches of the PLA, as well as the theater commands. More importantly, if there is a nuclear attack, this facility will protect China's leadership. Now, we don't know what kind of arrangement they already have in place for something like this, but nothing comes close to the size and scale of the Beijing military city. It is large enough to protect the entire command and control structure of the Chinese state. And it is China's rivalry with the United States that is driving this project. But India should not ignore this either. It cannot ignore China's rapid military advancements. Unlike the US, India's military challenge from China is more immediate. India shares a border with China, a disputed border which witnessed a military clash barely 5 years ago. India must take note of China's build-up and plan aggressive military upgrades. Perhaps tomorrow's budget will address this urgent need.
I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers: the Economic Survey 24-25 Statistical Appendix,
The budget fever has gripped India. Tomorrow is the first full budget of Modi 3.0, and it's a big one. We've got a protectionist Trump in the White House, an economic slowdown at home, and a middle class clamoring for tax cuts. But that's all for tomorrow. Today was about the economic survey. It's basically a document prepared by the Finance Ministry, sort of like a report card. It looks at your strengths, your weaknesses, your targets, and your achievements. Today, the 2025 Economic Survey was tabled in India's Parliament. We are going to break it down for you with the top 10 highlights. Number 1, GDP projections and targets. Growth in the next fiscal year is expected to be between 6.3 and 6.8%. That's from April 2025 to March 2026. Let's put that number in context. We will likely end this fiscal year at 6.4%. The year before was 8.2%. The next year will be 6.3 to 6.8%. Is that enough for our current target? The answer is no. The government wants to turn India into a developed country by 2047. And for that, growth must be 8%. You need 8% growth for a decade or two. That's what the economic survey says. Highlight number 2, the status of inflation. Prices are expected to cool in this quarter, especially with the seasonal easing of vegetable prices. Plus, the new harvests will reach the market soon. So, overall, inflation is projected to fall. Highlight number 3, the job market. This year's economic survey paints a positive picture. It says unemployment has consistently fallen in India from 6% in 2017-18 to 3.2% in the last fiscal year. But the job is not done yet. India must create 7.85 million non-farm jobs every year. Almost 8 million jobs. Only then can we satisfy this growing population. Highlight number 4 is infrastructure. The government has made big bets on infra projects like roads, tunnels and ports. But the survey says the government alone cannot keep it up. The private sector needs to up its game. Let me quote from what it says. India needs a continued step up of infrastructure investment over the next 2 decades to sustain a high rate of growth. Quite clearly, public sector efforts cannot fully meet these requirements. Private participation should accelerate in many critical infrastructure sectors in many ways. Which brings us to highlight number 5, deregulation and reforms. This talks about removing unnecessary government rules, about unleashing the private sector. Again, let me quote from what the survey says. Getting out of the way and allowing businesses to focus on their core mission is a significant contribution that governments around the country can make to foster innovation and enhance competitiveness. That's a very clear message to the government. Get out of the way. Let the private sector do its thing. Highlight number 6 is artificial intelligence. There's a big chapter dedicated to AI, and it strikes a mixed note. The survey admits that AI's impact on India's labor market will be magnified, mainly because our per capita income is low, and a lot of our jobs are low-skilled. So what is the solution? To transition towards medium or high-skilled jobs, those that will not be replaced by AI. If that happens, we could reap a number of benefits. So the economic survey's advice is clear: upskill to protect our job market from artificial intelligence. Highlight number 7 is wages and working hours. The survey says Indian corporate profits are at a 15-year high, but wages have lagged. They want this imbalance corrected. The survey gives the example of Japan after the Second World War, how their companies shared profits with workers. This balance is crucial to rapid growth. Equally important is working hours. A lot of industry titans have weighed in on this. They have called for 90 and 70 hours per week. But the Economic Survey of India has hit back. It says 60 hours is the ideal working time. Spending too much time at your desk can harm your mental health. It's a timely clarification by the government. Next is highlight number 8, a war on junk food. The survey has proposed a higher tax on ultra-processed junk food or food items, sort of like a health tax. This would make things like fries or ice creams more expensive. The idea is to discourage their consumption. It also wants strict rules on labeling. Right now, a lot of ultra-processed foods are mislabeled. I'll give you some examples. Sugar-packed cereals are often labeled as healthy breakfast. Even children's drinks are labeled as healthy, though most of them are packed with sugar. The goal is to crack down on that, to make sure that people know what they are eating. Now we come to the last 2 highlights. Both of these cover India's external challenges. Highlight number 9 is China. Last year's economic survey was optimistic on China. It called for more Chinese investments in India. But this time, it's more of a warning. The survey notes that India is dependent on China for key products, like solar panels, electric vehicles, and critical minerals. It also flags China's manufacturing prowess. They make up around 45% of global manufacturing. That is more than the US and its allies put together. So the economic survey's message is clear. India needs to diversify its options. Either produce at home or find more sellers elsewhere. Which brings us to the final highlight. A word on Donald Trump's tariffs and rising protectionism.
First, we have a list of...
Again, it calls for a mixed response. The survey suggests that tariffs should be rationalized. But it also reaffirms the importance of tariffs. It cites the example of the US and Britain in the last centuries. The survey says the US did not catch up with free trade or open markets. They caught up using tariffs. So India should also use this tool, but use it wisely. Those are the big highlights from India's economic survey this year. The biggest takeaway is probably reforms. Reduce the roadblocks, ease the business rules, and unleash the private sector. And make sure you tune into Firstpost for our special budget coverage tomorrow. We'll be tracking the finance minister's speech in the morning, the key announcements, the big policy changes, and the major reactions. Also, don't miss the special budget edition of Vantage at 9 p.m. tomorrow.
To be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have, I don't know. Incompetence
might have played a role. Well, please go ahead.
The US is still reeling from Wednesday's tragedy, a mid-air collision in Washington, D.C. It was deadly. We showed you the pictures yesterday. A US military helicopter and a passenger plane crashed into each other. People do not walk out of crashes like that, and that seems to be the case here too. 67 people were on board both the aircraft. 53 bodies have been recovered from the area, but 14 victims are yet to be found. As we speak, the rescue efforts are underway. It is focused on DC's Potomac River. When something like this happens, the first question usually is how? How can a chopper and plane crash? Did they not see each other? Well, officials are investigating that, 2 black boxes from each aircraft, and they have flight data and cockpit recordings. Hopefully that will reveal some details. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has his own theories. He held a press conference yesterday. It started off on a somber note, but soon he veered into politics. Trump blamed diversity hires for this collision.
DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality.
That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level.
So Trump is blaming DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion. It's a policy aimed at addressing inequality. The idea is to hire more people from marginalized groups. In the US, that could mean the black community or the LGBTQ community or the Native American community. But President Trump opposes this policy. He says it has eroded merit in the US government. Now, there is no proof to back this claim, but DEI has become an ideological issue nowadays. The left supports it, the right opposes it, and Trump is blaming DEI for virtually everything. Look at his social media post on Wednesday. Trump blamed DEI for rising inflation. He said the central bank was too busy with woke ideas, so they forgot to tackle inflation. Before that, it was the Los Angeles wildfire. Trump's ally Elon Musk peddled this theory. He said DEI at the fire department led to a poor response. He said DEI means you die. Some Trump supporters also blamed the LA mayor, a black woman named Karen Bass. They branded her an inefficient DEI hire. Last May, there was another incident. A container ship crashed into a bridge in Baltimore. Again, Republicans blamed DEI because the Baltimore Port Commissioner was a black woman. The strategy is pretty clear. If you blame DEI, you don't have to take any responsibility. Plus, you can defame an opposition policy. It's not just dangerous, it is also a double standard. Trump says people with disabilities are being hired at the aviation regulator. He blamed Joe Biden and Barack Obama for it. But guess who started this policy? It was Trump himself. Back in 2019, he opened the aviation regulator to people with disabilities. And now he's blaming it for the crash. Just classic Trump things. It's almost like a flashback into his first term, especially yesterday's press conference. It was his first after taking office again. That background, that podium, all of it takes you back to the pandemic. Back then, President Trump would give daily press conferences, a mix of fake news, fake science, and rhetoric. And he's not changing that approach, which has left White House stenographers disappointed. These are people who transcribe the president's remarks, and they have a complaint. They say Trump simply won't stop talking. He spoke 22,000 words on Inauguration Day, 22,000 words, and 17,000 when he visited Los Angeles. Now, to put that in context, an average novel is around 70,000 words. Basically, 3 busy days for Donald Trump. Apparently, the White House is looking to hire more people because they cannot keep up with the president, especially after working for Joe Biden for 4 years. With Biden, they probably faced a different challenge, decoding size and gibberish. With Trump, it's probably more about transcribing with a straight face, especially when he says stuff like this.
In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that?
Just to be clear, there is no basis of this statement. There is no fact here. The US has not spent $50 million on Hamas, but this is the Trump White House. The focus is not on facts, it is on rhetoric. Now let's talk about Kash Patel, the Indian American who could be the next FBI chief. Trump supporters in India are celebrating his nomination. Patel himself highlighted his Indian roots yesterday during his confirmation hearing. He greeted his parents in Gujarati and said Jai Shri Krishna. Democrats, however, were not impressed. They oppose Patel's nomination. They see him as a conspiracy theorist and a Trump loyalist. They believe he will use his position to target Trump's political rivals. Patel himself has published a list of 60 enemies. That's what he calls them, enemies. He has singled out what he calls members of the deep state. Kash Patel says they deserve to be punished. Many of these so-called enemies are those who investigated Trump's actions during his last term in office. Will this affect Kash Patel's confirmation? Our next report has more.
When Kash Patel walked into the Senate hall, all eyes were on him. And that was no surprise. His reputation precedes him. Kash Patel is a son of Indian immigrants. He's a lawyer by training and a former government prosecutor. Patel rose to prominence during Trump's first term. He was a key advisor to the current president and a trusted figure. Now, as a reward for his loyalty, Trump has picked him to lead the FBI. To get the job, Patel needs to be confirmed by American lawmakers, which brings us to the hearing. As Patel faced questions from the lawmakers, his family was there rooting for him.
I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna.
The Democrats grilled Patel in the most aggressive fashion.
You understand what I'm asking you. Can you say the words, Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was the President of the United States.
You understand this? There's a difference. I can say the words, Donald Trump won. I don't like to say it, but I must say it. And you cannot say that Joe Biden won the election.
Both of their elections were certified, and they are both, one was and one now is president.
Okay.
Patel couldn't have been more direct, but his responses weren't good enough for the Democrats. They have reasons to cast doubts. Kash Patel has a history of pushing conspiracy theories. He's supposed to be leading the FBI. In the past, he has called the agency's top brass crooks and gangsters. In his memoir, Government Gangster, he's proposed firing these officials. His book features a so-called enemies list. It has 60 names, which includes former President Joe Biden, former Attorney General Merrick Garland, and former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Patel has called them members of the deep state.
This book, Government Gangsters, I urge all of you to read before you cast a vote for this gentleman. Mr. Patel has published at the back of this book a list of 60 people whom he calls, quote, members of the deep state. 60.
The Democrats say Patel will go after these so-called enemies once he's director of the FBI. But he says he won't pursue politically motivated cases.
Due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone. and our constitutional republic fails.
Kash Patel was also grilled over the January 6th insurrection and Trump's decision to pardon 1,600 rioters. In the past, Patel has supported these rioters by calling them political prisoners and even raising funds for them.
Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6 defendants?
I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities.
However, during the hearing, Patel appeared to shift his position. The heated exchanges make for good political drama, but they are unlikely to derail Patel's confirmation. The Democrats are in minority in the Senate, and the Republicans haven't opposed his nomination. For now, it looks like Patel's confirmation is all but certain.
Our next story is about Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, the tech giant behind Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. This is a man who's built an empire on knowing everything about you, your favorite food, your high school crush, the exact moment you're tempted to impulse shop. Zuckerberg knows all of it. He commands the world's biggest personal data harvesting machine, and yet suddenly he cares about privacy. Why? Because this time his own words were leaked. On Thursday, Mark Zuckerberg held Meta's first all-hands meeting of 2025. Employees submitted questions. Zuckerberg answered all of them. The main themes were the layoffs, the end of DEI at Meta. DEI, as you know, is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Donald Trump has declared war on it, so Meta is scrapping it. Which brings us to the next agenda item. Working with President Donald Trump, that was discussed. Zuckerberg's controversial masculine energy comments were also in focus. TikTok's dominance, the benefits of DeepSeek, and even remote work. Mark Zuckerberg addressed all of this. And his message to employees? Buckle up. 2025 will be intense. But there's one topic he just wouldn't let go of. Leaks. That's right, Zuckerberg is fed up with people spilling his secrets. Here's what he said, and I have his quote. Everything I say leaks, and it sucks, right? I want to be able to talk about stuff openly, but I'm also trying to, we're trying to build stuff and create value in the world, not destroy value by talking about stuff that inevitably leaks. So to sum it up, Zuckerberg is angry. Everything he says gets leaked. So he decided to address the leaking problem, and ironically, that got leaked too. Meta, of course, was not laughing about it. Shortly after this, the company sent a memo to staff stressing that leaks were a serious issue, that staffers involved would be fired, and that Meta would not tolerate this breach of trust. Do you know what's even funnier? That memo got leaked too. It's starting to look like Zuckerberg can control the metaverse, but not his own office. Now, leaks in any company are a big deal. Internal discussions are meant to stay internal. When trust breaks, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia. Who's talking? Who's listening? Who's next? But Meta's leaks are not just office gossip gone rogue. This is about something bigger. Mark Zuckerberg has run Meta in a particular way for years, positioning himself as a liberal tech leader. He's championed inclusivity. He's pushed fact-checking. He played the role of a responsible tech CEO. But since November last year, there's been a complete U-turn, and the reason is Donald Trump. Zuckerberg is now echoing Trump's language, prioritizing business over ideology. And while that may keep Meta safe in a Trump-led America, it is backfiring inside the company. Employees are quietly revolting, and these leaks are their way of fighting back. But beyond company politics, there's a bigger story at play. For years, Meta has tracked users across apps, harvested their personal data, built an advertising empire worth billions of that data. In 2022 alone, Meta raked in nearly $113 billion from ads. It's a business model built on knowing everything about you. And yet here we are. Zuckerberg is now complaining about his privacy being violated. Why? Because no one warned him that even he could be a victim. At best, it is poetic justice. At worst, it's just another day at Meta. And you can see why. Big tech may have our attention, but it does not have our trust. Let me show you the survey of American teens. Nearly 50% say they do not trust big tech, companies like Google, Meta, TikTok. 64% young people believe big tech does not care about their mental health. 62% say that companies won't protect their safety. 53% say that these companies are not ethical. So American teens do not trust these tech giants. And can you blame them? When the Meta CEO cannot keep his own secret safe, what can he do with ours? Also, this is not just about leaks, it's about control. Mark Zuckerberg built a company that knows everything about everyone. But now he's realizing what it feels like. Maybe, just maybe, he'll start to understand why the rest of us have been concerned all along. But if history has taught us anything, don't hold your breath. Have you heard of the fable, The Fox and the Grapes? Here's how it goes. A fox spots a bunch of ripe grapes hanging high above. He wants to taste them, so the fox leaps and strives, each time failing to reach the grapes. Agitated, the fox gives up and walks away. He says the grapes are sour anyway, so he doesn't want them. This convenient assumption is meant to make him feel better about his own failing. And now we're seeing this story play out in the world of technology, where China's DeepSeek is a bunch of grapes and the West is the fox. They've been complaining about these sour grapes. First, they questioned DeepSeek's abilities. Then they raised suspicions about surveillance. Some even went on about data privacy and played the ethics card. But now the fox's true intentions are out. He doesn't just want to get the grapes, he wants to squash them. The West wants DeepSeek out of the picture, and they've closed ranks to achieve it. Leading the pack is the United States. It is probing how DeepSeek got NVIDIA chips in the first place. Like we've said before, DeepSeek built its AI models without top-tier hardware, no cutting-edge technology, and yet they delivered. The models were powered by less advanced NVIDIA chips, the H800 chips. They were permitted for sale to China until 2023. After that, the US banned their sale. It also restricted sales of other advanced chips to China. So how did Beijing get them? Washington wants answers. It is digging deep and tracing the supply chain. One possible path is Singapore. The US now wants to know if Chinese companies secured these chips through Singaporean firms. And while this investigation is on, Trump's Commerce Secretary, the Commerce Secretary Pick, is making some big accusations. He says DeepSeek leveraged US chips, that it stole US intellectual property.
I do not believe that DeepSeek was done all above board. That's nonsense. Okay? They stole things, they broke in, they've taken our IP. It's got to end. And I'm going to be rigorous in our pursuit of restrictions and enforcing those restrictions to keep us in the lead, because we must stay in the lead.
So the US wants restrictions, but someone forgot to CC the Pentagon on this memo. The Pentagon is the US Defense Ministry. Its workers were caught using DeepSeek, and they did it on their work computers, essentially connecting them to Chinese servers. And this continued for 2 whole days. When the Pentagon found out, they banned the use of DeepSeek, but the damage could already be done. Ironic, right? Maybe the real threat to US security is not Chinese AI, maybe it is the US itself. And while Washington is mulling curbs, Italy has gone a step ahead and banned it. The app is not available on app stores in Italy. They're citing privacy concerns. Italy's data watchdog is concerned about the private data of citizens. It wasn't convinced by DeepSeek's policies, hence the ban. The app can still be accessed in the country, though, using VPNs, that's virtual private networks. Now, other countries are also raising the alarm, the likes of South Korea and Ireland. They want to question the Chinese company on user data. Australia's science minister also raised privacy concerns, so the knives are out. But let's get one thing straight. This is not about privacy. This is not about protecting user data. This is about protecting Western tech supremacy. Because if they care so much about user privacy, how come American big tech is still collecting user data? How are their social media platforms still tracking people? How are Western AI models allowed to scrape every corner of the web to train their systems? Where was the scrutiny then? So this whole spiel about privacy is just an excuse. This essentially is about control. The West cannot accept the fact that China outsmarted them. First they dismissed it, now they want to destroy it. Will DeepSeek survive this pressure? Or will it be the next sour grape crushed by global politics? One thing's for sure, the AI battle has only begun, and this time the fox is not walking away from the bunch of grapes, it is coming for the entire vine. Our next story is about space, the final frontier. It's a place India hopes to send its own astronauts to with the upcoming Gaganyaan missions. But before that, one of the Gaganyaan crew members is making a test run. On board an American mission to the ISS, the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla from the Indian Air Force has been shortlisted. He has been chosen to pilot a private space mission. Group Captain Shukla will become just the second Indian in space 41 years after this feat was first achieved. Here's our report.
This is Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. He's an active service member of the Indian Air Force. He is a test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours and experience piloting everything from a Su-30 MKI to Jaguar bombers and even the AN-32 military transport craft. Group Captain Shukla has flown them all. But his next flight will still be a unique experience because he has been chosen to pilot a rocket ship. Group Captain Shukla will be the pilot for an upcoming mission to the International Space Station. He was tapped by the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, back in 2019, along with Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, Group Captain Angad Pratap, and Group Captain Ajit Krishnan. These 4 IAF pilots were chosen for India's own manned space mission, the Gaganyaan 4, which is scheduled for no sooner than 2026. There's still at least a year left for that, so India wanted the Gaganyaan crew to get some additional experience in the meantime. That's why ISRO picked Group Captain Shukla for an American space mission. He's being sponsored by the Indian government. It's almost a warm-up before India's own manned space enterprise. Group Captain Shukla will go to space sometime this spring, alongside 3 other astronauts. The mission is being carried out by Axiom. It's an American private space company. This will be their 4th private space flight to the International Space Station. Axiom will use a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft to transport the astronauts. They will be launched on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. The astronauts are expected to spend 14 days aboard the ISS. The crew had a press conference yesterday. They outlined what they would be doing. Group Captain Shukla will pilot the craft, but once they get to the station, he said he has his own agenda as well. To capture his experiences on board the ISS through pictures and videos, and share them with all the Bharatvasis back home. He said that his mission was also the journey of 1.4 billion people.
I'm not at liberty to give out all the information right now, but I can assure you that we will have a lot of stuff that will represent the regions in particular and India in general, which I will be taking up to the station. That would be honoring my country.
The mission commander is an American astronaut, Peggy Whitson. She holds the record for the most time spent in space by a woman and by any American. The other 2 crew members are mission specialists from Hungary and from Poland. The 2 specialists share something in common with Group Captain Shukla. They are also just the second people from their countries going to space. India, Poland and Hungary all sent 1 astronaut into space back in the 1970s and 80s. But that's it. All 3 nations haven't returned since. Now, after more than 40 years, all 3 nations will have their second spacefarers. Group Captain Shukla is 39 years old. He was born the year after India sent its first astronaut to space. Or perhaps we should say cosmonaut. The first Indian in space was Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma. He went to space in a Soyuz T space capsule, courtesy the Soviet Union. The 1984 Soyuz T-11 mission was the first time an Indian citizen reached the stars. Wing Commander Sharma is still involved with India's space endeavors. He's in touch with Group Captain Shukla, who regards him as a mentor. After this, India will have the Gaganyaan missions, hopefully paving the way for even more Indians in space.
Now let's turn to Africa, to the conflict in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This week, the M23 rebel group took over the city of Goma. It's the capital of the DRC's mineral-rich North Kivu province. Since it's an active conflict zone, casualty numbers have been hard to come by. The World Health Organization says that 45 people have been killed and more than 2,000 have been injured over the past week, but the real figures could be much higher. Hospitals in the region have been overwhelmed by the number of injured.
The current situation is chaotic. In 3 days, we have received more than 400 injured people. From January to today, we have more than 1,000 injured. For a hospital with an initial capacity of 146 beds, we currently have more than 200 injured in hospital.
M23 is consolidating its hold on Goma. After 2 days of street fighting, traffic is being seen on the roads. Shops are open again, but the unease is evident.
The people who control the city now have allowed for normalcy to return. That is why you see a lot of activity all around from everyone. They have told us to return back to business, and we have followed their instructions.
Despite the order to get things going again, problems persist. Thousands have been displaced. Goma does not have water and electricity. People are resorting to taking water from the nearby Lake Kivu, carrying it back in jerry cans.
The situation is not good, and we are suffering a lot because of the lack of water. Since the war started, everything has been cut off. The water has been cut off. No electricity, no water. We come too far to get water here at the lake. If there's a possibility that those who are already in the city could help us get water, that would help.
Goma always had it tough. It has been in the middle of a conflict zone for decades. The M23 rebels had actually captured the city before, back in 2012, but they had withdrawn after a few days. This time they plan to stay. The rebel group is casting itself as a liberation force.
We found a wounded city, a city of greats, traumatized, fearful, a chaotic situation that has been ongoing for years, caused by the cowardice and recklessness of the illegitimate and incompetent regime.
That is the leader of the Congo Rebel Alliance. It's an umbrella group comprising a number of militant factions. This includes the M23. The leader you just saw, he's a former DRC election commissioner. I'm not joking. He actually certified the elections in the country back in 2018. Now he has taken command of a militant alliance, fighting against a man he once certified as president. The M23 rebels call President Felix Tshisekedi illegitimate and incompetent. And they're threatening to oust him by marching all the way to the country's capital, Kinshasa.
We are here in Goma to stay as Congolese and to protect the population against threats. We will continue the march of liberation all the way to Kinshasa.
But Tshisekedi is not backing down. He made a defiant speech on Wednesday and called for a massive military mobilization. His speech seems to have inspired thousands in the DRC. These are the visuals coming in from Bukavu. It's a city near Goma in the neighboring South Kivu province. Bukavu is reportedly the next major target for the M23 rebels, but locals there are lining up to enlist in the military and fight against the rebel group.
We will use all the means at our disposal, all the resources we have, to end this war. It will be long, but we will win, rain or shine. I believe the enemy, Rwanda, and its allies, will be too small for their big shoes because we are starting now, right now. We are starting the mobilization and we are calling on the entire Congolese population, all the young citizens who follow us now, whether in Europe, in America, to join this mobilization.
As you just heard, they consider Rwanda their real enemy. Rwanda neighbors the DRC. It is just across from the North and South Kivu provinces, and the country is accused of backing the M23 rebels. Rwanda has always denied this, but most nations are directly talking to Rwanda's president, Paul Kagame. They want him to call off the M23 rebels. The latest leader to wade into the issue is South Africa's president, Cyril Ramaphosa. South African peacekeepers are stationed in the DRC. At least 13 of them have been killed amid the fighting. President Ramaphosa declared this on social media. His post was not taken well by Paul Kagame. The Rwandan president put up this response. His last point looks like a threat. This is what he said, and I'm quoting. If South Africa wants to contribute to peaceful solutions, that is well and good, but South Africa is in no position to take on the role of a peacekeeper, peacemaker or mediator. And if South Africa prefers confrontation, Rwanda will deal with the matter in that context any day. The DRC conflict is on the verge of escalating and potentially spilling over. In fact, this has happened before. The DRC was the stage for the Second Congo War in the late 1990s. It was also known as Africa's World War. Multiple neighboring armies fought inside what is now the DRC, and the legacy of that war is the state of the DRC and Goma today. The last thing we need is a repeat of that brutal conflict. No one does counterfeits like China. You can find cheap copies of almost anything, even the things that should probably not be copied, like animals. But a Chinese zoo has done just that. They have made counterfeits of tigers. Do you know how? By painting furry dogs orange and giving them stripes. So instead of hearing a roar, zoo goers will have to settle for a bark. It is outrageous for barking out loud. But this is not the first instance of its kind. Here's a report.
A tiger does not father a dog. This is a famous Chinese idiom. And recently it got a new twist thanks to a rough sell, pardon the pun. Because maybe, just maybe, a dog can be a tiger. At least that's what a zoo in China's Taizhou city believes. It painted 2 dogs orange with black stripes and presented them as tigers. And now it has run into controversy. A video of the animals has gone viral on Chinese social media. It has sparked massive outrage because people can tell that the animals are obviously not tigers. They are chow chows, the furry Spitz breed that is native to China. These dogs are supposed to be white, but instead they are sporting the animal print. After the massive backlash, the zoo has apologized. It also claims to have marketed the animals as dog tigers and not tiger tigers, so apparently that's good enough. But this isn't the first instance of this bizarre creativity. A number of Chinese zoos are caught up in fake animal scandals, and somehow chow chows are almost always at the center of it. In September last year, a zoo in Guangdong province paraded 2 dogs as pandas. It painted black spots on the dogs. After relentless quizzing by local media, it was forced to admit that the pandas were in fact dogs. Before that, in the month of May, a zoo in Jiangsu province sparked fury. It too dyed small chow chow dogs to look like pandas. Clearly, some dogs are born to be guards, some are born to be lap dogs, but it seems Chinese chow chows are meant to be counterfeits. Well, that's just China being China, and for the most part, this is quite funny. But at the same time, it also raises concerns. The zoos embroiled in scandals have made all kinds of claims. They say that they resort to such measures because they don't have actual zoo-like animals for visitors to see. They also claim that the animals are dyed in a humane way. But animal rights groups have slammed the zoos, accusing them of animal cruelty for selfish reasons. As per reports, the zoos shave the dog's fur and dye the skin to turn the chow chows into fake pandas. Then these dogs are forced to be caged quite literally. Rights groups say that this animal cruelty is as black and white as a panda. But guess that's the price you have to pay in China, whether with artificial intelligence or with zoo animals. A tiger may not change its stripes, but all the non-tigers have to just paint them on.
Louis Vuitton, Dior, Fendi, Tiffany & Co. You must have heard of these brands. They all belong to LVMH. That's the parent company. It's a luxury conglomerate. And it is run by this man, Bernard Arnault. He is the CEO of LVMH. He is the world's 5th richest man, and this is his net worth, $190 billion. We'll come back to that later, but first, let's talk about his recent call. This week, the world's 5th richest person got on a call with the world's 3rd richest person, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, and the two men discussed layoffs. You see, recently, Meta announced plans to lay off 5% employees, that's roughly 3,600 people, whom Zuckerberg calls low performers. They will be fired soon. Arnault reacted to this. He said that the people getting laid off are actually, and I'm quoting, being promoted outwards. That's what he said. Promoted outwards. Remember, this is the LVMH top boss. He's talking about people losing their livelihoods in an instant. And he's calling this turn of fate an outward promotion. What a way to make up a silver lining. This is not only cringy and infuriating, this is a case of gaslighting. And it's so out of touch. Every worker knows this. Yes, layoffs are an occupational hazard, but they're also among the most challenging life experiences. Studies show that they can cause more psychological stress than divorce. They can cause physical health issues. They can change family dynamics. They can alter your sense of self. Yes, layoffs affect different workers differently, but they can upend your life. And one thing can make it even worse. When a top boss, the world's fifth richest man, calls it an outward promotion. Like I said, it is cringy. But this is not just about Bernard Arnault or LVMH. We saw this with Salesforce as well, when the company laid off 8,000 staff, but their CEO took a 10-day trip to French Polynesia. He called it a digital detox. We saw this with Twitter too. It fired employees in the middle of the night by signing them out of company accounts. And who could forget Better.com CEO laying off 900 people over Zoom? These are different experiences, but they have something in common. They're all tone deaf. And you don't expect this from the business elite. Now, obviously, hashtag not all CEOs. And we get that being the boss is not easy. You have to take tough calls. You have to fire people. And this is a tricky area. There is no good way to tell someone that they are being let go. So there is a huge scope for faux pas. And this scope only increases as the disconnect grows. Bosses have always made more money than workers. But this gap between CEOs and employees is growing dramatically. In the US, top CEOs make about 200 times the salary of an average employee. In the UK, top executives earned more in the first week of this year than their average worker will all year. In India, the pay for IT CEOs has soared 160% in the last 5 years, while that of a fresher has risen by just 4%. And coming back to Arnault, even if you make $10,000 a week, you would have to work every week for more than 1/3 million years to come close to his net worth of $190 billion. That's about the same time since before Homo sapiens first emerged in Africa. So we get the disconnect. But this does not stop people from feeling the pinch. When you relate a layoff to a promotion, or when you dangle the layoff carrot to get what you want, Starbucks did it recently. It wanted to end work from home. So it warned employees, return to office or risk being fired. But their CEO doesn't have to. He doesn't have to return. He lives 14 hours away from the headquarters. He has a private jet given by the company for when he wants to show up in office. And he earns a base salary of $1.6 million. So if someone can survive a layoff for not showing up, it is him. But he doesn't have to worry about it. And that's exactly my point. CEOs live by different rules, by different standards. And you could say they deserve it. Of course, they worked for it. They run massive companies, but their offices are not ghost towns. Layoffs impact company sentiment, and a company depends on employee performance. This performance improves by keeping employees happy. Even an intern would know that. Happy, secure employees are profitable for companies, so it makes economic sense to handle layoffs with care. It also makes common sense. It is bad enough that companies call workers resources, but you cannot forget that they are human. Even if you cannot relate to a worker living paycheck to paycheck, you can have genuine human empathy for them while you're demanding work from them, and more so when you're letting them go. Are you ready for tomorrow's budget? If not, just memorize these 3 words: tax, GDP, inflation. Just throw them around in your tweets and comments. It's what most people do on social media nowadays. They become finance experts in budget season. But for the middle class, it's all about expectations, hoping for that elusive tax cut. Hundreds of millions of Indians will be waiting for that announcement tomorrow. Actually, scratch that. Only 2% Indians pay income tax anyway, so more like 20 million people, not hundreds of millions. Nonetheless, the expectations are huge, and so is the meme fest.
पोपट पे पोपट पोपट पे पोपट सब जगह मेरा पोपट हो रहा है।
Now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Thousands welcome freed Palestinian prisoners in Ramallah. Thousands of protesters clash with the police as the Istanbul mayor gets questioned in court amid a crackdown on Turkish opposition. And North Koreans mark the Lunar New Year with floral tributes. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1990, the first McDonald's opened in the Soviet Union. Hundreds lined up to try the Big Mac for the first time. Around 30,000 were served on the first day. It was a sign of the opening up of the Soviet Union. But 32 years later, in 2022, McDonald's left the country after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Hammond. We're live in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. We began right here in the United States at the White House, where President Donald Trump on Thursday blasted diversity, equity, and inclusion programs after the deadly air crash right here in Washington, D.C. Speaking to reporters at the White House, Trump slammed former Presidents Joe Biden and Barack Obama for promoting DEI policies during their presidencies. Now, this as he speculated that lower standards for recruitment for air traffic controllers might have resulted in the disaster.
Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite.
Now, the deadly crash, which sent shockwaves across the nation, occurred on Wednesday night as an American Airlines jet was preparing to land at Ronald Reagan National Airport here in Washington, D.C. A Black Hawk helicopter of the United States military collided with the passenger plane at around 400 feet above the Potomac River, exploding and crashing into the water. All 64 people on board the plane and 3 soldiers on the helicopter were all killed in the accident. Now, asked about whether he would actually visit the crash site, Donald Trump had a sarcastic response that did not sit well with his critics.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because you tell me what's the site, the water?
Or to meet with the first responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
Now, during the presser, President Trump also slammed a reporter who criticized him for getting ahead of the investigation without any evidence.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you.
Now, when pressed on how he could connect DEI initiatives to the unfortunate incident, President Trump said he has common sense that apparently most people don't.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have, but they didn't build the systems properly.
Now, President Donald Trump and his team have regularly attacked the DEI initiatives, claiming that they have divided Americans and weakened the nation. Now, after this tragedy, President Trump signed a memorandum to end diversity hiring in the aviation sector. And he also signed an executive order to appoint a new leader of the Federal Aviation Administration. And now it remains to be seen how many more tragedies will Donald Trump use to advance his conservative agenda. And staying with the president, the commander-in-chief has threatened the BRIC nations with 100% tariffs for trying to replace the U.S. dollar as the dominant currency in global trade. In a social media post, President Trump stood against de-dollarization, saying Washington needs a commitment that these countries would neither create a BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the dollar. Trump also added that if BRICS nations want to use another currency, they can say hello to tariffs and goodbye to America. Now, this is not the first time the president has made such a threat to the BRICS that consist of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, the United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. Remarkably, on the first day in office, Trump mistakenly referred to Spain as a BRICS member and warned of hefty tariffs.
Spain is very low. And yet, are they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? Well, you'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
you know what I'm
Russia.
saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
The president also went after the BRICS after winning their presidential election and threatened Russia, Brazil, India, and China with tariffs separately. Originally founded in 2009, the BRICS alliance is conceived as a counterweight to the group of 7 or G7 developed nations, which include the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Italy, Germany, France, and Japan. While the BRICS do not have its own currency, the member states have promoted their trade in local currencies. Prior to Indonesia's addition earlier this month, the BRICS accounted for 46% of the world's population and 35% of the global GDP. Meanwhile, Brazilian President Lula da Silva says he will impose reciprocal tariffs on the United States if, in fact, Donald Trump makes a move.
It's very simple. If Donald Trump taxes Brazilian products, there will be reciprocity from Brazil in taxing products that are exported to the United States. For my part, what I want is to improve our relationship with the United States. Export more if necessary, import more if necessary, and to maintain our 200-year relationship.
Now, during various meetings, the BRICS leaders have called for the de-dollarization to advance their local currencies in bilateral and multilateral trade.
Together with our BRICS partners, we are using our national currencies in about 65% of the settlements. This is a natural process.
But now, despite all of this, the United States dollar remains the world's dominant reserve currency. And while President Trump thinks he can bring down taxes for U.S. citizens by tariffing other countries, critics argue that the unnecessary import duties on the BRICS will drive up costs for American consumers and businesses. And on Thursday, Kash Patel appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee as the nominee for the director of the FBI. He was grilled by Democratic lawmakers for his previous comments calling for dismantling the FBI. The Indian American also was involved in a heated back and forth as he dodged questions when asked if President Joe Biden won the 2020 election. As senators questioned his loyalty to President Trump, he defended his stance, promising transparency and focus on community safety if confirmed. Our next report brings you more on Donald Trump's FBI nominee, who could soon lead America's most powerful law enforcement agency.
On a crisp Thursday morning at the Capitol Hill, a packed room waited for Kash Patel to speak, as all eyes were on Donald Trump's nominee for FBI director. But instead of launching into a rehearsed speech, he surprised everyone with a warm Jai Shri Krishna greeting for his parents, who sat proudly in the front row.
I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jai Shri Krishna.
It wasn't just a respectful nod to Patel's roots, it was a bold declaration of who he is. A devout Hindu, the son of immigrants, and now a history-making contender to lead America's most powerful law enforcement agency. But Patel's journey to this moment was anything but smooth. Growing up in New York as the son of Indian immigrants from Uganda and Tanzania, he faced racism from a very young age. He kept his testimony brief, but the weight of his words hung heavy in the room.
I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life, and I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat, I was called a detestable, and I'll apologize if I don't get it all right, but it's in the record, a detestable sand nigger who had no right being in this country. You should go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home friends. That's what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it.
But despite the hate, Patel never turned bitter. Instead, he clung to his values his parents had instilled in him: hard work, respect and faith. Republican Senator Tom Tillis praised Patel's upbringing, noting his respect for all religions and his commitment to justice.
It's my honor to introduce Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee to be FBI Director. I've completed due diligence on his life and career, and I'm convinced that Kash possesses significant expertise and ironclad commitment to justice, and he's an outstanding choice to lead the FBI.
But Patel's past comments about the FBI loomed large in the hearing. He had once suggested turning the agency's headquarters into a museum of the deep state and scattering its employees across the country to chase down criminals. These remarks fueled concerns, mostly from Democrats, who questioned Patel's readiness for the role.
The FBI plays a critical role in keeping America safe from terrorism, violent crime, and other threats. Our nation needs an FBI director who understands the gravity of this mission and is ready on day one, not someone who is consumed by his own personal political grievances. The American people deserve an FBI director focused on keeping our families safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime, not this checklist of grievances we find in this book. Mr. Patel, your record makes it clear you're not that person.
Due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone, and our constitutional republic fails. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over.
But that wasn't all. The grilling had just begun. One after the other, the Democratic senators narrowed down on Patel,
on January 6th to stop the steal.
even questioning his stance on the Capitol Hill riots on January 6, 2021.
I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities.
Now, while some senators were dismissive of Patel, there were some who'd supported him and quashed accusations that Patel had a revenge list against government officials.
It's no surprise that public trust has declined in an institution that has been plagued by abuse, lack of transparency, and weaponization of law enforcement. Mr. Patel has precisely the qualifications we need at this time when the FBI is not being respected by our public. Mr. Patel, should you be confirmed, you'll take charge of an FBI that is in crisis.
As the hearing continued, Patel spoke and his parents watched with their faces filled with pride. Their son wasn't just a nominee. He was a symbol of resilience and faith in the face of adversity. As the hearing wrapped up, one question lingered. Could Kash Patel, a man who proudly embraced his roots while enduring hate, transform the FBI into an agency trusted by all Americans?
And now moving to Europe, German lawmakers have plans of banning the far-right Alternative for Germany, or AfD party. The ruling coalition of the Social Democrats and the Greens Party filed 2 motions to ban the AfD. Lawmakers of the Social Democrats warn that AfD is a threat to Germany's democracy and accused the far-right party of harboring a xenophobic and racist ideology. The parliamentary proceedings to ban the AfD party come less than a month before the February 23rd election. However, the AfD party has now received support from the main opposition, the center-right Christian Democrats, or the CDU party.
The Greens and the Social Democrats are, one may even feel sorry about it, but these 2 parties are now a shrinking social and political minority. Such a social and political minority should not use a party like the AfD as a tool to ensure that the political majority in Germany is not heard, is ignored, and that the will of this majority is not adequately represented in the German parliament.
Weil wir nun gestern eine Entscheidung im Deutschen Bundestag gesehen haben und morgen eine weitere.
Now, earlier this week, the German parliament passed a regulation allowing the crackdown on illegal migrants after the main opposition party, the Christian Democrats, teamed up with the far-right AfD party. Chancellor Olaf Scholz and even former Chancellor Angela Merkel slammed the Christian Democrats for supporting the AfD party. Chancellor Scholz said the AfD party was anti-European and its anti-immigrant sentiments were a threat to humanity.
Die Deutschlands Ansehen in Europa und der Welt zerstören.
There are forces who destroy Germany's reputation in Europe and the world, undermining the foundations of the European Union, which we need especially in these times and for which we as Germans bear a special responsibility. That is exactly what you are doing, Mr. Merz, when you say we simply no longer apply European law at our borders. That is the answer of the populists.
Die Antwort der Populisten.
Meanwhile, the AfD party continues to rise in popularity amid a wave of growing anti-migrant sentiments following 2 recent terror attacks, which were carried out by immigrants. And supporting the rise of Germany's far-right is billionaire Elon Musk, who is now openly backing the AfD party, but also urging Germans to move past their guilt associated with Hitler's Nazi Germany.
There should be more determination by individual countries. So I very much hope that that the AfD does well, and that Alice Beadle does become chancellor. I think that would be very good for Germany. I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even.
With pressure mounting on the German government to crack down on illegal migration along with the rise of the AfD party, many Germans are worried that banning the far-right party would only increase their popularity and polarize the February election even more. And Elon Musk, the billionaire who's reshaping technology, space travel, and social media, is now at the center of a different debate. Nominated for the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize for his advocacy of free speech, Musk's recognition has ignited both praise and outrage. While he's hailed by some as a defender of open dialogue, others argue his actions contradict his words. From lawsuits against critics to selective censorship on his social media platform X, Musk's record raises serious concerns. Our final report brings you more.
Elon Musk is known for pushing boundaries in tech and space. And now his name has surfaced in a different arena, the Nobel Peace Prize. The billionaire has been nominated for the 2025 award for supporting free speech. European Parliament member from Slovenia Branko Grims submitted the nomination, praising Musk for defending the fundamental human right of freedom of speech. But Musk wants no part of it. His response was blunt: "I don't want any prizes." He has long rejected personal accolades, saying his focus is on advancing technology and free speech, not seeking recognition. However, his actions tell a different story. While Musk often claims to champion free expression, his track record raises serious questions. Musk's takeover of X, formerly Twitter, was supposed to make the platform a haven for free speech. Instead, it has led to selective censorship. Certain topics and terms, like cisgender, have been restricted, contradicting his stated mission. And many see this as proof that Musk's version of free speech serves his own interests. Then there are the lawsuits. Musk has repeatedly used legal threats to silence critics. One major example is his lawsuit against Media Matters. The watchdog group reported that ads from major brands were appearing next to neo-Nazi content on X. So instead of addressing the issue, Musk sued using a questionable consumer fraud argument. Critics said the lawsuit was designed to intimidate and financially drain Media Matters, which later had to lay off staff due to mounting legal costs.
I just don't think it would be good if he had all that control. And just because he has a lot of money doesn't give him all that power. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like if you have all that money, it's easy to buy your way to take control over speech and stuff like that, and that just shouldn't be allowed. It's not good.
Now, Musk isn't just using legal threats to control narratives of the media. The tech mogul in the past has also waged war against a justice of Brazil's Supreme Court. The spat between the self-declared free speech absolutist and the Brazilian judge began in January 2023 after former President Jair Bolsonaro's far-right supporters, spurred on by false claims of electoral fraud, spread on social media. But Musk framed them as attacks on free speech and democracy and put himself on a collision course with the judiciary in Brazil. Now, that's not all. Just days ago, the Tesla CEO labelled German Chancellor Olaf Scholz as "auf Shits" in response to Scholz's remarks at Davos, where he stated that freedom of speech in Germany and Europe does not accept extreme right positions. And notably, this statement from the billionaire came just within a day of Trump's inauguration, where he sparked controversy by making a gesture that many have likened to a Nazi salute. While Musk claims to defend free speech, his actions often do the opposite. The billionaire suppresses criticism, attacks journalists, and uses lawsuits as weapons. And even though free speech has always been contested, today its biggest threat comes from those claiming to protect it.
That's Firstpost America for this Friday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on the volatile situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have now vowed to march toward the capital Kinshasa after making advances in the mineral-rich east. The M23 alliance says they will stay in the captured city of Goma, the largest city in the DRC's east, and will continue advances to Kinshasa.
We are here in Goma to stay as Congolese and to protect the population against threats. We will continue the march of liberation all the way to Kinshasa.
So far, Rwanda-backed rebels have claimed significant territory in the country's mineral-rich east. They have taken control of Goma, capital of North Kivu province, and are just 80 kilometers away from Bukavu, the capital of South Kivu province. The capital, Kinshasa, lies in central part of the country. In South Kivu's capital, Bukavu, hundreds of people, including former Congolese soldiers and youth, are mobilizing a potential counter-offensive against the advancing M23 rebels.
We don't have time to cry because they killed our loved ones, our mothers. We will take revenge. They shed our blood with weapons and machetes. If this is how they want war, then may God forgive us, but we will fight with the same means to defend our own.
The ongoing crisis in the DRC is reverberating across the world. US President Donald Trump has now spoken and called it a very serious problem.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem, I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
Meanwhile, more countries in the region have now been embroiled in the conflict. Tensions are also rising between Rwanda and South Africa, which already had troubled diplomatic ties. South African soldiers who are deployed in the DRC for a peacekeeping mission have been attacked by the M23 rebels. The country has lost 13 of its soldiers to the fighting. Pretoria says any further attack would be seen as a declaration of war by Rwanda. President Cyril Ramaphosa said his troops will remain in the DRC to maintain peace. The Rwandan President Paul Kagame has responded. He says he will deal with South Africa if any confrontation starts, and that Ramaphosa should not play a peacemaker.
He's also there pretending to be playing a peacemaker role, and he has a force that has been fighting alongside FDLR and has been fighting the M23 on the instructions of Tshisekedi, because these are people who are not supposed to be in Congo, that these are from Rwanda, or the M23 are not Rwandans, please.
Rwanda has defended its support to the Tutsi-led M23 rebels, slamming the international criticism. It says its primary interest is to eradicate fighters linked to the country's 1994 Tutsi genocide, which it says are supported by the DRC. However, Rwanda has been accused of seeking to profit from the DRC's eastern region, rich in minerals that are used in global electronics. Global tech giants like Apple have also been dragged into the conflict. Apple is facing a probe in France and Belgium as it has been accused by the DRC of using the conflict minerals. It has alleged that large quantities of minerals controlled by the rebels are transported to neighboring Rwanda and end up in phones and computers. And Rwanda denies selling any minerals to Apple. Decades-long fighting has left mineral-rich DRC and one of the largest nations in Africa below the global poverty line average. Now, the Congolese army is also considered unprofessional and ill-equipped in front of the M23 rebels and the Rwandan forces. Is the fall of Kinshasa near? For more on this, we have with us Kambale Musavuli, who is an analyst with the Center for Research on the Congo-Kinshasa and is joining us live from Accra in Ghana. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Now, the M23 rebels have made significant territorial gains in the east and now threaten to march on Kinshasa. What are the key factors driving their resurgence, and how realistic is their goal of reaching the capital?
I would take that threat very seriously because the current uprising of M23 is not different from past uprisings, right? So if you think about what happened in Congo in 1996, we had the same soldiers from the M23 were part of the AFDL, backed by Rwanda and Uganda then. and they march onto the capital city. And as they do so, I hope that it will allow people to understand that the claims of what they're fighting does not really make sense, because why are they going to the capital city, right? If they are fighting for protecting a minority group, they are fighting to hold those who committed the genocide in Rwanda accountable. Somehow they're finding their ways thousands of miles away from where they are.
Yeah. The crisis in the DRC has deep regional dimensions, with Rwanda often accused of supporting the M23 and Uganda playing a role as well. How do these external influences shape the conflict? And what diplomatic efforts are being made to prevent further escalation?
It's important to look at the facts, right? So when we're talking about the accusation and allegation, let's look at the facts. There is a body called the UN Group of Experts, which has a mandate of the UN Security Council. They publish 2 reports a year on the situation in the Congo. They have documented that the M23 is using night vision goggle, anti-drone missiles, GPS jamming systems, SHORAD system, Elbit systems mortar. So I'm throwing a lot of names of different military equipment that they are using. And this is not something you just casually buy online or in some store somewhere, right? These are sophisticated weaponry. And the UN Group of Experts have tied those the weaponry to the Rwanda military, the Rwanda Defense Force. And they've presented the evidence, photographic evidence, drone footage, and the movement of Rwandan soldiers in the Congo. So the evidence is present. The discussion around the situation in the Congo is void of that reality of looking at the facts, right? So we know Rwanda and Uganda are involved, according to the UN Group of Experts. But what we don't see right now is that when evidence is presented, and that even Security Council members say that the evidence is credible, there is a lack of action on holding the M23 or Rwanda responsible, right? So that should be the discussion we want to have about how do we move forward for peace and stability, because after 29 years, this conflict should not continue to exist.
Right. And given the vast mineral wealth of the Eastern DRC, how much of this conflict, in your view, is fueled by economic interests? And what role do international companies and foreign powers play in sustaining the unrest?
The world today is at the brinks of coming out with the 4th Industrial Revolution. We're talking about AI, right? There is this AI revolution. We're talking about a boom in modern day technology, the green revolution, where we talk about electric cars, right? Congo, a country the size of Western Europe, is the #1 producer of cobalt. And you cannot build an electric car without Congo's cobalt. We are the #1 producer. We also have coltan, right? Coltan is a mineral used in cell phones and many electronic devices. And we have the largest coltan in the world in a town called Rubaya. The rebels have taken control of the largest coltan reserve in Rubaya. And we've seen how every month, according to the UN Group of Experts, they are generating $800,000 of taxation on mining these resources. So on one hand, you have these rebels moving forward, taking time with claims. But on the other, we see that they're actually finding their way to the mines, getting access to the mineral resources. So we know it's the driving force beyond the conflict, and Rwanda and Uganda are benefiting in the process.
Right. Kambale, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis on that latest conflict in Goma.
Thank you so much.
Moving on now, it looks like France's military chapter in the Sahel region has finally come to an end. The former colonizer has handed over its last base in Chad to local authorities. In a military ceremony in the Central African country's capital city of N'Djamena, France had nearly 1,000 personnel in Chad and has now handed over the sergeant Ajikosi Air Base near the capital city to the Chadian military. This was after it previously handed over the Abeche base in the east earlier in January and the Faelagu base in the north in December last year.
The transfer of the Kasai base today marks a new stage. It is part of the French decision to end permanent bases in Central and West Africa. This structural change is necessary to adapt to the evolution of the world and the evolution of Africa. We are reaffirming our partnerships in a dynamic Africa whose youth carries a lot of hope. We must act differently.
Welcoming the definitive and complete departure of the French forces from the country, Chad's president, Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, says at an event organized at the base that Chad was not breaking off its relationship with France. He added that Chad was only ending the military dimension of the cooperation with Paris. Now, President Itno also said that Chad must build a stronger and better equipped army, and further noted that Chad must forge new alliances based on mutual respect. Now, the handover of the last military base comes just 2 months after the former French colony in Central Africa abruptly broke off its defense cooperation agreement with Paris, forcing France to begin pulling back its troops from the country. The Central African country had given Paris until the 31st of January to withdraw from its territory. To give some context, Chad was a key link in France's military presence in Africa. It was one of the last countries in which Paris had maintained a large military presence. Soldiers and fighter aircraft from the former colonizer had been stationed in Chad almost continuously since the country's independence in the 1960s, helping to train the Chadian military. However, joining the anti-France chorus in the region, Chad's president, who has been in power since 2021, said the cooperation with France had become completely obsolete in light of the political and geostrategic realities.
Building on 66 years of progress since the proclamation of the Republic, Chad is fully entitled, and even obligated, to freely define its international relations, choose the forms of cooperation it desires, and conduct its defense policy according to its priorities. We have therefore decided to terminate this military cooperation to refocus our partnership with France on areas that will have a more positive impact on the daily lives of our respective populations.
Now, at its height, France's Sahel contingent had numbered more than 5,000 troops. As a part of the anti-jihadist operation Barkhane, which ended in November of 2022. But now more than 70% of the continent has thrown France and its troops out. This is primarily due to resentment from perceived French interference in their countries. France is being kicked out by the military authorities in Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger, following years of fighting Islamic extremists alongside the regional troops. The West African juntas have pivoted toward Russia in recent years, which has been militarily backing them. Now, additionally, Senegal and the Ivory Coast have also begun negotiating the withdrawal of French forces from their territories. Now, this has left France with troops only in Djibouti and Gabon, and reports suggest that the base in Djibouti, which hosts 1,500 troops, would soon be used as a launching pad for future missions in Africa following the forced withdrawal from the Sahel. But as France's military chapter comes to a close in the Sahel region, the question remains, can Paris improve its relations with its former colonies that have now turned to Russia? And troubles for European nations in Africa are more than just waning military influence. A new shocking report has revealed that African migrants are being sold for as little as $12, and Europe has a role in it. Now, a new human rights report has revealed migrants in Tunisia are being sold as slaves to Libyan gangs with the complicity of the European Union. The humanitarian organization that has compiled the report carried out research in the shanty camps and desert detention centers of North Africa. Now, these centres are funded by the European Union and Italy to round up migrants trying to reach their shores. But curbing immigration is coming at a high humanitarian cost. Tens of thousands of migrants from various African nations end up being kidnapped, tortured, with many reporting being sexually assaulted, and some even end up being killed. As per the report, Tunisian police and soldiers round up and arrest the migrants. They are then put onto buses, with some of them confined with plastic zip ties, and transported and sold to gangs in neighboring Libya. Some are sold for as low as $12. Women are sold at higher prices due to their exploitation as sex slaves. Then in Libya, many are sent to notorious migrant prisons, where they are either held for ransom, forced into labor, or sold again to other criminal networks. Tunisian police and Libyan militia reportedly refer to the captured migrants as black gold. European funding has allegedly played a significant role in this migrant slave trade. Every year, thousands of African migrants reach the European nations through dangerous sea journeys across the Mediterranean. They typically depart from North African countries like Libya and Tunisia in small, overcrowded boats, and they reach countries like Italy, Spain, and Greece. However, many have died in the process. The EU has spent millions of dollars training and equipping Libyan and Tunisian border guards to stop the migration to Europe. But these funds are allegedly being used to detain, traffic, and sell migrants instead. Since 2017, Italy has also provided millions of dollars to Tunisia and Libya to prevent immigration. This has reduced the number of boats reaching Europe by 59%, a figure celebrated by the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, just days ago, Meloni revealed that she is under investigation by Italian judges for allegedly allowing the release of a Libyan warlord who is accused by the International Criminal Court of murdering, raping, and torturing migrants. She has been accused by the critics of deliberately freeing the general to ensure Libya's continued support in blocking migrant boats. The dark side behind the efforts has now been exposed. But will that force Europe to change its approach towards immigration? And for our last story today, let us turn our attention to West Africa. Benin has sentenced 2 men close to the president to 20 years in prison. This after they were found guilty for plotting to overthrow President Patrice Talon. The accused were arrested in September last year for bribing the presidential guard's head to plan a coup against Talon. Now the sentencing comes at a time when Talon is under fire for tarnishing Benin's image and changing it from a vibrant democracy in a region known for military coups to an authoritarian state. Our next report gets you all the details.
In the West African nation of Benin, a court has sentenced 2 former allies of President Patrice Talon to 20 years in jail. Their crime, plotting to overthrow the head of the state. Olivier Boko, an influential businessman considered to be Talon's right-hand man, and Oswald Homeki, a former sports minister, have been found guilty of conspiring against the authority of the state. They are also being charged with corruption and forgery by the court for financial crimes and terrorism in the capital city of Cotonou. In addition to the 20-year sentence, the court has also ordered the men to pay $95 million in damages to the Beninese state and has also handed individual fines of $6.8 million each. Now, both these men were arrested in September last year after being accused of bribing the commander in charge of the president's security to carry out a coup. Homeki was caught while allegedly handing over 6 bags of money to the head of the presidential guard. Boko, who expressed his interest in running for the 2026 presidential elections, was arrested separately and accused of being the mastermind behind the coup attempt. Their trial's opening hearing on January 21st had ended in uproar when the Cotonou court ordered the defendants to find a new defense team. This was after their lawyers had stormed out in protest at the makeup of the court, which consisted of 3 judges instead of the usual 5.
After discussing the matter with the clients, we have decided that if there is to be a trial under such conditions I have just described, there is no point in our participation, and this is what forced us to withdraw.
What is the point of a lawyer being present in such a proceeding? And maybe people may not be aware that the presence of a lawyer is to validate a procedure. We understood and said, we cannot validate a procedure that is conducted in violation of the most basic, most evident rules.
Now, Benin has been among the most stable democracies in Western and Central Africa, a region that has seen over 10 coup attempts since 2020. However, opposition leaders and human rights organizations have accused Talon of using the justice system to attack his political opponents after taking office in 2016 and changing electoral rules to enable him to consolidate power in 2021. In August, an online critic of the president, Steve Amusu, was detained and ordered to stand trial on allegations of publishing falsehoods and inciting rebellion. Then, in 2021, opposition politician Rekia Madugu was sentenced to 20 years in jail for complicity in terrorist acts. In the same year, Joel Ivo, another critic of President Talon, was handed a 10-year sentence for undermining state security and for money laundering. This has further led critics to accuse Talon of tarnishing the image of a country once praised for its dynamic and vibrant democracy. But, on his part, Talon has promised not to seek a third term in office in the 2026 election. This is because Benin's constitution limits the number of presidential terms to just 2. He has also vowed to protect the constitution.
No political compromise detrimental to our development will be conceded to please anyone or satisfy any political consensus. Benin is above all else. Democracy and political competition must henceforth be exclusively and absolutely at the service of development. Long live progress, long live Benin.
But will the West African country, which has previously seen a coup attempt in 1977, uphold its democratic ethos in a region that is known for military coups? Only time will tell.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.